And we're live. Hello and welcome to the second day of PulseChainConference.com 2024. We've got a great show for you tonight. We've got over 100 speakers during this 4-night event. It's day 2. I'm really excited. I'm Maddie ALLin. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. Share this out. I want to thank all the conference sponsors. LiquidLoans.io sponsored yesterday. Today it's timepays.me. Tomorrow, today we also have support from Pateus.io and Love.io, and we're going to release a surprise for the speakers. And then day 3 sponsored by GoPulse.com, and then we have 9inch.io for the 4th day. And as always, we've got really great transition music and really great speakers. So really looking forward to this next panel that'll be speaking for an hour. So I'm going to go ahead and bring them up.
Insane staking on East and Post. We on 2 chains. How the coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bar Hex for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA it in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Try to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Try to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to bitches.
Welcome.
G'day.
Hey,
G'day.
Hey now.
Hey.
We have a Crypto 7. We have Crypto Stylist, Crispy Man of Hexfire.io, and Daza par Hexcellence. Great to see you all here. I'm really excited. All of you have great personalities and great wisdom when it comes to crypto. So I'm going to let you guys take it away for the next hour.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Maddie.
Awesome. Thanks, Maddie.
guys.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Please deploy the life on
Hey.
entry.
Yeah, for sure. How are you guys going?
Good.
Yeah, doing
How are you,
well.
Crispy Stylist?
Doing really well, thank you. It's the morning here, so it's Mother's Day, I know, in many parts of the world. So in advance, happy Mother's Day to all
Great
the
point.
moms out there. And yeah, it's a beautiful day where I am right now, so I can't complain. How are you?
Awesome.
Good. I'm quite excited. I mean, I'm quite excited about where we're at. We were Hex and PulseChain seem to be flowing with the market. We seem to have now got over our self-inflicted FUD, various self-inflicted FUD we don't need to go into. We seem to be tracking the market. It was quite exciting because yesterday Bitcoin was breaking out. We got up to 63K, 64K, and Hex and PulseChain were moving with it. And all the signs were that we could have had a really explosive conference. As it is, it pulled back again, rejected some more accumulation, bounced on the 60K. But what's nice actually is that Hex and PulseChain are outperforming most of the cryptos. And if you look at the top 100 cryptos on CoinMarketCap and on the 7-day, most are red. I think about 80% are red. And Hex and PulseChain are greenish, green on the week. And generally that seems to be the case now. We seem to be performing a little bit better than most cryptos. And everything's just gearing up, ready to go. So that's my take. What do you think, Crispy, on that one?
Yeah, I think we're on track. I mean, things always seem to rhyme with these 4-year cycles, and I'm pretty excited by it. I mean, I always take that step back because I'm not a TA guy and I'm not able to, read the market the way perhaps you guys might be doing that. So I'm always looking at the cycle. Is it up and to the right? Over cycle, and it is. Am I seeing anything crazy play out? No, there's some differences, but looks like we're on track. What does that look like? Maybe it's a elongated 4-year cycle. Maybe it's not, but we'll know when we see it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Yeah, that you were sort of saying that, if you zoom out and you look at the cycles and still seeing up and to the right, and that's interesting because total 2 is still way below the all-time high from previous cycles. And even if you consider diminished returns, we're going to see, I think, even like up to say 3 trillion in total 2, and that's still a long way to go. So I think there's still plenty of upside still to come.
Well, a lot of the concern people have had recently is, hey, is it all over? Is it over? And I just take a step back and go, well, I mean, certainly there's a possibility that we see a blow off top early, but there's no indication that's happening. And so
we're just getting started.
We've got months and months to go.
I mean, looking at past cycles, it's really in line with what happened in the past. So after the Bitcoin halving, there's a cooling, and then we go sideways for a bit. So it's not any different. I think that there's a lot of
100%.
expectations, especially in our community, with regard to certain like milestones. So for example, the 1-year anniversary of PulseChain, you know, that's going to be all of a sudden something miraculously is going to happen just because of that. You know, the market's going to do what the market's going to do. It doesn't really care about PulseChain's birthday necessarily. So I think that we need to stop putting so much pressure on these dates and these milestones and just let the market play out, because it really is, per what all of you were saying, playing out the way that it has in the past. So of course, no one knows what's going to happen, but I'm not particularly alarmed. Sure. And I watch other content creators who are outside of the community who are saying the same thing.
Sure.
I think that's spot on, Crypto Stylist. The PulseChain does not, newsflash everyone, PulseChain does not know it's 1 year old. It's not like, I'm 365 days old now I have to explode. It just doesn't work that way. And actually it's a reflection of, and we know that a certain Hex streamer with a nice collection of hats has been doing a bit of gaslighting around the fact that it's 1 year old and we haven't gone to the moon. But actually, it's irrelevant. And what PulseChain is interested in, I think, is not how old it is. I think it's interested in where the prices of Ethereum. And I think that's a fantastic way you Crypto Stylist. So I think what PulseChain is interested in is not whether it's 365 days old, 366, but actually what's the price of Ethereum. And we know that the price of Ethereum is still. I think you guys are right.
7, you're a little muffled. Your mic is a little muffled, yeah.
Okay.
It's come back now, I think. It's come back.
Yes, come back.
Great. Yeah, I think we're just really early, and I think this is something you were saying as well, Dozer, and I think we're really early. PulseChain doesn't care what its birthday is and when its birthday was, all the rest. I think it does care about Ethereum price, though, and the whole market cares about that. Yeah. Yeah,
that's interesting, because people talked about that, you know, the 50 weeks to shake out the weak hands, and then it's the 52 weeks, and it's like it's not a date, people. It's not like you wait for the date. It's exactly. Like the weak hands, you can see it in the chart, right? Like, so if the SAC wallets were maybe just, you know, priming the engines, maybe throwing some loose change at the charts and seeing how that affects the liquidity. I mean, that's what I would be doing. You'd be experimenting to see with different liquidities, and you want to see how it responds to those inputs. Then it's just like I say, like priming the engines. We're just starting off and just checking it out, and then, you know, maybe later on we might see some more action. But people kind of think that. Oh, and also, sorry, my point was, like, if we saw that those buyers were being sold down, then that's an indication that there's still people waiting on the sidelines, ready to sell down pumps. So it's like, well, let's just see what happens, you know, before we sort of people, because there's probably a lot of people, a lot of just big whales and things like that, maybe sitting on the sidelines as well, just sort of waiting for confirmation of an uptrend before they start deploying large capital.
Sure. Well, yeah, and of course, they're thinking. I'm sorry, Crypto Stylist.
Go ahead.
I'll be super brief. I didn't mean to step on you. You know, I think it's reflection that a lot of people that are in the market that are very, very talkative and are heard, they have very short time frames. You know, their time frames are 55 days, 300 days, 500 days, and a lot of us are working on delayed gratification, Quattro Cinco, up to 10,000 days, and it's a totally different game, particularly with those big money guys and ladies.
Yeah. 100%.
So what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? I hear on some camps, you know, Crypto 7, you talk a lot, and I agree with you that it's really, we're waiting for Ethereum. And I've heard that from, you know, a lot of influencers really believe because of Hart's Law and because of the thick liquidity that we have, over 20 million, you know, even in the PulseX farm, there's the you know, the wrapped ETH and the wrapped Pulse pair, you know, and that's going to like bring it up. So we're so heavily tied to Ethereum. Then there's other people who say, well, it's not going to happen until we have a lot more adoption, so that we don't have enough total value locked in the chain, and that we need to have more activity, and we need to have more volume on the chain. So I just wanted to talk about that. And just give your
Yeah,
guys-
no, that's a great question. Crypto is mostly a speculative asset. It's mostly a speculative asset. I mean, most meme coins are purely speculative. You know, I'm speculating that people will like a cat with a hat more than a dog with a hat or whatever else. And so I think that it can go up. I think we've got enough TVL, enough everything else for things to start heading up. And I think it's right. It's partly Ethereum, and Richard Hart keeps referencing Ethereum, and he talks about how we should be promoting Ethereum. In fact, your partner does an excellent job of promoting that fact. And so shout out to Crypto Class. And have you done streaming before, by the way? You seem like a real natural behind the mic. Have you done this before?
I stream on Friday afternoons with the DeFi Down Under crew.
There you
do
go.
the happy hour.
There you go. I thought so.
Yeah,
I
so
thought so. We got professional. Yeah.
I've normally got a beer in
Good.
hand. So I've normally got a beer in hand. So this is like probably one of my first sober streams.
Yeah. Sorry. And going back to what you're saying, Crypto Stylist, I think that there could be a big whale that just decides to front run it. Ethereum starts to move and they want to jump in first. So there could be a few factors like that. And as you were saying, Dozer, going to your point, the people that are providing liquidity in things, maybe just waiting until things start to organically move before they start injecting more liquidity into the system. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, 100%. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think maybe whales are more risk averse, right? Like they're not after like 1000x pumps. Like they just want, you know, they're used to 5-10% in traditional legacy finance and things like that. So they're not going to be, you know, aping into meme coins and things like that because the risk is too high, and that, you know, it's about wealth preservation. I think at that point, once you've accumulated your stack, so they're probably waiting more for confirmation. You know, people thought that maybe when Bitcoin hit the all-time high, it might get rejected off that, and I guess you could argue it kind of has. Like it went over it briefly, but it didn't really go over it with a lot of momentum, and it didn't bust out to 90K or 100K. No. It kind of, so I think there's still people, or a lot of capital waiting on the sidelines, and it's just time. It's just literally like waiting out that cycle. To what Crypto Starla said, like, you know, we're just post halving. This is sort of par for the course, I'd say. So it's probably in the next 12 to 18 months that it starts to really show. And then maybe in the next PulseChain conference in a year's time, if we haven't done like, you know, a 10x from here, then I would be surprised and I'll be going, oh, okay, maybe my investment thesis was wrong. But
yeah, I think we'll be in a different place even in 6 months. And people and replay, and what viewers, please put a comment in, and we'll see what you guys think as well. Very importantly, what do you guys think about where we are and things? But I think we are very early, and that seems to be what you guys think as well. I think in 6 months' time we'll be in a completely different place. Certainly in a year. And then we go from there, really.
Yeah, so the Ethereum ETF as well. I mean, when is that? The BlackRock one, is that in August? I think
it's August. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. So, and then the SEC case in October. RH is just going to smash that. I reckon we could be looking pretty good by the end of the year.
Yeah, Money Game Crypto was saying that the ETF, the BlackRock, it just doesn't get turned down. It's almost like a rubber stamping. You know, it's very, very, very rare that they get turned down. So, but there's a good chance that will go through. If that goes through, I think that will be a game changer.
Well, I saw last night. Sorry to interrupt. I saw last night that I think it was Money Game Crypto was saying, I'd have to check it again, but there was an ARK Invest Ethereum spot ETF that had modified their proposal to take out Ethereum staking. So it was almost like they were having back channels with the SEC and they were modifying it. Yeah. So because they didn't want it just to get rejected.
Exactly.
So that was encouraging.
No, that's good.
That is encouraging. There's actually been a lot of very positive events, even just in the last few days, which normally would have pumped the prices more. But because we're towards the end of this consolidation period, and the sentiment in crypto is quite low, really, considering where we are in a bull market and things. And for instance, JP Morgan and Wells Fargo have had to admit that they've got Bitcoin on their balance sheets. And that's very, very positive. And I think it'll take a while before that sort of that information percolates to the wider masses, to the mainstream. But it's obviously another great sign of where we are in terms of legitimizing crypto and it just being a sort of real staple.
Yes.
100%. And then even bigger, I think, was the fact that Trump has decided to go full square behind crypto. And that's major. And again, I don't think the crypto space realizes just how major that is.
Yeah.
That's a very big deal. That's a very big deal. I mean, that's like a 2 or 3x for everyone. More gains in this bull market. Big deal, I think. But
because it could have gone the other way, right? Like they could have just been, oh, we're going to crack down on this, bloody Gary Gensler with his huckster flim flam talk, just so out of touch. It could have gone that way, right? And we would have been like, oh, but no, he's recognized Trump, like you were saying, was recognizing that there's a lot of money there particularly for donations, which is what they're looking for, at the moment going into the election. And then so if he's going to be at least pro crypto going into the election, and then once the election, because all of this money that they've been getting through whichever way, whatever means you might say, I don't want to go into it too much, but what do I think about the governments? But all of these super PAC funds and things like that, they've got so much money. So all that economic energy is about to be sort of put into the system in the form of the presidential election campaigns. And then, that money is just sort of the worst, because that's the thing is, this whole 4-year cycle that we see with the Bitcoin halving, it does sync up exactly with the presidential elections. So you do kind of wonder if it's not just a money in flow into the system thing. And then, a great point where you said Crypto 7, where you said that some of these guys, Wells Fargo and these big banks, and I think they've just been accumulating this whole time. I think, you see the JP Morgans and stuff, they would have just been stacking sats this whole time and just quietly just trying to accumulate massive bags. So that isn't that just encouraging that they're starting to see crypto.
And yet again, Jamie Dimon was throwing shade on Bitcoin, and they were clearly, we now know they were accumulating because they've had to reveal their balance sheets for Q1, and they were buying. Just again, while he's done this before, tries to criticize Bitcoin, get the price down so he can buy some more secrets. It's very sketchy.
Dirty.
And going to your point, Dozer, about the elections and things, and Trump accepting Bitcoin and things in his campaign. Of course, we know a certain somebody, Richard Hart, who might well be making some donations. What do you think, Crispy Man? He might well be making some donations.
I don't know that he would, but maybe.
It was interesting that I did notice a big coincidence was that Richard seemed to do that really bullish tweet about Ethereum, and he said I think he basically said it's 40% off. He was doing a massive buy signal for Ethereum, and obviously he can't talk about his cryptos directly, but it was a real buy signal to the space. And at exactly the same time, Trump goes really strong on crypto. And I wasn't sure if that was a coincidence or not. I don't believe in coincidences. I just thought it was very delicious timing anyway. What do you think about that, Crypto Stylist?
I think that I wouldn't be surprised at all if Donald Trump followed Richard Hart and took a lot of cues from him, or people in his world, follow him, because Richard Hart, whether you like, there are people, look at even Andrew Tate. He has a lot of PulseChain. He never talks about it, but whatever, people found out that he has PulseChain, and he's a part of our system. He just doesn't talk about it. So I think there are a lot of people who watch Richard from behind and don't talk about it right now because it's not cool to talk about it because he's being pursued by the SEC and because he's so controversial. But I think there will be a time where it will be cool and say, oh, I knew Richard. So I think that's, for sure. I think that Donald Trump, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, I don't know the guy, but I think another thing that's really positive about Donald Trump being so outwardly supportive of crypto is that his audience, the people who follow Donald Trump, a lot of them are not into crypto. You know, we have to like really zoom out and look at the world. People, 90% of people in my world who are educated will not touch crypto. Not 100%. Even Ethereum. That's too. Ethereum is scary. I'm like, yo, if Ethereum is scary, then do not buy. Go into a vault. They will freak out.
That's really interesting.
So if he is endorsing crypto as like the way and accepting donations in crypto, and then you have, to your point, Crypto 7, the Wells Fargos that having to admit that that's on their balance sheet, and then it makes the normies go, wait a second, maybe I should now at least think about this crypto, and it's not just a scam. That's
to throw something. I just to throw something out to you guys as you're talking about it. Listen, these guys have been and ladies have been accumulating Bitcoin and crypto for the last 7 or 8 years. So first off, I'm not fooled, right? I know that that's what's going on. And second, the reason for them to be talking about it now, and I agree with you 100%, Crypto Stylist, is because they need to attract retail. Of course, that's good for us overall, but the objective is exit liquidity. And, and that's going to take time. And so for them to be able to realize the wash, rinse, repeat cycle, enough people have to come in and buy it up so that they can actually get out with a profit, whatever they decide that might be, whatever their targets are going to be. Remember, they're in business, right? They're not here to just play. So yeah, anyways, my viewpoint on that, well, it might seem a little harsh, is it's the common setup, it's the norm for the market. And I agree with you 100%. People that I know that are very smart, they didn't have any problem dropping money on AMC. They're like, oh no, I can't touch crypto. I'll put $10,000 in to AMC overnight and then drop it. Hold my $30,000, $40,000. I'm not touching that Bitcoin. But now, like you said, more inroads, right? And more people talking.
It's opportunity.
About it.
It's opportunity for us, though, because it's the same as I talk to people in stocks and stuff, and the way that they trade stocks is just as risky.
It's as degen as anything as
100%. Some of these mining stocks, and they've got IPOs instead of ICOs, but it's just the same thing, man. Like the low liquidity, penny stocks. It's OTC. These guys on their high horse saying that that we're degens. It's like, okay, whatever. But the only difference is that we get the gains. See, they get the 2x's and the
quite often they get the rug. That's usually
a lot of the time, right? True. But at least we see like 50x's and things like that, like in some coins, here and there, or 20x here and stuff like that. So I sort of think of as crypto as being like a slingshot on that. So because of the low liquidity, and then obviously Bitcoin and Ethereum are not going to pump as hard because they're heavier. But then the altcoins, when it's their time, they can just far outperform. So you've got to sort of go down, you've got to weather it for a long time to get to that window when it can do that slingshot. So there's a lot of waiting around, unfortunately, and accumulating in the background, maybe looking foolish for a long period of time until you do get that slingshot. And then people see those gains and they go, what? You made 50x, 100x, 1000x, and then that gets them in. So it's interesting.
People will think we got lucky, won't they? And that slingshot it's when retail come in, isn't it? And I think there was a sense they were coming in when Bitcoin went over 70k, but it was only for a few days, wasn't it, guys? And I say on Crypto 7, by the time they downloaded the Coinbase app and did the KYC, Bitcoin was back down to Bitcoin was back down to 64, and they weren't sure then, were they? So they're sort of like, they've looked at it. I reckon they've downloaded the app, but I don't think they've bought. And so, and that creates, and I think this goes to a point that you were saying, Crypto Stylist, there is this expectation. And I think in the Hex and PulseChain community, that expectation, almost entitlement, is high, because we know we're in the right community. We know we're in the right cryptos. And we're just waiting. We're just waiting for the 4-year cycle, as you say, Crispy Man. It's that 4-year cycle, and we must be close to getting retail in now soon. But it's interesting because even in this conversation, we've really hit on just how strong this bull market's going to be. We looked on my channel yesterday about how the searches for Bitcoin on YouTube are actually at bear market level at the moment, which means one of two things. It either means we're very, very early, or we've missed the bull market completely. And there's not one analyst out there that thinks we've missed the bull market completely. The only way that we could have missed the bull market would be if NASDAQ was crashing like 30% or something. But that's back at all-time high now. It's completely recovered from the 300 friendly drones. You could see the Hex top on NASDAQ in the last cycle, and you could see the Bitcoin top on NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ top was the Bitcoin top, and there was a second highest peak when Hex topped. And that's when those guys weren't even mainly in crypto. So at the top of this cycle, they're going to be in a lot. And they are definitely going to have the steering wheel and the brakes and the accelerator. They're definitely going to be in control. But I think there's a lot of money for guys like Dozer and Crispy Man and Crypto Stylist and everyone who are holding Hex and PulseChain now and just waiting and for our time. Our time is coming. It's just, I just would have liked it if we could have been going up this weekend, because I know PulseChain would have really, Hex and PulseChain would have done even better. Because that's what seems to be happening. I think we've got, and this might be a nice conversation, I think we've reached seller exhaustion now, guys. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing seller exhaustion because we've had so much FUD. We are now moving up a little bit better than most cryptos in the last few weeks. And I just think we've reached that point.
We've had like 10 weeks of down and then it bounced off that low fib level, and it almost like a capitulation week, and then it's sort of forming like a double bottom, like a W with a higher low on the dailies. So it's starting to look like it's bottomed out. And I think any say Pulse, for example, any price below the 0001 is just gravy sort of thing.
So
if you can DCA into those prices, because you're effectively buying. I talked about this on my stream the other day. So the whale's getting 2.5x, right? That they were buying. So this is the best multiplier they could have got. That equates to the 404 price. Like that's the. So if you're buying around at that 405 sort of price, 406, even up to 408 or something, you're kind of getting access to prices that you would only have access to if you were part of a massive pool. Like we're talking whales, a huge pool of whales. So it really is, an opportunity to sort of accumulate. And I think with the, as to your point, Seven, when you were saying about the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, that had the whole market got spooked when there was that stuff in the Middle East, let's just say, and then, but it recovered. It completely bounced off that 20-week MA, came straight back, and it's just killing it. So I don't think, it's not over. No way.
I was going to say to you, certainly the macros have something to do with it in world events, but this is also normal. When's the best time to buy? When the prices are most depressed and oversold. We see all these indications, but what do people do? They don't buy. Right? So all of us watching and listening, we're like, I don't know, it might go down some more, and so I'm just not going to do it now. But wait until it doubles, and then we'll be all over it. Now it'll be time, and so it's kind of part and parcel, right?
I mean,
it's psychological,
Yeah, for context, when I talk to OG Hexicans and they tell me the prices that they got in at, and at that time they were like, we just dreamed of a penny. I'm like, are you kidding me? They're like, that was just like moon math, that people thought you were crazy to think that Hex could go to a penny, and that's, we have to believe. We're all here, I think, because we believe that time will come, or we can't believe that Pulse was at 4 zeros and a 5 or 4 zeros and a 6, like that these prices were like, you got in then. So it really is, because it feels so awful right now to hit that buy button, because you're like, am I just stupid, like just throwing my money at this?
Yeah.
And then it doesn't feel great, I have to admit, but you just have to do it,
But that's the thing about it. Exactly. That's what smart money and if people who are successful do, is you sort of counter trade your emotions. You literally buy on red days. Like that's just, that's just the way to succeed, really.
100%, brother. I mean, hey, listen, would anybody say to me that I was crazy if I told you I bought Bitcoin at 2,000 or I was buying Ethereum at $12? Did I do that? No, I had all the same arguments, right? I had all the same arguments we have today, and the concern and the worry for the future. And so I don't know what's going to happen, but I think back in 2016, if I had been buying, Bitcoin under $1,000, it would have turned out pretty good for me. And if I had been buying Ethereum, cheap, it would have worked out really good for me. I mean, it was just a different button.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this today, and it goes to something that you guys were saying, that because we all agree, I think, that retail aren't in yet. When retail come in, that's when it'll feel really nice to buy. That's when we should have done all our buying. It's when retail are doing all the buying, and retail aren't quite in yet, but they're very close to being in. So I was thinking this morning, if you're currently struggling to pay your bills because you've gone all in on crypto and you're uncomfortably exposed in crypto right now, then I'd go against the general trend. Everyone says only invest what you can afford to lose. But I would say that if you are sort of struggling a bit right now, you've played it pretty much perfectly. That's what I think, because you've front loaded your risk. It means in 6 months, it means you do not need to buy anymore. Retail are coming in soon. When they do, I guarantee the four of us, all of us, everyone watching now will buy a bit more, because it'll be irresistible. Because if your cryptos are doubling every week, why wouldn't you just throw a bit more money in? You get your friends and family and they get excited and you think, yeah, I could afford to put another couple of $1,000 in this week. And so you will. And then the next day that $2,000 is $3,000 and you think, oh, I'm glad I did that. But really we should resist it. We should be buying now before retail are in. When it becomes almost irresistible not to buy, even though we didn't need to. But I think that if you're sort of thinking, if you're down to your last sort of $500 in the bank account right now, the reality is you've probably played it more or less perfectly, I think. So if you are in that situation,
as good as you could.
If you are a bit stressed about money at the moment, then I think maybe you played right. I don't know, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Go 7.
Well, hey, sorry, go ahead, Crispy.
No, good. I'm going to change subjects.
Okay. I was just going to say, so like, it depends on your framing as well. Like, so if you had a look at, Hex on PulseChain, I know it was a bit of a trigger when RH talked about it, sort of touching all-time high and things like that. And people kind of going, hang on, but, Hex was up at 55 cents and things like that. But if you kind of buy into the migration sort of thing, and then you sort of say, okay, well, Hex on Pulse has a fresh chart. And then so if it was only at 3 cents was its all-time high, I think, and we're like at 1 cent. So it's like a 3x and it's going to be at all-time high. And in price discovery, no resistance on that chart. And then it'll be 10 cents, you know what I mean? And it will be like, oh, okay, well, maybe we can get to 55 cents. And then, Hex will be at all-time high again. It's not like, and it's got the least amount of liquidity. If you look at, Pulse Inc., PulseX, all this sort of stuff, people are going to be using PulseX, more volume is going to be coming in. You're going to get the buy and burn. It's going to be pushing up the price of PulseX. Then because of the liquidity bonding, that's going to be pulling up the price of Pulse. People are going to be needing to use the gas, buying Pulse. It's going to be pulling up the price of Hex. So all of that reflexivity that's been sort of working against us with the with Hart's law and the liquidity bonding, when people have been selling, that's going to be working for us when people are buying. And then Hex on PulseChain has got the least amount of liquidity. So if RH is looking for glory and looking for Hex at all-time high, it's probably Hex on PulseChain. I think has got I could see a lot of reasons why it could get there.
Yeah, And here, just to be even-handed, I think Somi was saying this sort of thing. He was saying, "Why don't we just say that we're all-time high, even when we're not, just to trigger the haters and things?" He said it would be very funny, and I think that's what he was saying. And I think that would be funny, so just to go with that, or even to go now, say, "Hey, Hex is at all-time high," and just see what the Hex haters say.
What happens if Hex on PulseChain gets to 60 cents, right? Then it really is at all-time high. You can't really. And then, I mean, I guess you could still, argue the Hex on Ethereum and yada, yada. But I guess in terms of framing, and, we know Richard's great at framing, right? So he could easily just wait for Hex on PulseChain to get to, and that's like a 50x, 60x from here.
Yeah. I think it'll do that.
It's certainly in the cards to do that, and a lot more is possible. I think you made a lot of good points, Tiz. When you start talking about the liquidity and how things are set up, and you just look at just how much of a beast Hex is on PulseChain, people are fading it. I talk about it all the time, but I mean the whole mining and whatnot. Okay, sure. It's possible that Hex doesn't have the greatest number of X's as compared to everything else this time. That's possible, right? But that doesn't mean it's not going to perform well. And it's one way or another, it's tied, right? So if you watch this liquidity and what's happening with Hart's Law, it's tied. And so, yes, it'll look different. Charts won't be exactly the same, but there's huge opportunity. And we are now beginning to get a lot of attention outside of the community on platforms like DBank, those types of things where, people are joining from PulseChain, getting visibility, talking with other whales on other chains through that protocol. So, I mean, it's beginning to really form up. In fact, that somebody put in chat, I mentioned it, that there's a proposal out there to now start carrying Hex stakes as one of the things that it automatically analyzes, which would be pretty awesome for me. I like that. I mean, I'd be super excited about that.
I like DBank as well. Yeah, DBank's pretty cool, and I think they're the ones that run Rabby Wallet. Like they're the same company, so it's like and I like Rabby as well. Yeah, because there's some doesn't matter, but I'm pretty sure there's some airdrop or something going on. But sorry, go for it, guys.
Yeah, I thought was something he was saying. I think it was Crypto Stars. I can't remember who said it, but this issue of what people expect something to do and what it does do are two different things. And often, I think it was you actually, Dozer, was saying this about people can shade a crypto, but it still ends up doing really well. And it reminds me a lot of Cardano at this point in the last cycle. And everyone was shading Cardano. You couldn't hear anyone say a kind word about Charles Hoskinson or his jumpers, or his fashion sense or his protocol. And it still did 150x, 157x to be precise. And that's not bad, And that was a second cycle coin because technically it launched in 2017. So that was in its second cycle. Hex on PulseChain is a first cycle coin, you'd call it, wouldn't you? So PulseChain is definitely a first cycle coin. And so if people want to write us off at this point, it doesn't really matter. And if people have decided, because we've been in such a long wait, to have such low expectations for what the primary tickers will do, it won't stop the primary tickers from still going to the moon. In fact, what we seem to be finding in Hex and PulseChain is that when we all think something's going to go up a lot instantly, it doesn't. And probably the converse is, now that we all think that Hex and PulseChain aren't going to do very much, or according to a lot of people on Twitter, then maybe that's exactly when they will do.
So on that note, Crypto 7, everybody that I watch, is really extremely bullish on Ink. As am I. I'm bullish on them in the farms and everything. But then I pull back. Sometimes I find myself questioning, well, if everybody thinks that, am I, is this, you're following the crowd, And so, and I'm not trying to be negative about Ink. I'm just wondering, like, could Hex be that sleeper, the one that the Cardano that no one's talking about, or that people aren't saying nice things about, that comes and steals the show?
Well, the parallel there is that Cardano has a massive community, right?
Yeah.
So very similar. So maybe it's just the fact that, you know, PulseChain and the Hexagons, we've got a massive community, and that's the thing that sort of actually makes a big difference when you talk about network effect and Metcalfe's law and all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly, does it. I'm also bullish on Inc. I mean, Richard Hart was saying how bullish he was on Inc. when it was $9. So that's good enough for me. I mean, it's $3 now, so there's a 3x just to get to the point where it was when Richard said he was really bullish on it. So, you know, the multipliers start to stack up quite quick, don't they?
Yeah, but I agree. Well, first off, Inc's here to stay. It's not going anywhere, right?
Yeah.
It is a tool that's part of the ecosystem. Long term, super bullish, regardless, right? Because it's one of the ways that liquidity providers can provide liquidity and support the system and earn rewards. But that doesn't mean we won't see rotation. And so, you know, a couple people have brought up rotation recently. I know Buck was talking about last night on here in the conference. Access Alive's been talking about it. Yeah, I mean, we could see that really pump up high, and then also see a rotation to that value into Hex. I mean, that would be one of the main plays I would expect to see happen at some point. And then that's not saying, and I'm not saying that Inc's weak, by the way. I've been an Inc farmer from day one, and I continued to be Inc farming right down to 50 cents, right? And one of my observations are the very strong players that stayed in it. They accumulated a lot of Inc. They are the power. They are the power now. They accumulated the Inc. They put it into you know, into the staking, and they're the ones that make the Inc. And so the rest of us who may not have stuck it out as long, even though I did stay in there, right, and didn't keep as much, we don't have that much power. So there are some big hands, strong hands holding that and keeping that on track as well.
There's definitely some pros with it. I mean, it didn't have a sacrifice, right? So it didn't have that ability to be sold down. And so the only way you can get Inc is through the farming, and then. But then that also plays into it. So when people buy it off market now, the way that the pools are set up with the liquidity is that you have to, it's to buy Inc, it's routed through Pulse or through PulseX, you know, so you sort of have to buy up Pulse and PulseX to buy Inc. So I think that's going to have a real sort of interesting feedback mechanism with the other coins, the way that they're all bonded. But yeah, I was sort of a little bit wrong maybe about Inc. I thought that maybe because it was there to be an incentive to offset the impermanent loss from farming and liquidity providing. So then I thought that it was just going to get sold down forever. Like I think people were just going to use it just to offset their impermanent loss and just sell it. But people really saw some value in it, and I think they just wanted some exposure to it. It's one of RH's 4 coins, so they were just like, let's go. And maybe that's one way to pump the whole ecosystem as well, is that you inject money into Inc, and then it makes it more. It sort of encourages people to use the farms more, and bring, you know, whales in who just want to earn their, you know, APR just sitting in those farms.
Definitely.
Well, and two things, 2 facts. Well, one's a fact, one's a question to you guys. One fact to add in there is that inflation rate is coming down. Yes, the maximum in the contract is 1 per second, but over the entire, you know, the entire supply, the total supply, the percentage is coming down, and it comes down every single day, every single second, right? Because you have a decreasing inflation. But I am curious, you know, over the last year, maybe the inflation's close to halved, and there has been rumorish talk about a halvening type of event, but I've never heard that confirmed.
So I think with the MasterChef contracts, that emission rate of like 1 Inc per block or whatever it is, they can adjust that. Like the MasterChef contract can adjust that emission rate. So I'm not sure if it's like a halving, if it's as much as it is like that rate can decrease over time. So you're going to get less Inc emitted into the farms, and then depending on how the multipliers in like the farm multipliers are distributed, some farms will get more or less of that emission. So it could become more scarce over time. So I agree with what you're saying. Like
and presumably anything like that would pump the price, would it, guys?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I was saying, this is just total. This is total made up stuff. But if you cut the emissions in half, doesn't the price have to double?
Yeah.
Well, there's less of it. It's like Bitcoin, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're waiting for now, isn't it? We're waiting for the hash rates and things to settle down. I won't pretend I understand it all. It's much more complicated than people. People say to me, "Oh, explain the Bitcoin halving." I say, "No, friend, you don't want to go down the rabbit hole. You just don't want to go there." But I mean, that's what they say, isn't it? Bitcoin has to. Plan B is saying it. Plan B is saying Bitcoin has to go to 120K because it was 60K
for the
at
miners.
the halving, and therefore it has to go to 120K. Going to your point, Dozer, has to go to 120K within the next few months, and that's what Plan B's predicting. And of course, that's when retail come in, and that's when we see the mad gains in Hex and PulseChain. I think for sure. One of the things we were talking about earlier, guys, if I could just move it to here now, is we were saying that in 6 months' time, I think we'll be in a completely different place. And I think one of the things is you get different narratives in a cycle, and you always do that. And I think one of the narratives we'll get in Hex and PulseChain in 6 months' time is the wealth effect narrative. And I'd be interested, Crispy, in your thoughts on, is that when people become more interested in staking and the 555 and things? Because at a certain point, I know it's hard to believe now, guys, but we're literally in 6 months' time, we're going to be thinking, well, what am I going to do with all this money? I can't cash it all out. The banks are going to freeze it. They're going to think I'm a Russian oligarch. Literally, a lot of people watching now are going to have as much money as Russian oligarchs in about a year, 18 months at the most. But, they're going to ring the tax office. What am I going to do with all this money? And I think, is that when, Crispy, that staking becomes sexy again? Do you see a revival, Crispy, because I know this is an area of
Yeah. Well, I talk about it every week, and I'm super excited about mining. Hey, listen, I think mining's here to stay for Hex, and miners have all the power in Hex. And now the question of whether it becomes popular or not, I think that green candles that print very strong rewards in dollar values for people will attract a lot more people to mining Hex. But you got to remember, in crypto in general, right? Staking is not like the most popular thing in general, right? Trying to trade tops, thinking you're going to trade tops. That's how it really works, right? So I'm going to continue, and I think you guys will too. Maybe you join me with this. I'm going to continue to bring the information out about Hex staking, but I actually probably think it's going to be hard to continue to get people into Hex mining because I'm faced with day over day, right? Somebody says you can do X, Y, and Z in this meme coin and you get 10,000X. And I say, hey, you know what? In the real world, 14% a year guaranteed for the next 15 years is pretty good. Which one do you want? And most people are not letting, it's going to be a select crew. Now that's actually even more bullish for Hex, to tell you the truth, than for the miners who are there. But we'll continue to tell people about it. But I think
there's more yield for those people.
Yeah, exactly. I think the question is, we see green cans for more interest.
So it's kind of like your risk profile, isn't it? Like, because a lot of people, and some people they need that 1000X or whatever. Some people only are happy with like a 20X. So it's interesting to see like that with the mining as to whether people will sort of want to do that. For me, I like the rolling stakes. I like the sort of getting that yield. If you're not going to sell it in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, things like that, then it's better to have it staked than sitting liquid, and then it stops you from sort of thinking that you like panic selling and stuff like that. Like not that you would do that anyway, but then in terms of what your question about at 7, you were saying about like that wealth preservation sort of stuff, and what do you do with all this money once you've accumulated it? My thing is actually to put it at the end of the cycle is kind of use it to pay off my houses, like to actually put it back into real estate. And then when you see the bear market come along again, you can take equity loans against that real estate and put it back in again. So you just sort of, you know, you just got to wait for the year after the BTC all-time high, and then that's when you can start buying BTC again.
But I think also, I think real estate does, to your point, is 100% like a very, very good way to, you know, for wealth preservation. And so that's a very traditional tool, and I very much believe in it. And that's part of my plan going forward. But I also think that there's this whole evolution of financial, these like fintech, these protocols that are coming in, wherein people who are in the system can, for example, stake their stablecoin and make a nice yield on it, or hex staking, you know. So like, I think that the 14% would be super attractive to the, you know, as opposed to, you know, then you don't have to necessarily exit your money out of the system either. Keeping it in the system is easier.
Well, you know,
it back in is hard.
Well, Seven has a great point, Stylist, right? I mean, everybody can't get it all out, right? There's no way, right? So, everybody to each their own to a certain extent. But so then the question is, what is your commitment to crypto, staying in crypto, and how do you survive this? Like, there are some things I plan to do. I plan to round trip on certain things for sure.
Yeah.
You know, and
some
you know,
percentage. Yeah, it's a percentage thing, isn't it? Yeah.
It certainly is. And you know, and I want a lot of ink at the bottom. So I'll make sure that I put a position in that'll accumulate that, and I'm going to want to do stables, and I'm going to want to pay my house off too. So I don't know, you know, they have 4 or 5 different things that I could be doing. So it starts to get real complex, doesn't it?
It's hard because you don't want to sell too soon, all that sort of stuff, and people exiting through liquidity. So you're really exiting like over long periods of time anyway. So
we could do like 2 hours on that.
Then you can take money out incrementally, because I'm just thinking, if we all wait till September 2025 and then just start extracting crypto into fiat, the banks are getting, can you imagine? They're so nosy, aren't they? If you spend more than, if you get some money for more than $10,000 or something, they go like, "What's this? Who's this?" Imagine. I mean, I can just envision your bank does it, because you like got $1 million coming in, and when they find out it's from crypto, then they're going to go completely nuts, aren't they?
They'll love it. They'll love it, because I'll pay off all my mortgages, and then I'll buy some more houses, and I'll keep doing it, rinse and repeat, and I'll get more loans. And, you know, and if I've got stables, and then I can refurbish those loans and things like that as well. Yeah, no, I mean, you got to keep your job, right? Because then it's sort of, then they're like, oh, okay, you can pay these loans and things like that. But hopefully I'm going to try and, like, I've gone to 4 days a week. I want to go to 3 days a week, and then eventually like 2 days a week.
I love it how you say you got to keep your job, yeah. When you're talking, most hexicans don't work anymore. You know,
it's too late.
We've already retired.
We should definitely talk doors another time, right?
Yeah.
And what that's all about, particularly maybe with Corey and Dane. Hey, I got quite. Okay.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you as a crypto question as we're getting towards the end here. Some of you have probably heard of Atropa and PDime.
Yes.
The copy. Any quick reactions to that? And I see people posting in the chat.
Meme coins.
Meme coins, you think so?
Yeah, that's my quick hot take. They're meme coins. But
I've been following
that will trigger so many people. They'll be like, "What? How dare you say that PDI is a meme coin?"
You stir up a hornet's nest with that.
Then if you go down the rabbit hole, there is a lot of evidence. It's not conclusive evidence, but there's a lot of evidence, enough to where I've been following it since last summer. So I've been in this for a long time. I've just been quiet about it.
Yeah, me too. I talk about it, but
yeah.
You guys in PDI? Have you got PDI?
Yeah,
of course. Yeah,
I had a bunch of PDI like left over from like running our bots and things like that. So I'm happy if it goes to $1. I think that's awesome. But I still think Hex could go to $1 as well. Like, why?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Why?
It's not exclusive.
Exactly.
I just don't understand.
In addition to.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a novice when it comes to that sort of stuff, like the paganising and all that stuff. So I apologize for everyone I just triggered then. But I understand there's a lot of things with the Atropa ecosystem and PDI and how it all works. The thing that I don't appreciate though is that they started off saying that it was Richard was behind it and things like that, and I was like, hang on. Look, it's okay for people to be setting up some really interesting liquidity meshing and liquidity pairings and things like that. And you could get any PRC20 to get to its parity to the ERC20. It's certainly possible, and it has been done.
Starting to see that. We're starting
but
to
that
see
doesn't-
that now. Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's RH that's doing it. Like you're conflating two things, you know.
Mm.
But it could do, yeah, sure.
On this whole argument, you know, first, I'm not endorsing one way or another, other than to say, hey, listen, I like the idea of it going to $1. But I went like completely the other way. I went and said, okay, what's the evidence look like in terms of performance? Not like I can't read all this code, and I don't understand what the hell they're talking about most of the time. But I do know that it's got narrative, it's got people and community, it's got the performance behind it. It's got the liquidity. I mean, guys, it's got the liquidity. It's got the benevolence, you know, $20 million, $30 million worth of crypto burned in LP. I don't know what else I want out of something, you know, in order for the price to go up and to the right. Now, will it peg? I don't know. And then you have all these 10,000 conspiracies, right? You know, maker vaults, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So,
but some of those things don't hold water, though. Some of the stuff that I've heard of.
They may not. They may not.
But
I don't know if it'll peg. I don't know if it'll peg, but I think it'll get to $1. I think. It has a
why
chance
would it?
to
It's already made it 90% of the way, 95%. Why would it go to $1?
Does anybody know
why wouldn't PDI go to $1? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's already gone.
I could
up
think of some reasons.
20,000x. Why wouldn't it go 200 more? Right?
Yeah.
How much PDI is out there on the sides, like that people don't even know about?
22 billion total, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of DAI out there. So there's a lot of look, I've been wrong about these things before. So
we're not trying to put you on the spot, and we're just talking about, this is a fun topic, and people are talking about it in the chat, and they'll ask this question, right? So might as well.
Never underestimate like a meme coin's
crypto, man.
ability to,
we're all four of us are guaranteeing that PDI is going to $1. Yeah?
Soundbite that.
No, I didn't say that.
Is it only meme coins we're allowed to do prize predictions on those? That's
Look, I'm sticking with the big four. I'm sticking with the RH coins. That's for me, and Hex on Pulse and PulseChain. That's for me.
I still think I'll give Crypto 7 what he wants. I don't know. Don't take it as financial advice. I think we'll hit $5 on Hex. Why not?
$5 on Hex.
Why not?
Nice.
Fantastic.
Oh, okay.
That's a good way to
Are you looking for moon targets?
Yeah, give a moon target. It's fine.
Fantastic. Good for you.
I just wanted to quickly say thanks so much, guys. I know we've got to wrap it up, but thank you so much for the chats and everything. I really appreciate it. And honored to be on with you guys.
Really enjoyed talking to you. It was great.
Yeah, such a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, it was awesome. And shout out to Seven. You know, I've been watching your streams for ages. I love you. Got Ivan on tech a few times, and I love watching your streams. And get some sevens in the chat for Crypto 7, and like and subscribe to Maddie's channel, and obviously Seven's channel. And
I'm a fan of yours, and I've been watching the other guys for ages. They're great guys. Yeah, it's really nice, really nice. I hope the audience enjoyed it. Please put some sevens in. Please put some comments. Tell us what we got right. Tell us what we got wrong. Engage. Let's make day 2 the biggest viewing numbers of the conference.
We just did it with PDI. That's it. The bots. All right, Dozo. So what's the moon math?
What's the moon maths? Oh, what's moon targets?
Yeah.
Look, I want to see Hex on PulseChain hit 10 cents like minimum just before and then I'll be like, okay, let's go. Let's get to the all-time high. So say 60 cents, things like that. But it depends on what time frame we're talking. I think Hex can hit 60 cents by Hex on Pulse can hit 60 cents by the end of this cycle. And I'd like to see Pulse hit a penny to see it get to a cent. I think I'd be stoked with that.
Very, very reasonable and responsible answers.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think everyone watching here now would probably be happy with that. I think that's good. I think we're going to have a great bull market. I think, which means almost all altcoins, even EOS, Litecoin, and XRP are going to do at least a 10x in this bull market. So I think a 60x for new cryptos, first cycle cryptos, is a realistic expectation, particularly as we've been pulled back so much, and we've. So I think we can do that. 50, 60x at least, I would have thought, for our RH tickers. What do you think, Crypto Stylist?
I think that this could be the last really big bull market that we see this kind of gain. So I think that everyone here, a really huge congratulations for being a part of, possibly being the part of the last big one, and say, I got in then. I was in that bull market. 2024, 2025, because I think after this, I don't think it's going to be the same.
Great way to finish.
Hey guys, awesome panel. Love all of your content. Where can people find more of you guys?
Go for it, Dozer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm on Twitter just as PulseChain, and on the DeFi Down Under channel, we do the Friday afternoon happy hour streams. So, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, you can check me out at hexfire.io.
And my X handle is on the screen there where my hand is moving. And I'm Crypto7 on YouTube.
And my X handle is Crypto Stylist, just like it's written on the screen. And I will be streaming again some point in 2024. We'll be streaming Stylist.
Yes,
so.
Let's go.
So, exclusive. We got an exclusive.
Tax advice. I'm going to give tax advice, crypto tax advice. I've learned a lot about it. I'm an attorney, so I want to educate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Is that with mainly American tax advice? Is that for Americans mainly?
Yeah, it's for Americans, but I actually lived in the UK for 6 years, so I just can't legal. Yeah, so
we should talk.
We should talk. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I really appreciate you guys speaking, and we'll catch you later.
Awesome. Thanks, Maddie.
Bitches, see a brandologist and a fashion coder. It gives your crypto heartbeat up before it's over. Check my post. Stop by Kaiser to stay bull run ready. Media is not tired. And on the corner of Westcott and ATX, saw a picture of Rich in Georgia in a wedding dress. Yes, hard pillar class teach fools. Met a pirate. Johnny's chaos broke loose. Heard a Hex siren and SJ appeared, but I saw whales only, no dolphins on the bed. Cosmic Cowboy saw the street it was on when Whitney did her magic and Toby Wan's Padawan. Wore a couple shirts while waving goodbye that said R.H. Jackson. Access was alive. Then I met Corey, a big time investor. Met another Corey, intellectual impressor. Robbie got me hyped, now we dance carefree. And Julie got her dress on with Lindsay and Marie. This compassion in crypto. Ask Black KC, Forrest, Robert, Quinn, or David Lee. Sandy Beach sounds good. A black Mexican winning like some Mexican or DJ from Polybar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA.
Welcome, Magic Carpet Ride. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Maddie. Greetings. Thanks to you and Sticker Guy for putting on this conference. I'm sure there's a lot of work behind the scenes, so I don't envy your position. But yeah, appreciate you, grinding and hustling and bringing a wider audience. Hopefully, over time, we get some more adoption from other chains.
Yeah, thank you. My pleasure. And this hour-long segment will be filled by many builders and people who can give us a 4-minute pitch of what you're building, what you've done. And so I will let you take it away here for 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right. I'll be quick. Well, yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say we've been here since 2021. We believe in this chain. We have an amazing community. There's some amazing teams that are building on PulseChain. We're collaborating with some of them, and I think we've got some future collaborations. So I'm really excited about that. We are building out an ecosystem at Magic Carpet Ride. We've already released the buffet and the MCR 369 token, which basically is our revenue capturing token. So basically you just stake it, real simple, and you receive revenue from all of the dApps that we have already communicated that we're building or have out, and future dApps, and also collaborations. At the moment, we've got, I think, HOA on there as a collaborating community. We're looking at working with Hocus Pocus as well. But yeah, we've built Barista, which is a fork of B protocol and a front end for liquid loans. So it's quite unique. Check that out. It also generates fees, and 100% of those fees go back to the MCR stakers. So just about all of our dApps, 100% of the revenue sharing model goes back to the stakers. We may tweak that with one of our future dApps, a very small percentage, but that small percentage, again, will go to maybe the Golden Bean NFT believers. So we're just playing around with that, but everything we do goes back to the community. So yeah, check out Barista. What else have we got? We've got Stakehouse, which is a self-directed Hex staking pools. So trustless, very social gathering of like-minded Hex stakers that want to pool together, save on gas on Ethereum. It's going to be on both chains, Ethereum and PulseChain. Get the bigger pays better bonus, get the Hedron, and also fees from that staking mechanism and the bleed out function and those sort of things go to the MCR stakers. That is on testnet. It is in audit. Hopefully we'll have that for the community to have a play with in the coming week, maybe month, maybe two. It's there's a lot in it. That's probably been one of the most challenging ones for us so far. But we want to get it right, and we're pretty excited to make it look, have a beautiful UI UX experience like we have with Barista and with Buffet. We have Bistro, which is an OTC marketplace. It's on testnet now and in audit. It's on private testnet. We only got it about 48 hours ago. It's a custom built OTC. We haven't seen anything like this on any of the chains. We've done quite a bit of research, and from what we've seen, it's quite unique. I'm not going to go into too much details because there is a few other teams building OTCs, and we don't want to give them any ideas of what we've got coming. But super unique. I think everyone's going to really like this OTC marketplace. Again, all the fees, and it's multiple tokens. The fees will be in this particular OTC marketplace. All of those do go back to the MCR stakers. So basically, every part of the ecosystem funnels all the fees back to the stakers. So even if you didn't want to participate in any of those protocols, you could just hold the MCR token, stake it, and earn passive revenue, which we all know we love passive revenue. We do have one more major dApp announcement. We may announce that over the next 2 to 4 weeks. It's probably our biggest undertaking. It's something that's already out there and it's well known, but we believe we've made major improvements and some innovations to this, which I think the community are going to like. So once we can make that announcement, we will. I'm looking forward to getting the feedback on that particular one. And yeah, through some of our systems that we have out now, like Barista and MCR, you could earn Bean, which is our reward token. That Bean has future privileges. For instance, in the OTC, if you stake Bean, you get 50% off the trading fees, the swap fees. And you could also get Golden Bean NFT. It was very limited to 1,369 Golden Bean NFTs. Those also have future privileges in the OTC and in this next app that we're going to announce in the coming weeks. You might see things like yield boosting, for instance, in certain parts of that new dApp. You could get the Golden Bean if you're a HOA holder or a Bean holder. You could also transform the Bean that you acquired through Barista or through staking and transform them into Golden Bean for free. So yeah, check out those. If you follow us on Twitter, there's our link there. We have a linked bio. We have plenty of marketing and information. So just follow us there. If you have any questions, you can join our Telegram, and we'd be happy to answer them. And yeah, Maddie, thanks. I have one more thing to say. A special shout out to my bae, Sandy Beach. She's my bestican. She helps me a lot, and incredibly positive person with a big heart. So a big shout out to Sandy Beach.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for your talk and everything you're doing in PulseChain. Appreciate you.
Compound that there's a lot going on. So I was trying to like get that out succinctly as possible, but I probably messed it up a little, but you
did great.
I don't practice. I just YOLO. I just, I like to do things live. So yeah.
Awesome.
I appreciate the time, Maddie.
Yeah. Thanks for being on. And next up, we'll have Just Ask Jesse, and then Zenith and Abit. Then we'll have Crypto Compassion and the Gray 369. All right. Thanks.
Peace.
Hey, y'all.
Hey there. Just Ask Jesse of PowerCity.io. How's it going?
Going good. Thanks, Maddie. So I come from Power City. We've got a number of dApps that are released. We believe in adding various use cases to the Richard Hart ecosystem tokens. And we also believe in revenue-based incentives that flow back to the users or the holders in the tools that we create. So the first thing that we have is a core, where our strongest believers can stake, and they can stake tokens, they can stake LP tokens, and they can capture much of the fees from all of our dApps that flow to them. There's also an increasing share rate that they're able to capture in various ways without an increasing share rate that emits any tokens. So it's just there's ways to capture additional fees without necessarily having to feed out tokens. Now, all of our dApps, we believe in the community having the strongest incentives for liquidity providing. So instead of just one entity that has the vast majority of the liquidity that can be rugged or something like that, you spread it across the community, hundreds or thousands of people. You incentivize them through various ways. You also make your dApps immutable and trustless. And then these things kind of become community owned. You've got the fees that flow to the community that's running these protocols. And then you're kind of hands off as far as a team. And that's kind of besides, some explaining how it works. That's kind of where we stand on our how we go about our dApps. One dApp we've created is PortalXSwap.io. Imagine it like a big search engine. It's going to scan 60 plus different blockchains, and it's going to find the token that you want to trade out of, and then the token that you're attempting to trade into. And it's going to give you a list of all the various routes that you can take. And then you select the route based on the fee that you like, or maybe you just like a particular bridge. Maybe you like going through Richard's official bridge, right? That's on the list. If that's the one you want, you click it, you interact directly with those contracts. We don't host any liquidity. It's a giant, very powerful search engine to get you from point A to point B. And this is we believe a tool that can be used to easily onboard people straight into PulseChain. We always keep PulseChain right at the top in the token list. So even people who find PortalXSwap outside of PulseChain are like, oh, what is this chain? And they can easily come in if they and play around if they'd like to.
I actually used that just this past week with BaseChain to get some of my FriendTech airdrop off of Base without waiting 7 days. It worked in like 3 minutes, and it cost like $2.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's what we designed it for, just for ease of use. It's really hard to go looking around through 60 some different blockchains, and each of those chains has 5, 6, 8 bridges, not to mention all the trading dexes inside of each of those blockchains. There could be dozens, right? So we're talking about hundreds, or or even thousands of different tools you would otherwise have to know about and then go figure out how to access them without, going to the wrong one that might be a scam site or something. And what our tool does is it scans, it finds all the legitimate ones. It even lists the safety of various tokens or trade routes for you, so you can better make a decision if you'd like to go that route. So that's PortalX Swap. And it does have a very small fee to use for that service. And those fees flow straight into PulseChain. Purchases pumps Pulse, you could say, and benefits our ecosystem, we feel. We've also got earn.powercity.io. Earn is a liquidity fork for the PulseX token. So we believe the more use cases you can give a token, the less likely people are to sell it, right? So Earn protocol allows you to collateralize your PulseX. You can mint some stable coins. You can place those stable coins in a stability pool or go liquidity provide with them elsewhere. And you can earn various incentives for doing that. When you take your incentive token, which is the earn token, you can stake that for the fees. So then the fees flow to you in the form of PulseX token, as well as PXDC stablecoin. All right. So it's a stablecoin lending protocol. There's, there could be tax advantages that you'd like to utilize if instead of dumping your token at a good price point and then, paying a capital gains tax that you might not want to pay. There could be other alternatives to you, such as taking a loan against it, right? Or you might prefer to just yield using your PulseX. And the way you do that is you lock up some PulseX, you mint some stable coins, you go earn some yield for a while. And when you're ready to stop earning that yield, you pay back your loan and you go about your business. Now, the community has been asking.
So we hit the 4-minute timer a ways back, and I want to know, where can people find more of these succinct explanations and more from you?
So powercity.io has all the links, and you can navigate straight to the Git book. You can visit us on Twitter at powercity.io. And just one last thing, the community has been asking for a long time for us to do a lending stablecoin protocol for Hex. And that was just released just a week and a half ago or so. So now you have an option to use your Hex and mint some stable coins and earn some yield and do all the same fun things that you do with Earn protocol or liquid loans you can now do with your Hex.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your launch, and thanks so much for coming to speak at the conference. Looking forward to catching up with you more in the future.
Thanks.
Awesome.
See you.
Thanks. Hey, how's it going?
How's it going, Maddie? Good to see you again. Also, shout out to Jesse and the Power City team. They're good friends of ours.
Absolutely. I'm going to let you take it away here for 4 minutes, okay?
All right, you got it. I'm going to do my spiel, and then if you don't mind coming back in a little bit later, if you have any questions you want to ask me, I'm more than happy to field them. Excellent. How's it going, everybody? Shout out to all the folks who caught the last panel last night. That was the Degen Roundtable with RG3 and Vets in Crypto. For those of you who didn't catch that stream, I am Zenith, part of the Degen Roundtable, and we are a team of folks with skills and specialties spanning the entirety of the crypto space, entrepreneurship, and traditional finance. Our mission is to onboard new people, share research about the space that we do ourselves amongst each other and learn, and provide mentorship for those people seeking it out. We want to do all of this by building community via our streams, Telegram, and in-person meetups. The Sunday shows that we like to run, we cover crypto news, technical analysis, macroeconomics. Wednesday shows are special guests and upcoming projects, and we also alternate it with a show every other Wednesday called Whiskey Wednesday, which is a community highlight where we bring on folks from our own community, hang out, chat, and bounce ideas off each other. Lastly, Fridays are the day for our side projects. We have a fitness club where the folks like to talk about tips, tricks, and keep each other accountable and share what they've been up to. Also, we run the book club, and that is produced by yours truly. We cover books and do an analysis on anything from personal finance to just personal self-improvement. And then lastly, when RG3 is out of town doing the PulseChain conference, we are very appreciative that he likes to toss us the keys to host the effing Hangout, keep his community show running, and we love to meet new folks on there and hang out and talk with everybody on Discourse Syndicate. So the principles for how we operate this team is we want to be honest, transparent, and have good stewardship. We are always going to be honest and transparent about the positions we have, our connections and ties to anybody we bring on or talk about. And lastly, for good stewardship, we want to make sure that the community is happy, healthy, and always growing and learning. We're trying to keep out bad actors whenever possible and protect people from the scams and sometimes themselves, to be honest. Our stream is always going to be free. The Telegram is free for now, but it might not always be in the future. So other than that, projects that we have going on in the works right now, there is a Hexagon meetup Telegram that is produced by our very own Will Stevenson. If you are in the United States or even international and you want to meet up with other Hexagons, you don't have to wait for massive events and conferences to go on. All you got to do is hop on in there, tell people about yourself and what you like to do, and throw out ideas to meet up in person and hang out. Additionally, one of the future projects we have coming down the road is we are building a searchable reference library for crypto information in an attempt to streamline the process for onboarding people and having quick, reliable access to information about this space. Sometimes hard to find right now, but we hope to make that better in the future. Additionally, this one is very much in the early access and even prototyping, but we are looking to build a one-button hex staking mechanism for you to purchase with a credit card, debit card, or PayPal or whatever. The idea is that you can either buy it for yourself or maybe even use it as a gift card to send other folks to get them into this space. Lastly, all I got to say is don't be fooled by the name. I know the running joke is that we call ourselves the Degen Roundtable, but really, our mission is to consistently learn and build wealth through solid practices and good fundamentals of investing in this wild, volatile crypto space. That is what I got. I hope to see you guys over on our YouTube channel for the streams, or if you want to join the Telegram, go to your URL and type in bit.ly/degenerate_roundtable. That is what I got. Maddie, get back in here.
Hey.
There you go. I saved you some time a little bit, I hope.
Yeah, well, great job, and really appreciate what you guys are doing with your YouTube channel and your Telegram group and onboarding people into crypto. So yeah, thanks for everything that you do, and looking forward to hearing from you in the future.
Thank you, brother. Always a pleasure.
Awesome.
I will catch you later.
Thanks. Sounds good. _Hex. How's it going?
How's it going? Amazing conference. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited.
Absolutely. And yeah, really happy to have you speaking here. It looks like you have some slides to share, and I'll let you take it away for 4 minutes. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing. 2 minutes more than I thought I would get, so I will be using them.
Great.
So let's bring up the screen share. And here you guys see it already. I will be talking about the 9mm ecosystem, the most capital efficient DEX on PulseChain. The only thing that I have to do is share my screen, and let's go through the presentation. So the first table of content, that's what we will be talking about today. Why 9mm? We'll be talking about Pulse OGs and Pussy, and then about some comparisons between V2 and V3 liquidity. So first question is like, why 9mm? And the most important thing, it is the most capital efficient DEX on PulseChain. Here you see a little graphic. We will go into depth in a little bit. The second point is V3 allows for in-depth LP strategies, and I wish I could go through all of them. The most important thing to know is that you don't have to provide 50-50 liquidity anymore. Now you can move it around in your own range, or even go into a single-sided, but we do not have too much time for that. Here you see the possibility how you could set it up yourself. But the most interesting thing for me is the revenue sharing system that we have on 9mm. It is coming from the volume that occurs on the DEXs, and in the future also other protocols. All the volume that occurs on those DEXs generates fees, and these fees are split up 50-50 to the stakers of 9mm and 50% to the buy and burn. So let's talk about the Pulse OG and the Pussy. They are the adoption amplifier of 9mm. Hex had a distribution mechanism of a 1-year time period. You have the same here in 9mm as well, but we do not have the system where you put ETH in and get Hex back. We have a system where you hold a PulseOG NFT or a Pussy44 NFT, or you participate by buying, selling, or providing liquidity on those protocols to then receive 9mm airdrops over the next 12 months. So here you see a picture how the distribution of the 9mm supply is going to the different parties. We have 10% going to the liquidity pool. That already happened yesterday. 9mm launched. And here you see that 30% is going to PulseOG minters. These people are people that click the button, minted the PulseOG, and they will always get 30%, even if they are selling their NFT. That's why we have those two categories. The PulseOG holder is somebody who bought it on the secondary market. He will get 20% of the total supply over the next 12 months. And then we have Pussy and protocol users, like I said before. And all of that will be airdropped over the next 12 months. One airdrop already occurred 2 days ago, and now we have 11 more to go. The special thing about the Pussy, it is working exactly like the PulseOG. It's an NFT, but the Pussy is also a 404, which is a token and an NFT at the same time, where you can buy fractions of this NFT. Here, for example, I show 1.2, and that is really important to understand because only a full Pussy will give you the 9mm airdrops. If you hold fractions or if you provide liquidity, then you won't be able to get the airdrops. And it also gives us this nice chart here where we can track what is the future market supply of 9mm worth, because that's exactly what this chart shows us. Right now, you see it's at all-time highs. Very great to see. Let's look into V2 liquidity providing, because the V2 that we have on 9mm is exactly the same that we have on PulseX, where you have to provide 50-50 of both assets equally in the entire range. And that's what I like to call infinite liquidity. The great thing here is that, let's talk about the use case of V2 first. V2 is mostly used just like in PulseX for farming, where you deposit your assets and then you go to another protocol, in our case, Orange Grove or Enigma Diamond Mine, to earn incentive token. And now the most important part to understand V3 is exactly those two pictures. On the left side, you see V2. The price range goes from 0 to infinity. That's the entire green range. And in V3, it is compressed into your specific range that you have chosen yourself. And the yellow line here is where the price is always at. And you see already that it makes way more sense here on the right side to have the liquidity where the price is at. That especially makes sense when you think about a stablecoin to stablecoin liquidity pool. Do I really need to provide liquidity for a stablecoin at the $100 range? Probably not. It will always just trade very closely to $1, and that is where the very big benefit of V3 comes in. And obviously, from the concept, that is also true for every other token. Will Hex go to $7 tomorrow? Probably not. So now I can choose a lower range, and that means the entire market is more capital efficient, and you earn more fees. That is very important. And here in the last couple of pictures, some more benefits of V3 compared to V2. Now we have a collect button. Your fees are not compounded into your position anymore like in V2. Now you have a button that you can click to only collect your fees. I like this a lot. And in the last slide here, I have just an example. You can make this example with other coins as well. Here we have Bro that was launched on 9inch with a liquidity of $170,000. And look at that. 10% of that liquidity is already by 9mm. Why is that? Because it is more cost efficient. The liquidity providers make more fees. And the greatest thing to understand is with 8.5x less of the liquidity, we are able to serve only 2.5 less of the volume. So that is really the strongest thing of V3 9mm, to understand that it doesn't matter if you like it or not. It gives huge benefits to PulseChain because the people have less slippage and the LP provider make more money. I think that's especially interesting for founders and for meme coins, because now you can choose yourself in which range you deploy your meme coin compared to the valuable asset PulseChain. And I hope you all liked this presentation. I have just one more thing to share here. I hope you guys can see it right now, which is my site, pumpX.com. If you just go to pumpX.com and you scroll down, it is basically a link to every single thing that you need on PulseChain. You see Hex PulseChain already tagging tickers, marketplaces, and so on and so on. And if you click here on the top right 9mm, that's where you find everything that I know about the 9mm ecosystem, which is quite a lot. And I would like you guys to go there as well to understand. And just look at this very picture, try to understand it, and that's when it should make click. And that's with my presentation. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Very cool. Well done, Abit, as usual. And yeah, really appreciate everything that you do for the community here.
Same. Thank you very much, Maddie. I was very excited to be here.
Awesome. We'll catch you later. Peace out. Next, we have Crypto Compassion, and then we'll have the Gray 369. Welcome, Crypto Compassion.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
We're going to have you do a 4-minute presentation here, and I'll let you take it away. Thanks for being here.
All right. Hey, you guys, it's John here, Crypto Compassion. I came into the Hex ecosystem back in February of 2021. I was onboarded by Joe Perry's. Nevertheless, I like to go to a lot of these in-life meetups, and there's a group in particular that I'm in as far as Randy Hilarski and the No Permissions group. And the token that we're talking about and the core founding members are Randy Hilarski, AJ Rip City, Bets in Crypto, and myself. We're looking around June-ish as a launch date. That could be a moving target, but nevertheless, it is a community token, meme coin, and it's very memeable. And the only reason that we're kind of getting behind this is because we believe that this is the adoption amplifier for PulseChain. We want people to come across the bridge to PulseChain, and we believe that we have the Shiba Inu, if you will. So after you look at maybe it on the surface, we started looking at how could we, robust this meme coin per se, and give it a lot of bells and whistles. And it just so happens that the, No Permission owned a lot of the 2Fucks votes. We got great relationships with 9inch. And so we started looking at all these other yield generating mechanisms that would allow people to get yield while riding up through the bull market. So we got a good brain trust going. We had a lot of advisory meetings with like Rags to Riches, Kool-Aid, Access, Sloth. We even have PTG founder on the back end helping us with tokenomics, and he's joined our team. So that's a fun fact. We went ahead and stepped into the arena with talking to a bunch of meme coin artists and different web designers. So we have a robust team on the back end, probably about 5 people on the back end there. We even got musical talent on deck. So Freddie Quotes, Corey the Investor. We need to get Black Hexagon in there. And then we got the Bearded Saint for some of the sizzle reels, right? So we're trying to do the things right. And the fun thing is, like I said, we're trying to shoot for around June to launch. And it just so happens 2 of the core founding members are going to be going to Europe just at the first part of June. And they're going to be meeting with some of the whales. If you could do the backstory and follow the tea leaves, maybe you know that Randy is connected to a number of people, Solid X. And then you can take a look at Vets and Randy going over there and meeting up with the 9inch team and just kind of, we're trying to build things out. We got a lot of people in this that we feel like we have a real winner here, and we're excited to, really introduce it to the community and then build out from there. Maddie, if you want to comment in. And then just on the tail end, I would say that Maddie and I also had a conversation. We have an OA amount, and we talked about time pays me and how we could kind of posture to the community by utilizing some of these tools that obviously you present and use it for what we're doing. And I think that it's a good look, if you will.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing better than proving something on chain and having the receipts. I'm going to be recommending the same thing to the Hex and PulseChain OA that I am to you guys, which is like, if you're not going to sell it, why don't you prove on chain?
Right. Totally. Yeah.
Cool.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for what you guys are doing. And thanks for speaking here at the conference.
Thank you.
Where can people find more of your content?
Yeah, obviously you're going to want to keep an eye out for anything that Randy or AJ or Vetch or myself put out, but particularly it would be at John Boy Crypto, JON, not JOHN. So JON Boy Crypto. So yeah, we'll be releasing stuff, and I'm sure you guys will, like I said, we're trying to build the strobe light in the desert. So I'm sure you guys will see a lot of it. We believe that we got a lot of things on track to make a very large splash.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for being on, and we'll catch you later.
Take it.
Next up, we have the Grey 369. Welcome to the PulseChain conference.
Hey, Maddie. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. And I'm going to let you take it away here to explain what you're building for the next 4 minutes. How does that sound?
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Great.
Yeah. So how's it going, everyone? This is the Grey 369. I'm the founder, or one of the founders of both PTGC and UFO. They are both fee tokens on the PulseChain network. I want to kind of talk about the similarities and the difference between the two and what our goal is with these protocols. I spent about 3 years just studying tokens, studying blockchains, and really seeing what made tokens successful and what was the downfall of tokens in particular. Both these projects is pretty much a conglomeration of these ideas I've seen in other projects put all into one project. PTGC and UFO both have some unique properties to them that I believe aren't even possible on other blockchains, and that's thanks to Richard Hart. When I first started building on PulseChain, I noticed some big things that I've never noticed on another blockchain, and these big things were, for one, the good opportunity to be able to get into the core tokens at such a ground level. I think all of us know that we've been sitting at ground levels for both PulseChain, PulseX, Inc, Hex, eHex, and a bunch of other good copied over ERC20s on PulseChain. That was the first thing I figured out, and I was coming to the conclusion that by pairing one token to all these other tokens, I now make it so this token actually acts as all these tokens as one, just like a diversified investment account, let's say. So when you have a token that's paired with large liquidity pools with all the RH tickers and the blue chips of PulseChain, the token itself actually becomes all those tokens. As those tokens go up, we go up. As those tokens go down, we go up. If one token goes up, we get the benefits of that one token. And it goes the other way as well. If a token goes down, we also. And that's basically Hart's law. And that was one thing RH taught us in particular. When I saw the opportunity to make huge pairings in a big LP web with these wonderful RH tickers, I knew it was a great opportunity for PTGC in both UFO. But I then saw on the blockchain that because of the low fees on PulseChain, there's actually a ton of arbitrage and AMM bot activity constantly fixing LP pairs. When I saw tons of money flowing throughout the entire blockchain by these R bots, they're constantly fixing the pairs and making a profit even without paying any money back to any of these protocols. When I noticed that, I then put a fee in front of these tokens, and now every time the R bot jumps in between any of our pairs, we then take those fees and bring it back to our protocols via buy and burns, LP ads, and rewards to our ecosystem. So long story short, since we are connected to everything on PulseChain, we get to, or not everything, but a lot of the blue chips on PulseChain, we get all the gains of them and also the downtrends of them or consolidation periods. But the difference is every time there is an action, every time a token, let's say Hex goes on a 20% run, we get to tax that volatility and bring it back to the PTGC and UFO ecosystem. This goes for if PulseChain goes on a run. This goes if Hex goes on a run, if Inc goes on a run. Anytime there's any volatility, we get to capitalize on this volatility and bring it back to the PTGC and UFO ecosystem. This is what I believe is one of the best utilities, is because this utility actually doesn't even require a user. We are paying out high APY, doing huge buy and burns, and adding LP just based on volume and volatility on the PulseChain blockchain. Our chart has actually been moving upwards just based on these tokenomics because it's constant buy pressure on the chart, no matter what price it's at. We've included those same metrics because it's been highly successful in both our projects. And just recently, in the last 7 days, we launched a new project called UFO. And this token actually gives everyone the ability to pair any of your RH tickers and PDAI with this new token. And you not only get your LP rewards via PulseX, but you also get PLS rewards based on the tax structure. So every time a person adds to the LP via our DApp, they're creating a bigger web, which then makes more arbitrage opportunity for these bots that then add more rewards to the users themselves. So instead of a normal farm, as more people add, the APY decreases heavily. This APY actually stays somewhat similar because the fact is the web keeps growing and growing and growing. And on top of that, the ability to put all your RH tickers to work while earning more PLS is ultimately the goal here. Is no one wants to have to sell their RH tickers if they have bills to pay, so we might as well put all the RH tickers that we already know and love to work for us. One last thing, I guess, before I wrap it up. When I was building this, I realized that there was a great use case for eHex there. A lot of us have our eHex sitting on Ethereum, and we're debating if we should restake it or use it or not. Now I created a reason for anyone to bridge their eHex onto PulseChain, and you can now pair your eHex with this and earn passive PLS in your wallet instead of just having it sit there collect dust. I see you're back, Maddie, so I'm sure I'm to my 4 minutes.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for explaining your protocol. And where can people find more about you?
So my Twitter and my Telegram handle is thegray369. If you have any questions, you can find me there. And then if you want to hop in our Telegram itself, it's just the Gray's currency.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for speaking today. And next up, we're going to have 404 Mon, then Victor from Hex Postcards, and then KG.
Thank you so
thanks
much.
again, the Gray 369. Catch you later. Awesome. Here we've got 404 Mon. What's going on?
What's up, Maddie? How are you, man?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Just
awesome.
Trying to wrap this up. Then I got work in about 2 hours. So I'm excited.
Great. Yeah, I'm glad you could join us, and I'll let you take it away for your 4-minute explanation. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'm Liddyverse, also known as Snatch Fetch'em. I'm representing 404 Mon, and we aim to challenge the perception of NFTs beyond the current label of JPEG with a serial number. And the ongoing gamification within the 404 Mon collection is reshaping how we understand the value and rarity within the digital assets. And we kind of wait to see Richard Hart's updated perspective on this topic. So that being said, 404 Mon was designed to kind of pay homage to Richard Hart and the whole ecosystem. So every monster type is sharing a family type of, let's say, hex or incentive. And let's take incentive, for example, they're green, right? So all these different monster types represent the different colors of these different tokens. And we wanted that to kind of be a rally for the community and have that be something that people could be proud of, right? Even though Richard Hart himself kind of doesn't put too much value on NFTs, the 404 aspect kind of bridges the liquidity and adds just value to the art, even though we added some cool gamification mechanics to the collection, like evolutions, and the way they evolve is a 49% chance, right? So if you're holding enough of these things, and we encourage people to do that with like the cool art and things like that. So they're very different in the sense of, okay, you just look at the art and then that's it. So now you not only have the aspect of value being backed by the liquidity, but you also have the different rarities and the different token IDs, which also can add to the value. So not only can you sell them on an exchange, but you could also go and sell them on the marketplace and potentially make way more money like that. And, you know, it's been quite fun. It's just me and my developer. He's called the Professor Dex. And, you know, we've been growing quite steadily. We came out at, I believe we came out at 555 PLS. Now we're sitting well above 555K PLS for 1 Fafman. And, you know, we got some cool stuff going on still. We have Evolution still coming. We have some cool merch, which is always going to be limited edition. So first come, first serve type of thing. And we kind of just wanted to embody that old school feel of like the late 90s, you know, and give people some real nostalgic feels to PulseChain. So we're excited to kind of build and see where this goes. You know, we're super early to the ecosystem as just tokens themselves. So, you know, the NFTs are going to be unfortunately on the back burner from the looks of it. There's not too much excitement going on, but you know, we're going to keep pushing, we're going to keep building, and everything is looking really good, to be honest. So Maddie, if you got any questions for us, you know, that would be cool. If not, I think you know, that's pretty much all I got to say, man. People could find us either on Twitter at 404 Pulse 404 Mon, excuse me. Our website is 404.monster, and our Telegram is t.me/Fafmon.
I dig it. What a great project. And I know Crispy Man's a fan as well. So yeah, keep up the good work there.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Catch you later. Bye.
Take it easy, guys. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Next up, we have Victor from Hex Postcards. Welcome.
Hey, Maddie. How are you, my friend?
Doing great. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah,
we
of
really
course.
appreciate
Yeah,
you.
no, I just, you know, I love the community and love the opportunity to present Hex Postcards. We're going to reel it back a little bit and focus on Hex some and not so much the
Awesome.
new projects. But
Sure.
yeah, can I share my screen or
Please
or
do.
we just okay.
And I'll let you take it away here when you're ready. But yeah, Hex Postcards is definitely one of Richard's favorite projects. Can say that much based on his public tweets. Okay, I see it here.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to show the website, you know, so you don't have to see
Awesome.
my ugly mug. But
Well,
but yeah, man.
I'll let you take it away here for
Yeah,
4
please.
minutes, okay?
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you. But great, you know, good to be here. Good to be in front of all the hexagons and pulsecons. But we'll reel it back a little bit. Hex Postcards been around a while. We've been around 2 years, over 2 years. It kind of came about right around when NASCAR happened. Richard was enthused with the marketing, but he's like, you know, we need to focus on some of the things that kind of push it in a little different direction, you know, as far as outbound messaging goes and what's effective and what's cost effective. And one of the things, one of the community members, Togash, he was interested in was Richard talked about direct mail. And we have numerous examples of Richard saying direct marketing is key, and it's specifically things like postcards, like, you know, letters that come because you can't gatekeep it. And I got the website pulled up right here. Anyone can go to it. It's hexpostcards.com, and we just did a redesign of the website. We got a lot of stuff going on. We've been around a long time. We've sent around 450, getting close to 500,000 postcards around the United States to some of the richest people in the United States. And we do it because we've got a couple of strategies that kind of help us out. We have a printer, Hexagon, who does a lot of the printing at cost, so we can get the prices down considerably. And it's really effective, an effective tool for messaging and outbound marketing to get a letter in the mailbox. And some people may say, you know, well, it's kind of old school, and you know, who's going to read it? It's just going to throw it in the trash. Yeah, maybe, but you know, it gets to the person usually, and it's it's something unique, and it's kind of like Hex is unique. It you get it, you get a sense that not a lot of people do it this way, and it's just, it deviates from the norm. And so yeah, and I just wanted to talk about, we've gotten, Richard supported us. We're we did a design contest just recently, our third design contest, to get a little hype in the community, and we've had a lot of artists and designers come in, and it's the third one we did, and a lot of people were interested in it, and we just get people involved in learning about Hex. And we also do PulseChain and PulseX and all of Richard's projects. And it's an active community that keeps that kind of keeps the fire burning, I guess. And we also have a take action page here where it has a list of the different things that you can buy, letters or yard signs and whatnot. But a lot of these resources, we're a team that kind of, if you wanted to donate money to specifically send postcards, we're a team that can do that. But we also have the resources here where someone could say, hey, I want to do it myself. We've got all the tools here to show you, hey, you can use this vendor, you can use this vendor. This is kind of the price you're looking at per card, and you can target these zip codes. These are some of the wealthiest zip codes in the United States. We're also targeting Canada and Europe. And it's so far had a lot of hits. I mean, more so back in 2022, you can go through some of these old school Twitter posts, and this is proof that this stuff is effective, because you've got huge Twitter accounts, and Richard's talked about it. Other people in the community have talked about it. Excuse me. There's big Twitter accounts that see these letters, see these postcards, and they post it on their Twitter, and they say, hey, what's this thing? What's this, that the solicitation, blah, blah. But then it just spreads. It's so organic. It spreads to their Twitter, their followers, and then other people talk about it. And it's great. And there's a video here where I highlighted some of the kind of the greatest hits, so to speak, of what's going on. And we've also got the donate page here set up, and the contact, which is for joining our Telegram, which is got about 1,000 members, and Richard has promoted it as well. And some frequently asked questions about why we're doing what we're doing, who the people behind it, what's the goals of the website. And I'm kind of wrap it up here. You can see it for yourself, but if Maddie has anything else, I'll be happy to talk about it. Otherwise, we can move on.
This is, very well put together. So thank you so much for everything you do for the Hex community, and really glad you got to speak this year.
Of course. Back at you, Maddie. Love you, buddy.
Thanks, man. We'll catch you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Next up, KG, Internet Money. What's up?
What's up, Maddie? How are you?
Great. I'm going to let you take it away here for 4 minutes.
Okay, I will do my best. Well, hello, everybody. For those that do not know me, my name is KG. I am the founder of the Internet Money Wallet, which is a MetaMask alternative, but native to PulseChain. So everything that you are used to doing on MetaMask, you can do with the Internet Money Wallet, but it is optimized for PulseChain. And now many people, they think, how can a wallet be optimized for a given chain? It just works or it doesn't. Well, that's not true. It's a statement of fact that some wallets work better with certain chains. And while we work with all EVM chains like MetaMask, we are specifically optimized for PulseChain. So if you're looking for that best wallet experience on PulseChain, Internet Money Wallet is the place. We are available on Android, iOS, and Chrome. And if you do know us out there, thank you for everybody that supports us. If you're new to the Internet Money product, we are open source, twice security audited. We've been on the market for about 1.5 years now. We have over 42,000 downloads. We're represented in over 170 countries. So the wallet has exposure. It has a large community that is growing. Obviously, PulseChain is our home base, but we are a multi-chain community as well. We have a couple special things that no other wallet offers for PulseChain, and that is we have price tracking for every PulseChain asset. So all these cool coins you're hearing about today, coins in general, they all have prices in the Internet Money Wallet, which is very important. We preload most of the PulseChain tokens as new ones come out. We try to keep up with that with logos, so you actually get that full PulseChain experience. And we have an amazing in-app swap feature in the wallet as well. It's actually the best place to swap on PulseChain. I know there's this, we don't swap in a wallet paradigm, but we're here to show you that it can actually be profitable to swap in a wallet. We aggregate more liquidity than anywhere else on PulseChain. So if, for example, if you're a Pateus fan, we aggregate to Pateus. We also aggregate to 13 other liquidity sources as well. So you're always guaranteed the best swap when you swap within the Internet Money Wallet. And it's easy because you don't have to connect to dApps or anything like that. And one innovative thing that we have that no other wallet in existence has is 100% of our revenue is distributed to the holders of our token time. So if you're looking to earn some passive income in the form of PLS without staking, without taxes or reflections, without locking up your coin at all, simply hold your time and earn passive income in PLS as the wallet revenue grows. Internet Money Wallet is the place for that. So if you're looking to try out a new wallet, we would appreciate the opportunity to be that for you. And if you're not looking to make the full switch, that's okay. You don't have to leave whatever wallet you're currently using behind. You can use 2 wallets in parallel. So give it a try. At the very least, you'll support your fellow Pulsicans in their endeavor to build the best wallet in crypto, which for the amount of time that we've been on the market, we've accomplished a lot. We've grown a lot, and we continue to grow every day. We average about 100 new downloads a day. And we're constantly growing. We've got a lot of new features in the pipeline. One big feature we're working on right now is NFT support for PulseChain, Ethereum, Binance, and Polygon, but obviously, most importantly, PulseChain.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate how you bring builders together and represent the community well. So thanks for speaking. And where can people find more of your content, KG?
Maddie, first of all, thank you for the conference. Appreciate all your hard work, brother. It does not go unnoticed. And if you'd like to get a hold of me or Internet Money, simply go to internetmoney.io. You can find everything you need right there.
Awesome. And up next, we have Pulse Ray Vision. Then we have Yellow Cake. We have Nate McGettit. Then we have Fast Abdul and Anders of Love.io. So thanks, KG, for speaking with us, and we'll catch you later.
Thanks, Maddie.
All right. Up next, Pulse Ray Vision. Welcome. Unmute.
There we go. Hey, kids. How's it going?
Great.
I just want to say thank you so much for going with the space theme simply to support anti-gravity. That was really sweet of you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So, I'm really pumped for you to be speaking. I appreciate what you're doing, and I'll let you take it away here for 4 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. And if we could share the screen. Perfect. This is our white paper. So basically for the last few years, I've been trying to figure out a way to encompass and build something on top of PulseChain and Hex that keeps all the air in the balloon, that bucks the bull bear cycle and holds all the economic energy into one thing. And unfortunately, for the first couple of years, I came up with a lot of ideas that didn't work at all. And then I thought I started to notice everyone is really into betting on JPEGs, and people love to gamble and get giveaways and rewards. So what's a way that we could get people in the door with giveaways and gambling and all the degeneracy that we see in crypto? And how do we lead them into something a little more long-term, something that has more to do with delayed gratification and DeFi tokenomics that a lot of people haven't seen? And so over the years, we were really inspired by the What's a NFT. Of course, we're inspired by Hex and the T-Share, inspired by Texan and their ability to pay yield without inflation, and a bunch of other really cool tokenomics that we wanted to fold all in the same thing. And so I thought, besides just throwing up some JPEGs, some AI art, let's put a story behind them. So a couple of years ago, I started writing what is now Rings of Dust. And Rings of Dust is a sci-fi novel and a hero's journey that supports all of the art in the NFTs that we're going to be coming out with. And at the same time, we use the book to describe and explain some of the tokenomics, because as you guys know that are into the What's a NFT, that took like 2 or 3 days of wrapping your brain around this piñata that fills with candy until you smash it open, and then it no longer fills with candy. And so we put a lot of these tokenomics into the book to help explain and help people wrap their head around some of the giveaways, rewards, and tokenomics that we're dealing with. So here's our white paper, beautifully put together by our designer, Cody. And as you can see, it's the problem that we're trying to address is building communities and onboarding people, and the volatility that we deal with in the cryptosphere, where, like I said, all this energy comes out and then it leaves again, unfortunately, during the bear. So we came up with some of our favorite tokenomics to wrap into this NFT project. So there is a token called the Dark Matter token, and there's an NFT project called the Anti-Gravity NFTs. And the way they work together is that the token supply of dark matter is a limited token supply of 1 million tokens. And each one of these tokens can be used to mint one anti-gravity NFT. So we started with a limited supply and programmed scarcity into it as much as we could. So there are limited windows in which you can mint and limited NFTs that you can mint, because there's only 1 million tokens. So there's only 1 million possible NFTs, not counting liquidity providing and trading and all the other things that degens do with these tokens. So you've got a limited amount of pinatas, you got a limited amount of tokens, you've got an evil address as well. So we introduced an evil address. We didn't want to try to convince people of a benevolent address or an OA or something that was going to help the community. This is an evil address. This address is going to compete with you for tokens, and it's going to compete with you for the NFTs. So that adds a little bit of scarcity and an interesting dynamic to it as well. Am I at 4 minutes yet?
Yeah.
Jiminy Christmas. All right. And let me just hit 2 points real quick.
So far.
We've got the Rapture, which is going to guarantee that we have a token supply of 0 on a specific day. And we also have the Collective, which is what we're calling our community. The Collective comes from the book Rings of Dust. And it's a reward system, it's a point system, and that's where we're at right now. And you can go to agproject.io to get involved.
Well, I'm really excited for what you're building. I have known about it for over a year. And yeah, kudos to you for putting all this together. And thanks for speaking and for having a great channel for years in the community.
Thank you very much. You're one of the people that shot down all my bad ideas 2 years ago. So without you, this wouldn't have matured to such a beautiful place. And without your awesome conferences and community and networking, I never would have ran into the brilliant people that I talked to, the other builders in the space, just like KG and the other people. So my hats, cool. This is part of your community. So thank you very much, Maddie.
And where can people find out more about your project?
Well, you can go to agproject.io is the website. But we really pool most of our resources right now in Telegram, which is t.me/anti-gravity saga. And that's where we release new things. And I stream every day as the clock rolls over. So come party with us.
Yeah, sounds great. Well, we'll catch you later. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Peace. Awesome. Up next, we have Yellow Cake, then Nate McGettit, then Fast Abdul, and Anders from love.io. We're running a little bit behind, but it's just because we have so many amazing builders in the PulseChain ecosystem. So here we go. Yellow Cake, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Maddie. Thanks for all you're doing here. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. I'm going to let you take it away for 4 minutes, okay?
You bet. Thank you. Hi, I'm Yellow Cake, one of the co-founders of the 2FUX protocol, which stands for the Pulse Hex Universe Exchange, and the 2 being because we point towards it. So essentially, 2FUX is a social aggregator of voting power. So it allows people to aggregate their voting power in a vote escrowed system like Balancer. So Balancer V2, which FUX is a copy of, generally users would lock up their governance tokens for up to a year to get the most amount of voting power, which can be resource intensive. So 2FUX protocol has taken on that burden, so that the protocol itself amasses this large amount of voting power. And a user could come in through the front end without owning a single token and just participate, just route their liquidity, which goes back into the FUX pools, but then the user then benefits as though you were the one owning this wallet containing this large voting power. So there's this idea of this social aggregation of working together on a macro level, but there's also basically it fosters a sub-community collaborations as well. So here, like groups with shared interests or goals and resources can pool resources and strategies together to build really interesting liquidity strategies that'll benefit the whole community as a whole rather. So essentially, users will come in, park their liquidity, earn more as a group than you would as an individual. But then there is a governance token as part of this ecosystem that allows the community 100% of control over deciding the things that matters. And what that is in this ecosystem is where the money goes. So essentially, by holding the native token, it'll allow you to steer emissions to the pools that matter the most to you and to your communities. So we are a completely self-funded project that was 10 months in the making. The period for aligning your values to bootstrap this initial community has ended in terms of the initial value alignment. We reached 555 Telegram members today, which I think is really a testament to where we're going. Because if you look at the very on-chain amount of votes that is in sitting ready to be deployed in the protocol for the protocol use is going to be a meaningful amount for the initial community to have control of from day one. So the governance holders, the token holders, will have 100% control over all that protocol owned voting power to direct to pools of their choice. So additionally, there is a secondary token that represents this voting power where users can stake it and earn a share of the protocol revenue as well. So this will be, the launch phase is happening right now. The protocol is complete. Audits are complete. There's a very extensive audits. We're a one-to-one fork of Oro.finance. So we benefit from that very extensive auditing history that they have, as well as a $1 million bug bounty that was in place. We all benefit from that. We are in the launch phases, which will be happening in stages. There's a few different periods that'll happen consecutively. So watch for the alpha, because I don't have time to get into all the details right now. But we have completed the first phase, and we are entering into the next phase of the 2FUX protocol.
Awesome.
Hey, Maddie. Yeah.
Hey, well, I'm excited to have builders like you on chain, and I know I'm going to switch up the order a little bit so Fast Abdul can go right after you, because I think your guys' talks will be related.
Thanks, Maddie. I was just going to mention we could not have done it without the amazing support of the other builders in this community. PulseChain is just a cohort of amazing, amazing people, such as yourself, that are helping the community and the community of builders. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, awesome. We'll catch you later.
Cheers.
Awesome. Now we have Fast Abdul, who's going to jump the line here, and then we'll go to Nate and Anders. Welcome.
Hey, Maddie. How's it going, man?
Great.
Cool.
So you're the one who's always saying, let's talk bribes.
I am. I do enjoy the bribes. And to that point, we're launching a protocol to make on-chain smart contract bribes a reality on the PulseChain. So
beautiful.
It's on top of 2FUX that Yellow Cake was just talking about, which is built on top of the FUX exchange. It will allow people to sell their voting power to whales and founders that are interested in acquiring more votes to boost the yield of their pools on the FUX exchange and on 2FUX, which is a front end for it. So it's going to be a pretty big deal. It won't be, I know bribe sounds all seedy, which is great for marketing, in my opinion, but it's totally legit. It's you get to choose where your vote goes, right? So you're not just selling to the highest bidder. You'll have a list of bids, and you can take the highest bid, but you know where it's going. Or if there's a lower bid for something that you're interested in, like let's say you were interested in the Great Time Pool, which is the internet money time token that has a gauged pool on FUX and incentivized pool. that would be great. But if it wasn't the highest bribe, you could still take the lower bribe because that suited your interests. So you could definitely have your cake and eat it too with this scenario.
Awesome. Well, that sounds very valuable.
You bet. And the bribes themselves can be paid in any currency, like obviously only good things. But, like if a founder wanted to put up a bribe, like let's say the SolidX community had a gauge pool and they want to put up a bribe in the SolidX token, they could pay the bribe that way. So you could be voting for the SolidX pool and be incentivized with a bribe in the SolidX token, for example. So I think that's something that's going to add a lot to people's bags. It's been done before on Ethereum, and people are making between 3 and 5% a month just in bribe money. So I think that's it takes out the entropy because it's a new source of income that's coming in on top of what our protocol does. That's bringing additional outside money. So it's going to change the math quite a bit, and it's whale friendly because the whales are going to be the ones who are putting up the bribes, but it's like little guy friendly too because they'll be the ones taking the bribes. I would like to be on both sides if I could, but taking bribes sounds pretty sweet to me.
Cool. What other information do you want to share? Well,
just to go over, touch on the stuff that Yellowcake was talking about. We've finished the 2FUX protocol now. The sacrifice is over. We're just in our deployment phases. So it's going to be very soon. It's imminent that people are going to participate with our protocol. And it does a lot of things, a lot about voting and bribes and all that stuff. But the biggest thing that I think most users should be interested in is what can give you up to 2.5 times boosted yield versus what you might get by yourself on the FUX exchange. So if you're already participating on the FUX exchange in liquidity pools that are paying you, consider checking out the 2FUX front end for FUX to get that 2.5x potentially a boosted yield. All you have to do is unstake an LP token and then restake it via our front end. The LP token still lives on the FUX exchange, but by using our front end, you have access to that boosted yield. Now, that's a longer conversation to tell you how exactly that works, but I think most people will be interested in that concept. And again, this isn't as Yellowcake said, these are big protocols on Ethereum that we're forking. They're tested, tried, and true, and we're very confident this is going to be very effective for the PulseChain.
Well, the chat certainly is excited as well about your protocol. Can you tell people where to learn more?
You bet. So right on the screen here, I have 2phux.io. That's our website. I have links to the Telegram there. The Telegram is the best place to come. You can come, talk to us on Twitter and stuff, but we don't spend a lot of time there because this is fairly complicated. Telegram's the best format. So first go to the website, then click the link to Telegram, and then come ask us all your questions. Beware of scams. We will never send you a private message unless you message us first. But the protocol is imminent, but not out yet. So if you see the token, check in the Telegram fruit room first to make sure it's real.
Sounds great. Well, thanks for coming on the conference. And I think we'll have you later on the program tomorrow.
That'd be great. Thank you, Maddie.
Awesome. Thanks, man. And now we have Nate. Welcome.
Hey. How's it going, Maddie? All right.
Pretty good.
Well, yes. All right. So I got
I'm going to let you take it away for 4 minutes here. Okay.
Sounds great.
Awesome.
All righty. So I am here in place of Jeff, Apex Hex, to talk about his project, which he is currently in the process of creating Pulse Farm, right? So basically, it's just it's a native single-sided staking farm, right? Super easy, super awesome. But one of the problems with, the point of this is meant to help you become a validator. So that way, you don't have to know all the tech and have to get all the equipment and the hardware and everything. It's meant to help with that. And so, yeah, what you're going to end up doing though, here's the big deal about this. Okay. The big deal is going to be that it burns the Pulse token as well as the Pulse Farm token. So usually with the APYs, it's going to be like 10%, right? And that's when you pull out of the farms. Well, here's the thing. It's going to take 1% of that from you, but it's 0.5 of that is burning Pulse. So that means your entire bag of Pulse is now getting burnt and it's just rising, right? Overall, that's what it is. We are currently looking for a lot of helpers here, like some Web3 development or devs, Web2 devs, just anybody who wants to donate to this to try and get it off the floor. It is currently on the Forge NFTs channel, the website, the Launchpad, and we're going to try and get this off the floor to help everybody's bags. And that's it right there. Oh yeah, and if you do have one last thing, Maddie, if you do want to help out with this project, right, just go ahead and contact Apex Hex from Twitter, and he can get you set up. And I just put that in the chat there, Maddie, if you could put that in for me. Yeah, contact him. He will help you out. And I'm telling you what, there's a lot of great things happening in PulseChain right now. The more and more I'm looking at these like buy and burns and the bonded liquidities and everything, there are some absolutely incredible things that are about to pop up here. So get ready, guys.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for coming on, and really appreciate you.
Heck yeah. See ya.
Catch you later. All right. Finally, to close out this segment, we have Anders from love.io. Welcome.
Thank you, Maddie. How are you today?
Doing great. How are you?
Yeah, great. Thanks.
So we have 4 minutes here to talk about love.io in the final segment of this builders segment. And just really appreciative to you, because you're helping along with Pateus.io to sponsor something that I'm going to be talking more about in my talk later tonight.
Yeah, we and it's one of our main use cases, actually, micro tipping and so on. So what we did was to give 100 million love to all the speakers. So that's actually including myself. So I will receive some love today.
That's
so
right.
I'm very excited. Should I just make a brief introduction to love.io and what we are doing? So we are building. We have big goals with love, using the best brand and ticker in the world, as we believe, especially for this when it comes to micro tipping and rewards for brands and so on. And so we've been working with love.io for even before the PulseChain was on the table. We needed a chain to build on that could actually enable this with micro tipping, very fast, small fee transactions, and fast, plus the infrastructure that we got with Ethereum fork, that all wallets and everything is working. So we have been building like heck even before the launch.
How many developers do you have?
We have engaged so many. So we have over 30 devs here in Asia, a lot of Russian devs as well. And
amazing.
We have come very far. We have delivered. We were the first to have a bridge. Yes, we have a bridge between PulseChain, BNB chain, Ethereum, and also now Base as well. So we're taking economic energy. We believe that we can to get into different trading communities and so on. We should have like an easy way for them to engage and so on. So we built that, and we have launched the same smart contract. Love exists on all of these chains as well. And then we have our fantastic dApps as well, and of course. We have staking protocol. We have a very sophisticated lending protocol as well. So everyone that earns love, if they shop on the lovify.com marketplace, they can earn love. Then they can then lend it and earn a daily love. The same, they can stake it for a longer time. We really believe in this long-term vision of cryptocurrency. we are quite early. We are basically very early, quite small community, but we are increasing massively, I would say, especially outside. We have lovify.com, which is a marketplace with over 100,000 products. Every time someone is finding a product on Facebook, on Instagram, by an influencer, can be a famous perfume, and they buy the product, then they receive a love reward and cashback. So we have daily adoption into our ecosystem. We really working with the concepts that made the social media platforms and e-commerce platforms big, like Facebook and Amazon, for example, using the same concepts to blitzscale. That basically you're building applications that can blitzscale by itself. That and we are doing that with lovify.com. Basically all we are doing. So very excited for the future.
Yeah, well, it's no secret that I'm really excited about all the things you're building with your 30 developers and brilliant ideas to bring on board into PulseChain. And so I want to thank you again, Anders, for donating $5,000 worth of love to the speaker fund that I put together. And I also want to thank Pateus.io for matching that. It's really going to show the speakers how much we appreciate them and how much we work together here.
Yeah, great. And thanks everything what you're doing, Maddie. You're doing an amazing job.
My pleasure. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So we're running a little bit behind schedule, but we've got Adam Stokes up next. So there's going to be 45 seconds of music playing, and then we'll have Adam up on screen. Thanks, Anders. We'll catch you later.
Thank you. Cheers.
Peace.
Bye.
Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
Hey there, Adam.
Hey, Maddie. How are you, brother? Good to see you.
Doing great. Likewise.
I've been watching the show this morning. I see you've got a lot of guests coming on, and what's very inspiring is that you have so much development on this chain. It's not just about, go Pulse because go Pulse and let's get rich. Of course, that's part of it when we look at investing in this space, but the amount of development on here that is truly inspiring.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also very impressed with the PulseChain builders.
Yeah, as we spoke off camera and before in previous interviews, we spoke about what we're going to talk about today. And as you know, part of my journey here is not so much as a hexagon or a pulsicon or a part of the RH ecosystem, but I've had the honor to meet Richard Hart 3 times on camera and go into deep dive discussions with him and look at the whole Pulse project. I go all the way back to when Hex was called actually Bitcoin Hex. That's how OG I am in this space. But as you know and as you understand, I don't identify as a hexagon or a pulsicon, but rather an economist and a crypto enthusiast. And as we've discovered together, I guess my role, if there were such a position in this community, would to be as the bridge, to bridge the divide, to bridge the gap between the crypto normies and the RH ecosystem. When I came into deep diving into Pulse, what was very fascinating to me was the concept behind Pulse. The concept, of course, of taking everything that was built on Ethereum, duplicating it, and I went into a deep dive exploration of the project. I even applied an old business SWOT analysis to it and went into the pros and cons, opportunities, threats. And we discovered in this deep dive process that in theory, it should work very well. But of course, we have to look at what's happening in the crypto space at the moment. I would argue Pulse is competing with, of course, Ethereum, Cardano, Avalanche, Polkadot, Solana, and more. And there's just more and more coming. And what I've gone through recently, Maddie, is I'm making my first meme coin, just to, I guess, explore how it all works. It's one thing to sit on the sidelines and commentate on what's happening in crypto, commentate what's happening in the macro and microeconomic spaces, in the financial spaces. But let's face it, you've really got to get your hands dirty. I think I've done that in the trading space, the investing space, buying, selling, teaching, learning, interviewing. But what I've failed to do, Maddie, I've failed to make a coin. I'm halfway through, probably 3/4 of the way through that process. So I actually first made it on Solana. I looked at making it on Ethereum, but the gas fees were just ridiculous. And of course, that's where Pulse was born, because of the stupidity of the gas fees that were retarding many projects, primarily Hex in the first instance, that we could see the fees there were just too stupid to do anything. I looked at Cardano, and I've interviewed people who made coins on top of Cardano. That seemed a little bit clunky at first, and Polkadot, not so much. But then when I went to Solana, it was so fast. I actually, if you will, reverse this question and put it on you. When you're building a coin, if you've built one yet, are you sticking with Pulse simply because of your commitment to it, or because there is advantages to building on Pulse?
It's really easy to launch a coin on PulseChain. I haven't ever even been on Solana. I've been on Base. I'm old school in Bitcoin, for those who don't know. But it's like, you can go to gopulse.com and create a token in 1 minute or two. You can also go to 9inch.io, and I am really familiar with both of those founders, and I really like both of their brands. And so there's actually 2 places on PulseChain where you can create your own token. Is somebody named Funding Jim, who I trust and respect highly. He's the one who flies all around the world onboarding like celebrities and famous people into Hex and PulseChain, and he's been doing this for like 2 years straight. So Funding Jim, he did an experiment where he made a coin for 33 different YouTubers in PulseChain. This was, I guess, like probably in the first 3 or 4 months of PulseChain existing. So he made a Maddie token, and I've been playing around with that recently by airdropping it to some people and that sort of thing.
Okay, let's get into some of the nitty gritty of that, because that's fascinating to me. So I make a coin on Pulse. Let's do a thought experiment. I make a meme coin on Pulse, and then I make the same meme coin on Ethereum. On the surface, as I understand it, the reason why I'd make it on Pulse is because all the gas fees for those who buy and sell it and move it is going to be a lot less than doing it on Ethereum. But the advantage of doing it on Ethereum, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I have much greater exposure to more markets, more exchanges, more dexes, shall we say. It's easier on-ramps. Am I understanding or misunderstanding that? What's the pros and cons of building on Pulse and Ethereum both ways?
Well, I think, whatever your target audience is matters. Crypto is a big experiment. And so why not experiment on multiple chains and just see for yourself, like where your audience is and where the market is demanding, to create value or not create value. I think on Solana and Base and Ethereum, that's where everybody else is competing to make meme coins. And I regularly go on Mario's spaces and have, 4,000 or 5,000 people listening live to these meme coin spaces, because they invite me as a speaker. And people are paying tens of thousands of dollars just to get exposure for, what seems to be things that really don't have that much of a backing. And so at the end of the day, the meme coin space is very much about provenance, as they say. It's very much about like the culture and community that you're building, as well as like the mimetic like nature of what you're doing.
You've nailed it with it's all an experiment, and that's why I say on my channel, be patient. Don't get so upset when people make money in arguably stupid coins. I'll give an example. Pepe is a coin I just find hilarious, probably because I just like saying the name, and the meme represents so much to me. But and I've made a lot of money in Pepe. I'm not sure it's through skill or luck or just rolling the dice and being in the game for a long time. If we look at going all the way back, I also made a lot of money on Dogecoin, a little bit on SHIB, but I haven't really played with Dog. We've had probably too late on that, and you can see others coming in. And what's interesting is that some people get so angry at these coins. It's like, well, how dare you even talk about these? Bonk was another one I made a lot of money on. And I say don't get angry at the market. Just roll with the market and accept that, as you said, it's all an experiment. All of us here right now talking in this space are on the very front line of the financial future of the world. And beyond the financial future of the world, we're also doing a lot of development. And that's what I was saying as we went into this interview today. The amount of development that's coming on in this space is truly impressive. I'll touch on the psychological side as a normie on the outside, if you will. I get very scared about what's happening in the whole RH ecosystem. I'm looking at GoPulse right now, and we've got red across the board for the last 30 days, the last 7 days, last 90 days, maybe not so much. I have full disclosure to everyone there. I do have Hex. I've staked Hex. Then when it forked, I got the P-Hex, of course. I sacrificed for Pulse. I sacrificed for PulseX. I don't have any incentive. And I also sacrificed for liquid loans. I've never been paid by Richard Hart or anyone in the RH ecosystem. I've never been paid by liquid loans, and I do diversify, and I've got money in other areas. I'm not putting more money into this, but I'm certainly not dumping at the moment. And there's been pressure to say, well, buy low so you can dollar cost average your purchase price of everything that you've done in this ecosystem and get that average a bit lower. I say, well, I've already made my move, and sitting in the eco space and looking at a lot of stuff, I got nervous and get nervous about what's happening in the whole RH ecosystem. Throw on the legal case, of which many crypto creators are going through or have been through and probably will go through in the future. But what gives me assurance, Maddie, is what I see today and what I see in this ecosystem. When I come back into this space and I see people saying, right, we're actually building this, we're doing that, we've done this, we've looked into this is the purpose, this is why we're doing it, this is the ecosystem. I'm like, wow, it's so much more than a meme coin of what we were just discussing on all of these other platforms. Yes, you could make a meme coin here if you like, but it goes further than that. Actually developing and using this backend to create big projects that could change so many lives for the better in the future. Where I get nervous again, and it's nothing against this ecosystem, it's just as an investor, it's like, well, there's so much competition. There's so much competition. We can see, depending which data set you're looking at, 26,000 coins. If you go to CoinMarketCap, they say it's more than 2 million coins, and some random Google searches say there could be over 400 million coins, or at least 400 million users. And with all of this new development coming in, scams, of course, and projects that aren't a scam but will go up and then go down, and then random coins that come out of nowhere. I'd argue Solana was that to an extent where, 5 years ago, I wasn't thinking about Solana, and then suddenly it's in the top 10. What's your concern when it comes to the competition in this space? Even though fundamentally there might be great technology in the background, great community, great development, great concepts, how do we deal with competition?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for like what's fashionable, and then there's something to be said for what is real crypto. And I don't feel like all these other chains are competing in what I would consider to be real crypto. If you have 1 million Robinhood users, great. You just primed 1 million people to either figure out what real crypto is, or maybe I think unfortunately the risk and what I'm the most concerned about is that people will feel like they tried crypto, but all they had was an IOU. All they had was a centralized exchange. All they had was a chain that can be turned on and off at any time. And so I think that's what keeps me going, whereas I could, just walk away. But I really see a need for the true crypto, which means not your keys, not your coins. And you can hold Bitcoin, and I know that that's decentralized and that's a real crypto. Ethereum also meets the build. Base and Solana do not meet the criteria of real crypto, because Base has a single validator at the core of what it's doing, and it's created by Coinbase in the first place, which is a centralized exchange.
Yeah.
And then you've got a Solana, which, you know, that goes on and off frequently because of like how centralized it is. So you know, I like USDC. USDC is a great thing, but it's not crypto. It's crypto related or adjacent. PulseChain, like Bitcoin and Ethereum, is real crypto. You can't turn it off. And you know, so if people are having trouble onboarding, the community will build easier ways to onboard people into real crypto.
You know what's scary to me is that it seems as a society, so many people are in fact addicted to and want centralization. And Base gives us a good example of that. So we can see Coinbase being the biggest exchange in the States, arguably. So the biggest in the world, of course, is Binance, and then Binance US was cut down because of what happened with CZ and central authorities trying to, I would argue, dilute the power in there, setting up for what's happening with Coinbase. But then, of course, as you say, it's so centralized with the base itself, and then Coinbase, the exchange. And I was listening to Bitcoin University a while ago, and there's a theory, and I think it's quite a valid theory, that what's happening in the United States as a center of gravity for money is the United States government has to accept that Bitcoin is going to come into this space and all the other cryptos around it. And when it comes to Bitcoin in the first instance, they say, right, well, if you're going to use Bitcoin, we'll approve it so long as you use Coinbase. Coinbase then becomes the essential honeypot for all the Bitcoin in the United States and even around the world, to the extent where other international users will use this platform. All the Bitcoin goes into that exchange. And then, of course, what we see, as we've seen before, with the United States government confiscating gold, physical gold from its people, there's a theory that it's going to confiscate digital gold from its people. And Coinbase is setting up for that. And yet we still see that the centralization, not for the people who understand crypto, but for the masses, the people who aren't here today, the people who are outside, the normies, if you will, outside of the entire crypto land, they actually become very accustomed and comfortable with, hey, you hold this for me. You do it for me. I don't know if you've experienced when newbies come into the space and they're like, here, take my money and you do it for me. And you hold it because I don't want to learn. It's like this conundrum we face as a society, that it's like, well, we understand the danger of centralization. We understand the dangers of putting everything in one place and handing over the control to whoever the powers may be. But yet, because I think perhaps of a lack of education, I don't mean that in a derogatory way, it's just that it's difficult to learn money and then crypto and then the technology behind it, and then greater macroeconomic concepts. That takes time and energy. But then there's laziness when it comes to responsibility. I don't want to be responsible for holding this. I don't want to store it here. You just take care of it for me. So for all of us in the crypto land, irrespective of what coin we're in, it's like we're sitting back. I'm facing this interesting game here where it's like, hang on a second, we've created, as in the crypto overlords have created this incredible technology, this opportunity, this possibility where we can decentralize and be in control of our holdings and our future. Yet, ironically, many of the masses are like, no, I'm not sure I actually want that. First of all, I don't really understand it. And second of all, why do I need that when I've got a bank? And then when you mention about now getting out of centralized exchanges, when you talk about Solana, absolutely, Solana keeps going down. Like if you look at the history of Solana, the amount of times that it's had failures, and yet I'm looking at the charts right now. Solana is the 5th biggest coin in the world with a trading volume of $1.1 billion and a market cap of $65 billion. And there are countless other chains out there that have done so much better. Yet when I hear some of the commentary from the big boys, some of the big, I give an example, maybe Raoul Pal. Years ago, he's talking about all of these coins, and I think Raoul's all right, and he's giving a lot of insights into a lot of good things crypto. But every now and then, he keeps dropping Solana into the equation. I'm like, oh, why are you dropping Solana into the equation? And I can't be sure, and I seek your opinion on this. It appears as Coinbase has a lot of institutional backing, it may be the case that Solana has a lot of institutional backing. Therefore, the position of being the 5th biggest coin in the world and the amount of developments happening very quickly on it, despite the downfalls in the background, may be, in fact, a result of big money driving the masses into it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I refer to it as the VC scum behind Solana. I mean, and these are likable guys, like the ALLin podcast. They were bragging about dumping Solana at the top of last cycle onto retailers. And yeah, I mean, these are people who extract hundreds of millions of dollars from crypto as individuals. So yeah, I think like Solana, they're not doing their job to like be a real crypto. I have a list of cryptos. If you have, if you've had so many of going down or having bugs, I mean, if it's more than Bitcoin, then you should be off the list. You're not a crypto if you're controlled by middlemen and they decide when the chain is on and off. So yeah, like we can count them as something like crypto adjacent, but they aren't real crypto.
Agreed. It's just so sometimes I feel like I'm dancing with the devil because I have bought Solana and I've made money on Solana. And as I mentioned, I've made a coin on Solana, but it doesn't stop me making coins on other coins.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think it's good just to understand what's actually happening in the ecosystem. I also commend you, Maddie, for for the viewers out there, if you don't know, Maddie's been on my channel many times. And the first Hexican I ever interviewed in this space, beyond Richard Hart, was actually you. And then, of course, it expanded into Pulse and then PulseX, and who knows what lays ahead. And I just want to publicly commend you for being open to Bitcoin, because what I actually say is that it's not binary. Remember, and I say this to all the viewers out there, it's okay to understand and like other coins. I think what the danger for many of us is we get really tribal and we say, no, I can only like this coin. It's like, why? It's not like cheating on your wife or anything. It's you don't have to marry one coin or one ecosystem. It's okay to diversify. Are you seeing from your experience in your community, is there, because there was a lot of hard talk, shall we say, against Bitcoin in the early days. Are you seeing the Pulsicans and Hexicans are coming around a little bit and becoming more open to not just a one coin theory and looking at other coins?
Well, yeah, there's one guy that is really popular on YouTube that talks a lot about Hex and PulseChain, and he points out the fact that you need like quote unquote religious priests to defend the temple. And but at the same time, I'm with you that there's space enough for people who are Hex centric, who are centered around Hex, and then people who like lots of things. And if as supporters of crypto, if we can get along with each other, as I think you and I demonstrate a really good balance of, it's like it's great if people make money in the stock market, if people make money from their traditional jobs and traditional finance. It's okay if you're in Solana and you're making lots of money, as long as you know what the difference is between real crypto and things that are crypto adjacent. Then I think we all need to work together against centralization.
Absolutely. We amongst ourselves are not the enemy. As in, if there were such an enemy, it's not Hex versus or Pulse versus Bitcoin and Cardano and Ethereum. Sure, we can have our rivalry to make ourselves better. That is, if you look at the rivalry between Pulse and Ethereum, the result is we're all progressing and the chains are getting better and better. And so as one big community, we rise together. Where we go wrong is that we tear each other down, when the reality is we ourselves are not the enemy. If there were an enemy, it's the traditional financial sectors that are broken and corrupt and centralized and diluting everyone's holdings. And the last thing I want to see happen in this great crypto community, the broad crypto land, is us fighting with ourselves when we ourselves are not the enemy. When I look also into the development of what's happening in the traditional financial sector, what's so funny is that, of course, they're saying, well, this crypto thing's so bad, but then they realize fundamentally the technology is much better and they need to use this technology. At a very basic example, when I'm working with my providers overseas, if I have to use Western Union or the Swift network, I straight out say, I'm not doing this. I will give you any coin you want in the world, and I will send it to you almost instantly for free. I am not playing the stupid game of the Swift network and Western Union and old financial systems. Pick a coin and I'll send it to you. And what's actually happening is a lot of my providers overseas who say, oh, I'm not into crypto. I kind of steer them in and I say, look, I'm not even going to tell you what you're going to get into, but I typically, believe it or not, I actually start with Litecoin. And so, well, why Litecoin? It's because it's as decentralized and basic and very rudimentary as Bitcoin, but it's got very low friction and very low trading fees. I used to mine Litecoin and I've mined Bitcoin as well, and mining Litecoin and Bitcoin. Look, it's pretty much the same thing. One's on the SHA-256 algorithm, one's on the script algorithm, but one uses like a quarter of the electricity than the other one. And what I actually find is that's a little good on-ramp for normies to come in and just say, oh yeah, that's a pretty easy transfer. And then of course, once you're in, you expand out and you get into all of these other coins. When you're doing international trade, are you always sticking in your ecosystem of Pulse or Hex to move money from point A to point B, or do you have a preferred coin, or is it just a stable coin that you're moving around?
Yeah, it just depends on like what the willing buyer and willing seller is, liking. As we wrap up in our 20 minutes here, Adam, I want to tell you some good news about
Please.
Litecoin, because I thought of you when I heard this, that they're actually going to do a Litecoin conference in the 1 to 2 days before the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee this summer. And so I believe it's July 23 to 24 is they're going to be doing a Litecoin conference. And then July 25th to 27th, there's going to be a Bitcoin conference. And the Hex community has already bought a booth there for the Highest of Stakes documentary. And so I know a bunch of us are going to be there, and I hope you'll be able to join us too.
Dude, that is epic. That's so crypto. If there was a term as crypto rock and roll, that's it. I'm glad you told me about it. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I really want people to follow you and tune into your channel because you provide such a great example of a crypto broadcaster who really has the right values at hand. So can you tell people where to find you?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me today, and thank you to all the Pulsicans out there. I'm Adam Stokes. You can find me on YouTube, Adam Stokes. Buy my book, 28 Pro Trader Tips, The Art of Trading. Follow me on X, that's Adam_Stokesy, or do everything crypto safely on thecrypto.land, www.thecrypto.land.
And you've also got this book out there now
awesome.
on Amazon, is that right?
I'm so touched that you would show that book. So that's my first children's book. I never thought growing up I'd ever be an author. Maddie's holding up Clucky the Courageous Chicken. This is a true story. It's version 1 of the book that I've created. I've just updated it. So believe it or not, Maddie, you have a copy of my book, and many of my subs have a copy of my book. I don't even have a copy of it yet. It's available on Amazon. I think it's like, how much was it? Like $15, $20?
Yeah, something like that.
The exchange rates throw me off, but it's a fun book. It's a true story. It's a touching story, and I'm very grateful that you have that, Maddie. Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we'll catch you later, Adam. Thanks for coming on.
Cheers, mate. See ya.
Cheers. Awesome. So the next speaker is me, and I guess I should play a song to transition.
And we're live. And we're live.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we sticking the Hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we ripping the Hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we sticking the Hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we ripping the Hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. Crypto Twitter been crazy.
All these weekends on my timeline, you should try to pay me.
We're live like Maddie ALLin.
All right, so the sponsorship slot tonight is the protocol that I created called timepays.me. I want to talk to you today about how people can participate with this, whether you're a whale or a shrimp, whether you're somebody who just appreciates true crypto and the invention that I've created here. And so, yeah, really excited here to give my 20-minute talk. So, the last 20 minutes I talked with Adam, and one of the things that we touched on was not your keys, not your coins. And I would even take that a step further and say, not your keys, not crypto. And to me, there's a major distinction happening between people who they think that they're in crypto, but all they have is an IOU from a middleman. And this has helped me to realize in my 8-year crypto journey that there are really two forms of money. There's money that requires permission, and then there's money where you have full control. The problem with, so we know what the problem is with money that requires permission. Well, at least I do, but maybe a lot of people, maybe some of the richest people in the world actually don't realize that they're not in control of their money because they are living in a world of financial theater. They believe like that they're in charge of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, but they have to go beg permission in order to do a wire transfer of $10,000. And they have to answer a bunch of questions that really are designed more and more these days to become a form of control that that isn't fair and that gives governments too much power. And so, of course, crypto is the answer to this, real crypto where you hold your own keys. Now, the problem that I see with crypto that we ended up solving was this idea that your crypto, it's very insecure compared to the legacy system of permissions. And so people kind of have to choose whether they want to use permissioned money where they can do a chargeback or they can reverse a transaction versus crypto where transactions are irreversible and where people get hacked. Now, not lots of people get hacked compared to the amount of people that are in crypto. And there are not that many people in crypto compared to all the people who deal with money in the world, right? So we have 8 billion people who deal with money, and there's maybe 500 million people who are in crypto, and maybe there are only 20 million people that use crypto regularly on like a monthly basis. So when only 1 or 2 or 3 people out of 100 get hacked in crypto, and that number is rising because the hackers are getting more well-funded and they're getting more clever. Those 1, 2, or 3 people are not really going to stop the other 97 people from using crypto. People who get it, people who love crypto because of the freedom, their own financial freedom, because they have sovereignty over their money, they're never going back to the old system, I believe, in a lot of ways. But those 2 or 3 people that get hacked might be enough to keep the next 100 people out of crypto, to keep the next, to keep it to where only 1 out of 10 people really ends up trusting crypto. So crypto has to have a leap forward in security in order, in my opinion, for people to trust it as a better form of money. And governments, luckily, they're doing their part to show people how untrustworthy they are, unfortunately. So, I see, so basically what timepays.me is, it's a way that you can set up a second seed phrase. And that allows you to be able to undo a hack if only your first seed phrase gets compromised. And that's really important because we're seeing more and more cases like in the past month, there was over $1 million extracted from PulseChain due to a single user getting hacked with their Axis Live token. And as I said, these hackers, they're getting more and more sophisticated. And so what I've invented is a way to secure your crypto that is better than Gnosis Safe. It's better than basically than anything that exists on the market now. But I need your help. I need you to use it. And I've got a number of ideas of how to make it easier for people to use. So I did an experiment in the past couple of weeks where I asked people to give me a fresh wallet address on Twitter. We had about 400 to 500 people give me fresh wallet addresses. And the first 200, I've already airdropped 1,000 Pulse to pay people, to pay the gas fee for people to go and create their vault on timepays.me website. And this kind of takes into consideration people's privacy, in the sense that if you gave me a fresh wallet address, that ties it to your Twitter, but it doesn't tie it to all of your financial transactions you've ever done in crypto. And so this is really exciting to me because it's one way that people can start to play around for free, and to, maybe there will be airdrops that happen that that incentivize people to have better security and to maybe think a little bit more long term. Now, when timepays.me was initially launched and when we developed it, it was a way for me to not cheat my bags of PulseChain and PulseX. Basically, one of the other functions of TimePaysMe, other than being able to undo a hack when you've set up your second seed phrase ahead of time, is you can pay your future self with any ERC20 or PRC20 token. And so being able to time lock and DCA out of something over time, that's pretty cool. But the market doesn't like that right now. We're in the phase in the market where people, especially in the Hex community, they're tired of time locking, and they don't care about that narrative anymore. And even though that still has proven the test of time, if you choose the right thing and you hold on to it long enough, it will reward you greatly. I think that we need more near-term incentives for people to do the right thing, even when it comes to securing their crypto. And again, people might feel secure enough until they get hacked, or maybe they'll never get hacked. But even with 3% of people getting hacked, that might keep the next 100 or 500 or 1,000% of people out of crypto relative to the number of people that are in crypto now. So I see it as a really important thing that founders, whales, origin addresses, and sharks and dolphins, that everybody who has a sizable amount of crypto, that they start to familiarize themselves with this technology. There's over $1.1 million of TVL in TimePaysMe. I've read off my seed words with $10,000 to show people that even if they have my seed words, if they don't have my second set of seed words, they can't take my money. And so this has already stood the test of time. We launched July 4th, 2023, and we've been audited. We passed our audit. We have a really incredible team, including Future Us, who's well known from my YouTubing days with Kareem and Whales Only. He would be the fourth person that would come on about 25% of the episodes of Quant Gang, which ran for about a year. And then we also have Chris from hexsearch.io, a really popular website amongst Hexicans. And so with the three of us, we've created this finished product of timepays.me that anybody can try out. And if you're ready to use it and you don't want to wait to like have me airdrop you 1,000 pulse and like, get the hang of it with a new wallet, if you're ready to use it now, and if you're ready to sleep better at night, what you can do is you can go to x.com/timepaysme and look at the tutorial thread that's there, where you can find a step-by-step of how to set up your wallet. And you can practice with a smaller wallet. And once you get the hang of it, then you can play along with your main wallet. I think the advantages of like, this is definitely a way that PulseChain could stand out. If all the whales and founders and Poseidons, if they all locked their coins in Time Pays Me, they're only locked for 7 days. But now they can't get hacked. And maybe the market would appreciate the heads up if any of those people are going to sell. It's not like they can sell anyway without destroying the price. So why not give the market that much more assurance that that your coins aren't going to be moving for a long time? So there's actually a public a checking function that people can use. We just released this on the front end. So if you go to timepays.me/check and then /the vault address that somebody is claiming where they've locked up their entire supply of tokens, you could prove, through the blockchain that they've actually time locked what they've said that they've locked. And, all it takes, we're not asking people to time lock for years or months. It's just, if you put your coins behind this second seed phrase that you've created, now you have like a week's worth of security, where if somebody hacks your primary seed phrase, you're able to undo the hack by shifting control of the vault to the second seed phrase. And so again, this is I think a pretty big invention that hasn't seen its day in the media. We know that Vitalik, the founder of Ethereum, uses Gnosis Safe, which is a multi-sig solution. The problem with that is that you're giving control ahead of time, whereas our smart contract logic is better than that. And so this is something I want to teach people about more in the future. And I'm hoping that with multiple founders who have been contacting me lately to learn more, that this will start to become a trend. But if we can kickstart this with whales and founders getting in to put their coins into timepays.me, the fee is very generous. We designed this with the game theory that whales can participate, because the fee is a 0.1%, which is only 1/1000th of a unit. And so even if you're a super big account, you're going to be able to use this for a third of the cost that it would take for you to even swap a coin. And anybody who has over 1 trillion Pulse or PulseX or Hex, well, there's not that many Hex in the world, but anybody who has that much, you're fine to fork Time Pays Me. And, so, if you don't want to pay the fee, if you want to lock up $1 billion worth of tokens and you don't want to pay $1 million in fees, then go ahead and fork it, because it's going to be better that my invention gets used, and then you can save money along the way. Fine. I'm not doing this to get rich. I'm doing this because this is a better technology for the market. And if 95% of the supply of PulseChain or PulseX or anything is locked up in Time Pays Me for 7 days, and nobody ever touches it, that's pretty much what we already have now with the OA. But I think it would make PulseChain stand out way more than Ethereum, way more than Bitcoin, way more than anything. I think this is the missing piece of the puzzle that we need, not only for the small guy to not get hacked and to be able to use crypto be able to confidently click buttons without worrying that you're going to lose your life savings. But I think also this is a way for whales to signal to the market that that they are not going to cheat tomorrow. So there again, like I'll go back to this idea that we hear a lot. We hear like fear mongering that the dollar is about to collapse and like the government is going to come for you. But this has already happened. And, you don't want to be the guy who's a millionaire who has to beg the bank to transfer the money. And that's pretty much how the world is now. The bankers are the new soldiers in the war against financial freedom, and they must follow orders. And Bitcoins are slowly being migrated to non-self-custody, to digital receipts without even on-chain proof of reserves. That's not crypto. Not your keys, not your coins. That's too crypto-centric. You need to zoom out. Not your keys, not crypto, period. So time pays me. It allows you to have an increased level of security as an individual, knowing that you can undo a hack if you have your second seed phrase set up ahead of time. But it also has the opportunity to provide the entire market with more security, because we've already seen in the case of Hex 19, who did an interview on my channel, he was hacked for about $50 million worth of Hex, and that value left the ecosystem. We've had other multi-million-dollar hacks happen on our chains, and so there is a solution to the issue of getting hacked, but you have to take action before you get hacked. And anybody who's using crypto as real peer-to-peer cash, as something that they value, now you have an opportunity to upgrade your security and to prove to the world how much you value, even holding short-term in a more secure account. So, yeah, I mean, I'm getting close to the end here. I believe I'm going to be able to work out something with the YouTube channel Crypto Hexplained, and we'll get a much better explanation of all the functions of timepays.me. There's a part of it, as I said, where you can undo a hack. There's a part where you can pay your future self by time locking any PRC or ERC20 token and dripping it back to yourself. And then there's also a function where you can pay yourself to have more motivation, a quote unquote behavior lock, which when I tried this in my life, it not only helped me to be motivated to write the first chapter of a book about Time Pays Me, but the motivation spilled over into every other area of my life. And that's how I pulled off the Hex conference this year so well. Was actually because I was using Time Pays Me as a behavior lock at the time. And so, yeah, with that being said, I'm really excited for you to learn more. And I also want to thank, so we had another experiment that I've done here that is coming to fruition this weekend, is I'm actually going to be tipping each of the speakers using funds that were donated to basically all the speakers. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take about $5,000 that was gifted from Pateus.io and $5,000 that was gifted from Love.io, and any other brands that want to chip in to reward the speakers who have all spoken at this conference. There's going to be 100 of them, and I'm going to set up Pulse domain accounts for everybody so that you can start using PulseChain the way it was intended, as a low fee and something where you can verify who you really are, what all your social media accounts are, and you can be rewarded with a Time Pays Me vault and airdrops of cool tokens that don't have any strings attached. And who knows, maybe if people hold on to the tokens that they're gifted, maybe more people will come along and gift more to the people who have delayed gratification. So with that being said, I really appreciate everybody tuning in. Hit the like and subscribe button here. And that brings me to the end of my 20 minutes. Next up, we're going to have Fashion Coder, and she's going to have a 20-minute talk here. Welcome, Fashion Coder.
Maddie, hello. Thank you so much for having me. This is so fun. And you're doing such a good job.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks so much for coming on. And I'm going to let you take it away for your 20-minute talk.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So what we're going to talk about today, I can't believe it's been a year. I remember where I was at the moment that PulseChain launched. I was in a Mexican restaurant with my parents, and it was amazing because my mom, I was freaking out. And it was a great moment because my mom was super calm. She like grabbed the check. We were almost done. She's like, let me film a video of you. And it was just a crazy moment. My dad drove us home, and then I had my pre-bridge strategy that I was going to execute, and I started to follow it, but it was just so crazy. Like, it was a different type of experience just because it was something I had been looking forward to for forever, like all of us. And then boom, it hit, and oh my gosh, it was just crazy. So I can't believe that it has already been a year. And I think what a year means for us is that it's actually really truly a turning point for our community. Now, to get into a little bit of background of my story, I got into crypto in 2019, and it was because of my dad. And if you've ever heard me talk about my story before, you know that my dad is like riddled throughout all of it. But my dad got me into crypto when I was in college, and I watched my tokens and my money double within the first week, which was wild. Like, I was working in retail, I was doing my college job and working an internship. I end up doing, putting money into crypto. I put it into Ethereum and watched it double. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so crazy. So immediately I was a believer in crypto. And then for the next 3-ish years, my dad would tell me when I should invest into other different projects. And so I would put money in, and he would tell me what to do. And I blindly followed him, which was perfect because I actually ended up doing pretty well of just doing what he told me, because he was watching the videos and I was just benefiting from all of that. Well, then he told me, he was like, okay, I am doing all this research. I would like you to take one of the projects, which was Sunday Swap, and it's on Cardano. He's like, I'd like you to just follow them because they were going to launch. So I followed them on Twitter. Long story short, I end up writing and making videos and stuff because I was helping all of these different people in my life with crypto and onboarding into crypto. And I felt like I was saying the same thing over and over and over again. And if you've ever onboarded anyone into crypto, it kind of is like a snowball effect where you are able to tell people about it, but then it's like, oh, they tell their friend and you have to help their friend. And then it just, it rolls into this big snowball. And I felt like that was happening. So I was like, I'm just going to create like a YouTube channel that I can talk about crypto. And my dad had told me for years, he's like, I think you should do a crypto channel. Like, there's not a ton of girls in it. And he's like, I think you would do well in it, because my background is actually in tech, in computer science. And I was a software developer for a while. I don't do that anymore. And I do something else in tech. I like work on product stuff, which is kind of cool. And it's been wonderful. But I was like, okay, I'll start making videos for my friends and family and see how that goes. Almost immediately, I got picked up by the Hex/Pulse community, and people started watching my videos. And it was during the time that I think it was V2 for PulseX was out, because I was trying to get my friends to actually go in and practice, which I feel like was a lot to ask for, but other people were watching those videos too. And it's one of those things that happened. And I feel like I never ended up looking back, because it was just so amazing being able to be adopted into a community almost immediately. I think it was within the first month that I started making videos. Like, I seriously started making videos because I started doing streams and different things with different people within, the PulseChain community. So that is my story. I started doing my own research, started really diving into different projects because I was thinking, if I'm going to be teaching other people this, I should probably know what's going on too. And during that process, I absolutely fell in love with crypto and the technology behind it, but then also just how vast it is. It is a combination of all sorts of things. It's not just tech, it's not just finance, it's economics. And then, there is that whole social aspect of it too. So it's been such a wild journey. I never would have imagined that I would be here. And Batty, thank you so much for having me because I love the conferences you put on. You're amazing. And this is so cool. You're doing amazing. So that's a little bit about me, a little bit about where I came from to get to where I'm at now. And like I said, this is a turning point for our community and it's a turning point for PulseChain. So a couple of things that have happened in the past that I have been so grateful for, and I think really do talk about what's going to happen in the future, is our community. I think that that is something that, we can't look past when it comes to PulseChain and when it comes to Hex is we do have this wonderful community that really supports each other. And I was thinking about this the other day and I was like, our community, like there are so many women in this community that other communities don't really have that. And I was trying to think, I was like, why would more women be here with us than be somewhere else? And honestly, I felt that, like I said, in my own story immediately, like I was adopted in and it was amazing. So that's something that's been so great. I've made some of my best friends in my life actually through crypto. And it's so cool being able to, do different crypto events. The PulseChain tour was in Utah, and that's where I'm from, a couple weeks ago. And I was driving down there. I was like, I get to see my crypto friends today. Like, it was just one of those moments where it was so exciting. So in the past, it's been amazing because of friends. I personally have really enjoyed making the content creation side of things within PulseChain because it's so fascinating and it's really cool to be able to dive deep into a technology and then also get to share that with other people. So that's been something that I've enjoyed too. And then it's been interesting to see the evolution of the product since the sacrifice and the different stages of it being released. So I was talking about how earlier I work in tech. I work as a product owner actually, and my job, part of it at least, is about following releases of software. So it was interesting being on the other side of it and actually receiving software and seeing how PulseChain would release these different versions of, V2 and V3 and just how that was a big deal. And really things did change between those different versions. And it was interesting to see that just because of my background and seeing how they did it and how it was a huge deal. And then also just how the community, was up and down in their whole messaging when it would happen because, it was like, oh, we're not getting mainnet right now. We're getting another version. But it was cool to see that. So those are past things that have happened that really are just fond memories to look back on. And like I said, this is a turning point for us in our community. And so looking at the future, there are so many things that I'm so excited for. So the first thing is there are going to be new people coming in. So like in the past, we've made friends. I hope you've made friends within this community, but we've made friends within this community and there are going to be more people that come in that we're also going to meet. And that's something that I'm so pumped for because it's one of those things that we get to share that. We get to share our love for this cryptocurrency with other people and they can have that too. So I'm so excited for that. The new people that are going to come in. And then I am also really excited to see the outcome of the projects that are on this ecosystem. Maddie, it's so cool that you do Time Pays Me and then your new thing that's coming up. It's going to be awesome. And, it's having these friends in the community that are making projects. I feel like almost all my friends are making projects within the community and within PulseChain itself, within the ecosystem. And I can't wait to see what happens. And my dad and I, we sacrificed for all these different projects. I'm excited to see what happens with all of those projects because really, honestly, the sky is the limit. So as we move forward, I'm really just looking forward to seeing how these different technologies perform, not only, but then also the market and how that all works out. So I'm excited for all of that. And then I'm really excited to just see how PulseChain does. We are in a bull market. We're going to see what's going to happen in the next couple of years, just within like the particular cycle we're in. So I'm excited to see what happens with PulseChain. And then I'm also excited to see what happens with Pulse once Richard Hart wins his case with the SEC, because I think that is going to be a major deal for PulseChain, for the projects on PulseChain, and everything with that. So it is, like I said, that turning point for our community. And so what can we do? How can we utilize where we're at right now? How can we be able to, bring those new people in and have those exciting things happen? Because, the market's going to decide what it wants to decide, but we can also bring people into our market and into our ecosystem and see what they're going to do. So what we can do is we can actually connect with other ecosystems. And I think that that's really important. I was listening earlier with Adam, and just like the tribalism, and I don't think tribalism is bad, but we need to be able to let other people in. And I think sometimes we need to go out of our way to be able to let other people in. So how are we going to move forward? And it's by connecting with other people and, showing them why PulseChain is important to us and why we think it's going to do well. And then also, I feel like it's hearing them out of why they are into what they're into. So it's an exciting time. We're going to see so many shifts, so many changes, and it really truly is just the beginning. But there's so much to look forward to. And I'm so grateful that we get to all do it together. So thank you so much for having me, Maddie. And I will see you all later.
Awesome. I'm going to keep you around for just another minute while I tell Sticker Guy to send the next group through.
Perfect. That's great.
What else are you excited about when it comes to PulseChain these days?
I love the events. I don't know about you, but I actually really like the in-person events. I think it's great to be able to go and, meet people. And, you and I have been able to meet up several times, and that's been so much fun. And it's cool to see how people evolve over time too. I mean, we haven't even known each other for that long, but, when we get to see each other in person, it's so great to be able, just to see what like the updates from everyone. And it's crazy how quickly people will move in their projects of like, oh yeah, I had this idea the last time I saw someone, and then it's like, oh, it's actually like a coin and they have the technology behind it. So I'm excited to see, the events that pop up, and maybe more consistent events that pop up too, because I know at least where I'm at, we don't have super consistent events for the PulseChain community, and it's because we're kind of like all spread out. But I know that other places do have like regular meetups. So I'm excited to see and maybe implement that in my community.
Yeah, that's certainly like one of my favorite parts of crypto is meeting up with people in real life. And yeah, one of the things, so what's coming up on the schedule in terms of what I'm going to, Bitcoin, their big event is happening in Nashville this year. It usually happens in Miami, but they've moved it. And I think Nashville is a much better place than Miami is. And so that's happening July 25th to 27th. If people want to add that to their calendar now, I know that there's a bunch of Hexicans and PulseChainers that will be attending there. And so that's going to be really exciting. And then there's another event happening in New York City for the, is that October 24th?
Maybe. Oh, it's sometime in October.
Yeah. So it's the end of October. There's going to be a court case for Richard Hart. You might only be able to fit 50 or 100 people into the courtroom, but there's going to be over 200 people have already RSVP'd that they're going to be there. And so, yeah, the more crypto events we can have, the better. And yeah, certainly doing more Salt Lake City meetups would be cool too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool to hear that you're going to be at the Bitcoin conference because, that is stepping out and connecting with other people in other spaces.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we're gonna play the 45-second transition music here, and then we'll have Big Kurkowski to tell us a little bit more about the Bitcoin meetup for Hexicans. So for now, thank you so much, Fashion Coder, for contributing to the conference and being really helpful to those in the ecosystem. I really appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Peace.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. Now, we're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. So I'm like, bet, how can I invest? He said if you got MetaMask, brother, you set. Now don't forget to write your seed words down. Not your keys, not your crypto, bet. So I set, Richard is a vet. Retired at 23, traveling in jets. He writes self-help books, especially his new book.
Hey guys, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
So we've
G'day,
got
Matty.
we got KG of Internet Money here. We've got Dave 43 OG. We've got Frank Molina and Big Kurkowski. You've still got your mute button on. I'm excited that you're all here. And
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm really excited for what you all bring to the speaker table here. And why don't we have you guys go for about 40 minutes here, if that's okay. And then we'll catch up a little bit on our schedule and have Aubrey de Grey on next. Really appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. I'll let you take it away.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. How's everyone doing tonight?
Oh, pretty fantastic.
Pretty good.
Good night.
Pretty good.
It's good. The topic said PulseChain, so that's a very broad topic. KG, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about how PulseChain and Internet Money are connected, and for the audience that are new, and how they can benefit from using Internet Money instead of the typical other wallets out there.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity. So I was actually on a little bit earlier in the conference. And for those that are new to Internet Money, if you know MetaMask, then you know Internet Money. We are a complete MetaMask alternative, but we're native to and optimized for PulseChain. So everything you're used to doing on MetaMask, you can do in Internet Money. We're available on Android, iOS, and Chrome. We're open source, twice security audited. We have over 42,000 downloads. We're averaging about 100 downloads a day right now. And, you know, if people are experiencing stuck transactions, MetaMask doesn't have pricing for your PulseChain assets. We have an in-app swap feature for PulseChain. MetaMask doesn't have that. All these little quirks that PulseChain has, and PulseChain does have quirks. Every blockchain has its own quirks, even though they're all EVMs. They're all quirky in their own little way. And so all these little nuances and edge cases, Internet Money is tailored to create a great PulseChain experience while you're also using your other EVM chains. So that's high level of what it is.
Awesome. You know, so one of the things that I kind of want to ask is why the individuals here love PulseChain. And I think from there, we can give our each different perspectives why we love it. And then we can ask questions as to further detail into one of those statements or something like that. So Big K, why don't you go ahead and tell us why you love PulseChain so much?
As a fan of Hex, a staker of Hex since the very beginning, seeing what happened when gas fees started to get out of control on Ethereum, and seeing especially some of my onboards that would come back to Hex stakes later and find that they are spending $100-$200 in gas fees to unstake was really crippling. So having an alternative for us. And not just for Hex stakes, but for all sorts of fun stuff in DeFi that really was, I don't know what you'd say, hampered or, crippled slightly on Ethereum, because it's just expensive to use. You have to be very careful with each button you click. when you're using Ethereum, whereas in PulseChain, because of the relative cheapness of gas fees for now, for probably for a while going into the future, lets you really get deep into understanding how DeFi systems work, how you can use them to your advantage, and even for somebody who is not like thousands of dollars to be playing with, it's still possible to be learning this stuff too, and participating. So I think that having an avenue for the retail investor that wants to get into crypto and find ways to appreciate and use DeFi systems, we have a lot about to offer. So I'm really I'm excited about that, and have had a really good success onboarding a lot, like a lot of the people that were Hexicans and that I had that were onboards of mine are now PulseCans, and use the system pretty often. So that's, I think, net win, and I think there's a lot more of that to come. So excited for the growth there can be.
Awesome. I can go ahead and go next, and then 43 OG, and then KG can follow after that. My background is in traditional finance. I'm a big Wall Street guy. I work in a treasury department now for the organizations that I work for. So it's a lot of formality, a lot of, the old way of doing investing, Wall Street guys, big on like Warren Buffett, stuff like that. So the big thing about Wall Street is it's all centralized, right? And a lot of people who don't, that I interact with in my day-to-day, life, and the people that I network with, it's almost like they're sheep into the system. They all think the same way. They all do the exact same thing, but nobody can really explain why they do it. They just do it because they've been told to do it. And one of the things that I loved about PulseChain, when I discovered what Ethereum was, what Bitcoin was, what problem it was solving, and what Richard Hart was trying to do, is that it's completely decentralized. The fact that nobody can shut it off, not even the SEC. Of course, all those things are going to have effect on price, and the market is going to react a certain way because they're emotional, but it doesn't change the fundamentals of what PulseChain is. And that's the fact. The facts of the matter are, as long as there's validators, there's no way you can shut it off. There's no way that the SEC can stop every person from operating the network. And then the people own the network. That was the other big component of it. So Richard Hart gave us the opportunity, rather than VCs coming in there with their big money, or private equity or venture capital, all these big institutions. He said, I'm going to give the power back to the people. And the people who believed in his vision, and the people who believed in decentralized finance and believed in freedom of speech and freedom to transact, they saw PulseChain as that opportunity. And when I was new to the space, I didn't know the value of those things. And it wasn't until, as the years went by, because it's been a couple of years from the sacrifice now, and we see many people throughout the world getting canceled for what they say. And then that's when two and two things, like, that's where it really hit me, why PulseChain is so valuable. Because right now, people may not value freedom of speech, but in the future, if you don't have the ability to transact outside of the traditional finance system, you're not going to be able to say what you want. And then that goes against your rights as a human to be able to say what you want, But in PulseChain, if your wealth is tied to the PulseChain community, whether that's through PulseChain, Hex, or PulseX, and nobody can shut it down, and nobody can take away your money, and it's all self-custody, and it's all 100% accountable, then you can say what you want, and nobody can take away or shut down what you have to say. And that's one of the things I loved about the PulseChain network. And I found so much value in that, even though I may not experience censorship myself. In the future, there might be a time where censorship is more extreme than it is today. We see it all over we see it on all different types of different platforms, YouTube, Instagram, a big one being Andrew Tate and all these people. So what happens in the future when Richard Hart wants to talk about PulseChain, but he can't because it's, hypothetically was centralized on a different network? Then he wouldn't be able to say these things about crypto the way that he does. But PulseChain gives us that opportunity where we can detach ourselves from a centralized network and operate in our own community, our own space, and nobody can shut us down. Nobody can stop us. And we can have these conferences like this and say what we want and spread the word about decentralization and freedom of speech. And if you believe in that type of philosophy and ideology, this is the place to be. That's why I love it.
Awesome. I very much agree with that sentiment, Frank. And that's something that I've picked up from being in crypto for a few years now. This idea of hanging on to these, the ability to transact and speak your mind, and not have that taken away. Which I'm not sure if people have noticed, but it is they're trying to take this stuff away, just on the sly, But what you said, Big K, about what you like about PulseChain, I very much come to it from that perspective as well. It offers me the ability to end stakes in with not very much expense. For those who were trying to end stakes over the last longer stakes over the last couple of years on Ethereum, when gas prices were in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, so forth, it was in many cases more expensive than the hex that was in there. And that's something that happened after the fact. For people who don't know the history, that's something that changed on Ethereum with the S-load prices. So the fact that we have PulseChain, it gives all hexagons an ability to end those long stakes at next to nothing. Very, very cheap. Very, very cheap prices. So that's fantastic. Love all of that. The thing that I'm going to say that I like about PulseChain is the community. The Hex community was a very tightly knit community in the beginning. Like a family, had their arguments. When the PulseChain stuff came along, that family just expanded, because there were a whole bunch of people out there who were not really interested in the idea of locking up, tokens for extended period of time, but they did like the idea of having a cheap network to transact on. So, the family, grew, and as we know that families have disagreements, but it's a family nonetheless. From my perspective, it is a PulseChain family. There is a very big community, as you can see from this conference. I mean, just look at this conference. I mean, Maddie, fantastic job putting on this conference and pulling together so many people to come and speak. The only other thing I just want to throw in is that I fully support Richard Hart in his endeavors to win this case against the SEC. If anyone read the case that was brought against him, I'm not a lawyer. Haven't had any legal training, but I read through it, and to me, it just seemed like a lot of overreach. For example, calling software, alter ego of a person, just seems like a bizarre way of approaching, something. But yeah, so I 100% support Richard Hart in his efforts to beat the SEC. I think if I say we, because I feel like I'm on that side, if we're able to win that, I think that's positive for all of crypto, doing all of crypto a service there by setting, hopefully setting some sort of precedent that is beneficial to everyone. So yeah, I'll hand it off to KG.
Excellent points all around, gentlemen. And I think actually 43OG hit on what I like most about the PulseChain ecosystem, and that is the community. As silly as some people might make that out to be, PulseChain from a technical level it's a blockchain. It's cheap right now, yes, but what as you spoke to, Big K, is that it's cheap because it's not as popular as we all know it can be. when it becomes as popular and successful as Ethereum, it's going to be just as expensive as Ethereum. So as far as the tech is concerned, you can get everything that we have on PulseChain. You can get it other places. That's not to say anything negative. That's just a statement of fact. So what you can't replicate, what you can't copy and paste, is the people that are using the technology, that are propagating the technology, that are building on the technology. And the PulseChain community is unique in that. You have, again, like guys like Maddie putting on conferences. You have my team building wallets. You have crazy, even the meme coiners on PulseChain are into some crazy single-sided liquidity bonding. It's like, it's not even just meme coins anymore. Like even the meme coiners are gigabrains. So it's like every aspect of the community is unique. It's thriving, and you can't replicate that. So that is one thing that drives me to continue to build for the community, and it motivates me to be a part of it because it's iron sharpening iron. All these peers, from the influencers, the content creators, the builders, everybody is striving to be better. And most of us, the good, the good guys, so to speak, are building and creating content that's centered around decentralization, immutable code, open source, things like that. And where else in crypto, and I'm sure it exists in other pockets, but where else really are you finding the perfect amalgamation of everything you're looking for in crypto? So I feel like that is really the true gem and the true special thing that we have here.
It couldn't be better said. I have to like couple that with letting people know that that is not just true. It's not just something that like people that are in the community say. I talk to or engage with several haters of Pulse and Richard and all of this ecosystem, because I like to keep a wide, basis of voices around me. And like, while they do have plenty of shit to talk about Richard or what his choices were or whatnot, like even the biggest haters, they cannot deny the community. Sure, they'll call us all sorts of, names, community, trailer park, blockchain, whatever kind of fun, but like they cannot deny that these people are here every day, adding value to this ecosystem. They that's something that like there's just no denying that, and they know it. They see that. So like it's really difficult. As much shit as they want to talk, they cannot. They're not killing us. It's not like they're like that. Any of that's working to like scare any of us away.
It's their most engaged tweets when they say the bad things about the Hex and the PulseChain community.
Exactly.
It's exactly the opposite.
Why do they keep saying these things? Why? Because they get engagement.
Yeah, exactly.
If they didn't get engagement, they wouldn't say the shit. They wouldn't even care.
Exactly.
I have a question, and I want to get everybody's perspective. You both brought up fantastic points about the technology and in the community. All right, and I'm going to give my perspective on circling back and why I love it. If the technology can be replicated, right, because you could just fork blockchains, but you can't fork a community. Why is it that we have a community, but other people can't replicate that community? And now my argument is the reason why we can't replicate the community is because the people who are the foundational pillars of this community understand what it represents, which is freedom of speech and freedom to transact. People like me, I could go to any other blockchain, whatever, but I love the idea of freedom of speech and freedom to transact. So I believe in the ideology. The community as a whole, I would argue, also has that same philosophy. Because if the technology is replicatable, but you can't replicate a community, why does the community stay to PulseChain? Why are we so bonded to one another? Why is it that we don't go anywhere else? And then that's my argument. But what I want to get everybody's perspective. Why do you think it is that people are sticking here even though technology is replicatable?
I mean, I'd say that one of the reasons why we laid it, like Richard laid a pretty strong base before even Hex was out by building the community that he had been working on, providing value for. You know, he'd come on stream regularly, answer questions for what was hours and hours and hours at a time. So, you know, and by doing that and by, you know, giving himself and his time like that, the information is solid, and he gained quite a strong community before Hex even. I mean, when you saw the day one FOMO on Hex, you knew that there was people out there that were seriously chomping at the bit to get this shit. And so, like, he did a very good job at laying a base for it, and then to second that base layer, when you get some of those same people, myself included, to make 15-year commitments to the system, I'm here. I'm gonna be here.
True.
I ain't going anywhere. You know, so I'm strongly dedicated to the success of this, and you know, with a timeline like that we have, I mean, we can get it wrong, or you know, get something not perfect right out the gate and figure it out and pivot, you know, and I think the community has. And I mean, and just in general, even in Pulse's like development, there was a lot of inputs in a lot of different directions to get us to where we are now. I mean, it happened in Hex too. I mean, I was in chat rooms watching people give Richard ideas on how to develop everything about Hex. For you know, I was in it for a year prior, but there was people even before that. You know, so like it took a lot of iterations of going over this to get to where we're at now. And like, there's a lot of people severely invested in all of that, you know, whether it be their ideas, their money, their time, whatever it is they've put into this, that we don't plan on getting nothing back out of it for that. You know, I invest my time and money and energy to hopefully have more of it, you know. So you know, that's looking at it that way. It's pretty understandable where a lot of the strength of it comes from for me. But that's because I've been here for 4 years, you know, watching it all develop. But there's a lot, but there's like in each wave of you know, new technology that comes out. You know, PulseChain coming out brought a whole new group of, there's tons of fresh folks, yourself included, that have sussed out the real value. You know, as you said, just, you know, why this is an important blockchain, why this community is important. You all have done a really stellar job at doing that, and it's super cool to see like the growth.
Agreed. And you hit on a lot of good points there. You have for a lot of people, it's the commitments through Hex, right? Whether it's 15, 10, 5, 7, 8 years, you're here, right? If you care about that investment, right? You're going to stick around and engage and try to do what you can to pump your bags, you know, for lack of better words. But then also, I think, at least for me personally, it's when I joined the Hex community, and then it became the PulseChain community, Telegram and Twitter and all these networks of people you could engage with and not be alone in the crypto space anymore. I've tried to go into other blockchains, even to this day. I'm like, where's your community at? It's not there. There's no community in the same way. Whereas right now I could get into like 30 different niche PulseChain Telegram rooms and have different, you know, niches of people that I'm able to speak with. And so for me, I'm not even always talking about PulseChain in the PulseChain groups. We're just talking about crypto and educating and helping each other learn. And so that was one element. And then obviously the element of Richard Hart, you know, the charismatic leader, so to speak. We were all at some point either attracted to his style of communication and education, or we were bullish enough that other people were, and so we attached ourselves to it. But for me, I remember my wife and I, we bought our home and we had to remodel it. And so I remember for 6 months, a year, when Richard was on a roll there every single day, he was live streaming. In my empty house, ripping out staples from my floor, I was listening to Richard on live streams, just absorbing information. And so you had to, like, in a way, be there and live that. And so I think that it like anchored me to this community forever, because it was just such a magical experience, for a lack of better words.
Oh yeah, that time, that's how I feel about it too. That time for a while there, you know, the year before Hex and the first year and a half or so, everything that I learned from Richard, not just, like you said, not just him, just the community in general, it was exciting. You know, you'd get in, he'd go live, or X would go live or whoever would, that, you know, and you'd see the same, you know, strong group of people in the
Exactly.
chat. You know, you'd feel camaraderie in it. You know, I felt tons of it. You know, especially the time in the world that we were dealing with, where, you know, that everyone felt pretty isolated. You know, so I didn't feel isolated. And when prices were going down and everything else, we were going up. It was just a wild, fun experience in general, and it really did attach, you know, strengthen bonds quite a bit. Because, like, I mean, yes, there's new people and everyone has changed, you know, with Pulse, there's a lot of different avenues to go in. So, like, everyone's either making their own projects or trying to develop, you know, something, or grow the community in a new which way. And while not everyone agrees on everything, you can see that everyone is passionate and cares and wants to do, you know, the best that they can for the community. So, like, we have a lot of ways that we think we're going to get there, and I'm excited to see everyone's, like, you know, input. It's pretty awesome.
Good.
Yeah, so why can't you fork this community, I believe is the question.
Yeah, rephrase, like, you can copy a blockchain, but you can copy the technology, but you can't copy a community. Why is it that this community cannot be replicated? What is your thesis and conclusion on that?
This community is like a bonfire that was lit years ago by exactly what you guys were talking about with those live streams. That I think inspired a lot of people to dig deeper into what they thought they knew about crypto, and other things as well. So with Richard Hart contributing kindling and the logs in the early years, I think we can see that the bonfire has continued to burn over the course of the last couple of years, even without the presence of the individual who you know, started it per se. So that's why, because it's not something that you can just replicate. It's something that takes time. For example, I think you know, the first time I streamed with Big K years ago, like years and years ago, and I think it might have been Dollar Cost Crypto, but I don't think he was called that back then. I think his name, he was either Litecoin Moses or Hex Jesus. It was
Hex
one of the
Jesus.
two. I don't know. He went through a few changes, but that was through the time. It was through the time when everyone was, like, isolated at home, and from my perspective, it was like, well, what else are we going to do? And I thought, you know, there was a bit of a call in the community. It's like, why don't you guys get out there and stream and just talk about it? And, you know, and this sort of touches on what Maddie ALLin talks about, which is, you know, mental health and these things. That was a way that it really helped me, being able to, like, have those talks with people, just random people from the community that I'd never met before, and share this this passion for something that you know, I wasn't able to do that over that period of time due to those you know, the isolation. And, you know, some of you don't know, but where I live, we were you know, we were very much isolated. We weren't allowed to, you know, leave our home for more than 2 hours a day. Like, there was all sorts of nonsense going on. So yeah, that's why it can't be replicated, because it's something that grew organically from the beginning. And the only way to replicate that is to have bots. And then we all know how that works out. It's not long-term sustainable. It doesn't work out. You know, it might be good on one live stream to have lots of bots doing stuff, but to have it over the long term, it's just not going to work. So yeah, it's unique. This is unique to crypto. I don't believe, outside of maybe the Bitcoin community or maybe Ethereum, there's no other community like I don't even think Ethereum has a community like this community. I think this is very much a unique community, given how small we are as far on the footprint we have in the crypto space.
Excellent. Well, let me ask, do you think the community was bonded through, you know, like you said, isolation and camaraderie? That's what, you know, welded it together. but what was the foundation as to why they stuck around in the beginning? Bitcoin, it was because they believed that Bitcoin solved the problem, right? So in my theory is when Richard Hart was streaming all these different for hours and hours on end, the original people like Big K, yourself, you were not only being united with Richard, but you were understanding the problem he was solving. And then that's what people started, the foundation that laid down. Like people stayed because they understood the problem that he was solving. And then what welded it together was the camaraderie, the friendships, the family. You know, that's kind of like my perspective on these things. And that's why you can't replicate that, because he solved two things. He solved a problem, which is, you know, the same thing that that Bitcoin did with Hex, right? That's what the problem that he was solving. Then he gave PulseChain, which is a cheaper version of Ethereum. But then not only that, he was involved in the community to grow it, to weld it together, to be like, hey, we're not only solve a problem, but we're a family with one another. You know, and the people who don't understand that is the people who talk down a lot about our community because they weren't there from the beginning. And they don't understand both aspects. They don't understand the camaraderie component, and they don't understand the problem that it was solving. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's also some of the stuff that Richard was imparting on people. You know, he was saying the things. He's like, I held Bitcoin down 90%. Like I made a top and then held to 2. You know, and he's like, you know, so what he was trying to say that, like, and I mean, he said all the things. Don't FOMO in day one. Everyone did. Hey, you know, keep buying on the way down. You know, and if you did, then like you know, it was tough and painful to do. But like these were things that he'd been saying for 2 years plus prior to Hex coming out. So it's like, you know, for me at least, there was several things that were me challenging Richard's ideas. Like I made my you know, affiliate marketing link and made a shit ton of Hex off of that referral link. And the only reason I did it was because Richard berated us and was like, y'all suck at getting this affiliate shit out, do better. You know, and like if it wasn't for him being like, this is an opportunity for you, you know, I probably wouldn't have done that. And I mean, there's a few different times over where like these were the things he was talking about, and so like if you're not gonna do the thing now that he's been talking about, you've been watching him for a year and a half or whatever, then like the hell are you doing? Why did you waste your time trying to learn this stuff? You know, so for me it was just like a lot of it was playing out the lessons that he was trying to impart on us, and like the community that did the best, you know, and got us strengthened through all of this were the ones that listened, you know, and paid attention. I mean, it goes same thing in my own life. Like you know, for that whole first year and a half or so of Hex, you know, the year beforehand, I was telling a lot of, like, I was just as loud as I could about it, you know, and the people that listened and paid attention have, you know, benefited significantly. So, I mean, participating matters, you know. I mean, that's something that crypto I found out in general, whether it be in Pulse and Hex or the broader crypto, like click some buttons, you know, somebody might give you something just for doing that, you know. It happens all the time.
KG,
you're muted.
What a nub. So today, a unique thing that we have in the PulseChain community too, PulseChain Hex community, that so those of us who are around for all these events, right, we had that unique moment, sort of like an initiatic experience that everybody in the fraternity relates to one another. Like, oh, you remember that? And like only they get it. But now I could be a brand new content creator, and I could, in a month, if I am just pumping out Hex PulseChain content, I could be relevant, which is very hard to do in any other market. So like we're socially incentivizing new people to come on board, create content, and then we're reinforcing them and paying them socially by subscribing, liking, retweeting, and giving people relevance and giving people a voice. And people are attracted to that. We're all vain at the end of the day.
Yeah, that is a very good point. I can think of Somi was one of them. He came out of nowhere. Within a few weeks, few months, he had a big traction in the community. I myself, like I made just a few appearances on a few podcasts on some of the individuals' content creators channels, and I had a lot of people just start subscribing to my Twitter and supportive about my stuff. Like instant, of like, yo, okay, this is a lot of people here. You know, there's a lot of people that value what I have to say, and it's a lot of people that like to hear different perspectives. You know, it's not just the whole, you know, copy of Ethereum type of thing. Like, why do I support it? They ask me these questions, and I have a lot of people that message me and saying, hey, can you talk about this whenever you go on the show? So that makes you feel good as a new person that comes on, right? Like that's like, it's brotherhood. It's the word they use, fraternity, is very excellent. Like, I don't think as an adult you don't get to experience that type of college type of fraternity other than like maybe sports, which what benefit do you get by worshiping another man or another team, right? But crypto is that one place, like there's like to mention, it's like a religious belief plus sports plus the ability to make money, and it's all together in one. You know, and this community has literally shown it that they can withstand even the most awful and crucial things. And I can think of the SEC for being an example. SEC sues Richard, and everybody starts laughing at the SEC. That was one of the moments where I was like, this is absolutely amazing. Like, you see price tank and everybody's like, y'all, this is fucking hilarious. Like, what are they going to do? They can't stop us. And then that gives you a sense of purpose because you're a part of something greater than yourself. It gives you a sense of, wow, I get to participate in history, right? All the people who show up in New York in October to support Richard when he beats the SEC, they're going to be part of history, and they're gonna be, you know, prideful in themselves. Like, yeah, I was there. I was there in the beginning. I was there when nobody believed it. I was there when everybody was against us. I was there in New York supporting Richard when he beat the SEC, when he made history. And not only that, but my bags benefited from it. And I think when you put, you know, friendship, family, camaraderie, purpose, something that's bigger than yourself, and you tie that to incentive to financially, it's very difficult to kind of like ignore it. A lot of people like to say like they're ignoring it in the surface of. No, I believe that a lot of people are paying attention incognito. That's how I see it.
I like it. I mean, it is definitely a battle-tested community. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, and people who are, you know, Viva la Revolution, people who are watching on the sidelines, there are a lot of silent supporters. I know some silent supporters in real life. People are nervous to put their, you know, brand awareness and social capital on this thing that has government scrutiny. There's the word. So I think when it's less risky to support it, not only financially but socially, my guess is that we will see more support. We already saw, like, you could say that we saw more support before the government was involved, and then after the government got involved, I personally, in my own anecdotal experience, have seen support fall off. And so, and that is so funny because the SEC claims to protect the American investor class, and yet when the SEC got involved, the American investment class was only hurt. So if anybody hurt the American investors, it was the SEC. And also, let's say
can I just add, not only the American investors hurt investors worldwide.
That's exactly where I was going with that. It doesn't even matter if you choose to not live in America because you don't like it, that's fine. But they're still gunning for you too. They have found a really sneaky and conniving way to cross into other jurisdictions because, sneaky and conniving. That's what they do.
Somebody maybe in America, in the wrong place, but you're like, this is so silly.
Exactly. And we all got, I think, quantifiably hurt by the government's involvement. There was a clear red candle on that chart, and we have not quite recovered that uptrend since then. So,
I don't think this is something that is only happening in the US with US enforcement agencies. we in Australia, I'm not sure if some of you know, and I'll be really quick, Maddie. We've got someone in Australia called the E-Commissioner, who was an ex-Twitter employee who seems like she has an axe to grind against Elon, and is intent on censoring content across the globe, not just for Australians, across the globe. So it's I think this sort of reach beyond your jurisdiction is something that is commonplace at the moment.
Yeah, talking about this stuff is good now. The fight is now, you know. So, you know, you said at KG, there's a lot of new streamers all the time that we, you know, socially reward for doing it, and it seems like there's still a lot of hunger in this community for more. So you know, come aboard.
Yeah. I mean, like at the Hex conference, Richard's lawyers showed their cards. It's the same people who defended Elon Musk against the corrupt SEC and won. And so, yeah, we're really lucky to have, you know, over 100 speakers here at the PulseChain conference, to be represented by thousands of people worldwide. And I especially want to thank you four guys, because you guys rock, and you represent some of the best in PulseChain. So can you go around the room and tell people where to find you? KG, let's start with you.
All right, Maddie, again, thank you for all your efforts, brother. Big K, Frank, 43, was an honor to talk with you guys. Keep up the good work out there. InternetMoney.io, everything you need to know about me or the product, all in one easy place.
Thanks for the super chat, Danny, man. He said, great segment, $50 super chat. Appreciate you.
I'm glad people enjoyed that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I knew you guys would crush it. Big K, you're up.
You can find me at Big Kirkowski on Twitter, on Telegram. You can find me in The Highest of Stakes. You can find that on Amazon and Apple and Google Play Store. Yeah, there you go. There it is. Yeah, go take a watch. You can also find me. Oh, we didn't even have a chance to talk about this. You can find me at the Bitcoin 2024 conference. We'll have a booth out for Highest Stakes. So come on by and say hello. Yeah, Maddie will be there. He's doing some meetup stuff. So everybody's, you know, should come out in force. That should be lots of fun. I'll probably we'll do a little party one night too for Hexikins, and maybe invite some other industry
That's July
favorites.
25th through 27th. But as I told Adam Stokes earlier tonight, I just heard that there's going to be a Litecoin meetup 2 days beforehand, the immediate 2 days beforehand. And of course, Adam is a big Litecoin guy. So go to Nashville. Nashville's better than Miami, isn't it?
I do. It is a cool spot. Nashville will be fun. So I'll be out for that too. Where else will I be? Oh, I'll be at Consensus too, but I don't have like a booth or anything crazy there. I'm just going to be, you know, shaking some hands and saying hello.
Awesome. Great.
Thanks, man. I appreciate this, man. This has been lots of fun.
Yeah. Thank you for participating. Day 43 OG. Where can people find you?
I am on a channel called DeFi Down Under on YouTube, so go look for that and subscribe. We'd appreciate it. The host of a show that I'm on is the Friday DeFi Happy Hour with Dozer, who hosts it, and True Blue. They've both been in this conference and they've done segments. I think Dozer was on a bit earlier for a segment as well. And also people like Jexa, Tangent, Blue Bum, Sammy Chica, they jump on and stream with us as well every now and then. So find us
It's
there.
a great show. I watch it. Everybody should go check out DeFi Down Under.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And Frank Molina, where can people find more?
I'm just on Twitter or X, FMolina1996. Gentlemen, it was awesome to have a conversation with you all. Maddie, thank you. Thank you for hosting it, and thank you for inviting me on to speak. I hope everybody has a wonderful evening. And, you know, people are always going to be very doubtful of the outcome and the price, and then sometimes a negative sentiment. But when you focus on the conferences like this, you focus on the fundamentals. PulseChain's here to stay. It's going to be here forever. It's going to change, a lot of people's lives. You just have to believe in the problem that it solves.
Absolutely. Well put. So thank you to all four of you for speaking. And we're going to have 45 seconds of music, and then we'll have Aubrey de Grey up, who's our keynote speaker for tonight.
Super cool.
Thanks, guys. Catch you
Good night,
later.
everybody.
Cheers, guys.
Later.
Thanks, Matty. Thanks, guys.
How the coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCA in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCA in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to riches.
Aubrey de Grey, welcome.
All right. Great to see you again, Matty. Thank you so much for bringing me back here.
Likewise. Yeah, great to see you here. I think the format we've discussed is you'll do a talk for 30 to 40 minutes, and then we'll have a small panel come up for the last 20 to 30 minutes of the hour.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. Yes. So, of course, I'm in Berlin right now, so it's 5 a.m. And it takes a lot to get me to give a talk at 5 a.m. But honestly, if there's any group that I would be happy to talk at any time of day or night, it is the Pulse community. So
we're very grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me first of all share my slides. I did a little practice with Sticker Guy 20 minutes ago or so, and so I know all the things I need to not get wrong. There we go. Can you see my slides?
Here it is. Yes.
Very good. All right. So,
I'll let you take it away if you want. And
yeah, sure.
and
Thank you, Matty.
Pop back up later.
I will introduce myself and all that kind of stuff. Right. So, I'm probably going to try and restrict myself to about 30 minutes because I think that there's a lot to talk about on the panel. So I want to make sure I don't restrict the time we have for the panel. So for those of you who don't know me, I've been in your community for a long time because Richard Hart, even before he called himself Richard Hart, was quite a fan of my work on the biology of aging and on trying to bring aging under medical control. He actually volunteered as a videographer at one or two of my conferences way back, like 15 years or more ago. And so we actually lost touch with each other for quite a while until 2021, when Richard was, of course, developing PulseChain. And he came to me and my colleagues at Sense Research Foundation and said, listen, let's work together to leverage the launch of PulseChain for the benefit of longevity research. And so there was, of course, an airdrop in July of 2021 in which a very large amount of money was raised. People, acquired a lot of PulseChain. But the way that Richard organized it was that you could do that in one of two ways. Either you could donate directly and you'd get PulseChain that way, or you could donate to my foundation, Sense Research Foundation. And if you did that second thing, then you only got 3/4 as much Pulse as you would have got if you donated directly. So you took a hit from doing this. Now, of course, depending on exactly where you pay taxes, you might have mitigated that hit. But the fact is, Richard was doing this wonderful thing for which I will love him until the day I die, if I ever die, which I'm not planning to, of incentivizing the community, the Hexagon community, to understand the value of what I work on. So today I'm going to talk a bit about what I work on, and I'm also going to talk about what happened next, which many of you will be aware of, and what's about to happen, which will be certainly the main topic of the panel when we get to that point. So let me just start moving on. So this is my origin story. When I was a young kid, I realized that I wanted to change the world. I won't spend time going into the way in which I realized it, but it involved playing the piano. I eventually decided that the way in which I could most effectively change the world would be to go into artificial intelligence research. I came to that conclusion simply because when I started trying to write software, I found I was pretty good at it. However, I always knew, even back then, that the problems that could be solved with AI, which I perceived to be essentially the problem of work, the fact that we have to spend so much of our time doing stuff that we would not do unless we were being paid for it, that problem paled into insignificance as compared to the problem of aging, which obviously causes a huge amount of suffering and death and so on. And I just assumed, just like on faith, that biology, as everyone else, thought the same way. And I never talked about it to anybody. So I didn't know that actually hardly anybody does think that way. Or certainly hardly anybody did think that way back then. Eventually, in my mid-20s, I met and married a biologist who was a lot older than me. And through her, I understood that actually biologists were not working on aging. They didn't think it was their problem, which was horrifying. But anyway, the result was I switched fields. And having switched fields in the late 90s, I started to understand that actually the people who were working on aging were doing it very badly because they weren't thinking like technologists. They were thinking more like scientists. And then in the year 2000, I worked out what everybody was missing, which essentially comes down to this. People were just not breaking aging down into a definition of aging that demystifies it. And this is my definition that I use all the time. It works really well to demystify it. Essentially, aging in this diagram is described as the combination of two processes. A process that goes on throughout life, and I mean literally throughout life, even starting before we're born, whereby metabolism, which means simply the network of processes that keep us alive from one day to the next, causes changes to the microscopic structure, the molecular and cellular structure of the body. And the reason why I'm using the word damage to denote those changes is because of the second process that kicks off late in life, where that damage triggers the decline in function, both mental function and physical function. And the reason it happens late in life and does not happen early is simply because the body is built, it's set up to tolerate a certain amount of that damage without any consequences for function, which it has to be in order to maximize evolutionary fitness, the ability to have offspring and pass on your genetic information. But evolution doesn't care about old individuals because old individuals have already done the passing on of genetic information. So this is all that aging is. And the key thing I want to emphasize is that even though this was my formulation that was original with me, it wasn't controversial. It was a perfectly acceptable definition. It was just like putting it in different words. What was controversial was what I said next, which is described at the top of this slide. So essentially, the goal of doing anything about aging is to separate metabolism from pathology. We want to allow metabolism to continue, in other words, allow people to carry on being alive without getting sick. And the original approach to doing that was to treat aging like a disease, basically, to try to cure it in the way you would cure an infection, which essentially comes down to what I'm calling here geriatrics. to separate metabolism from pathology by ignoring the fact that metabolism causes damage and trying to suppress the consequences of damage, to separate damage from pathology. It didn't work, obviously. More than a century ago, a few people started to realize that was never going to work. So they said, well, okay, let's be more preventative. Let's separate metabolism from pathology by separating metabolism from damage, which, stated in different words, you could say that means making metabolism run more cleanly. And that also didn't work because metabolism is just too complicated. And I was the first person to come along 24 years ago and say, well, hang on. Okay, we know that these two approaches aren't going to work, but there's this third approach, which is the damage repair approach, the maintenance approach, which basically says, let's let metabolism generate damage at the normal rate, but let's periodically repair the damage as best we can so that it never reaches the level that triggers the right-hand process, the creation of pathologies. And that has turned out to be a very promising, a very attractive approach, which is now very mainstream, even though it took me best part of a decade to get it accepted. If you come down to specifics, it's this kind of thing. Essentially, I was able to classify the types of damage that occur in the body into these 7 major categories on the left, and to describe these various ways in which we could actually do the damage repair on the right. I won't go through those now for lack of time, and also because I've got about 1,000 videos on YouTube that you can look at if you really want to know. So the question is, what did I do about it, having had this idea back in the year 2000? The answer is, after a couple of years, I was able to start putting together organizations. And the first 2 organizations that I led are mentioned here, the Methuselah Foundation and Sense Research Foundation. And in both of those organizations, the main thing that we did, especially at Sense, was to do early stage research, hard stuff, very pre-investable, that would develop ways to repair the most difficult types of damage, the ones that other people just had given up on repairing. And it went really, really well. Apart from anything else, maybe starting about 2017, 2018, when when the private sector started getting interested, we were able to spin out 6 of our projects as startup companies, which meant, of course, they were much better funded. So that was very handy. And of course, we were not the only ones making progress. A lot of other people were doing so in parallel. So that's all wonderful. And what's even more wonderful is that the approaches that I outlined 20 years ago for repairing each of these types of damage are no longer unique. In other words, for each of those 7 categories that I listed a few slides ago, we now have a whole bunch of different ways to potentially repair them. Well, not necessarily a whole bunch, but at least a couple of additional ones. So this is just to emphasize that. So now we come to the main theme of tonight, or this morning as it is for me. What has been happening about this? Well, ever since I started my first organization, Methuselah Foundation, a huge amount of my work has been revolving around outreach, not just around overseeing the science, but around communicating the science in a manner that generates, trust and enthusiasm and optimism and inclination to write me a check. And because at the end of the day, science costs money. I have to bring money in, and that's how I choose to do it, rather than writing grants to the government or anything like that. And of course, because I'm a non-profit, because I run non-profits, if you send me money, you're not going to get any of it back. Your return is going to be impact, not money. So that's been quite effective. I've certainly raised far more money philanthropically over the past 20 years than anyone else has ever done. Perhaps part of how I was able to do that is because I put a lot of my own money in. My mother died in 2011, and I donated more than 3/4 of what I inherited from her to my foundation. That was basically $13 million that I was able to donate. And that more or less doubled the budget of my foundation, of Sense Research Foundation, for 5 years. though that money was exhausted by the end of 2016. So where you come in, of course, and I'm sure most of you know this, but maybe some of you don't, is that at the time that Richard decided to use the PulseChain airdrop as a way to bring money into longevity research, he was very successful in doing so, in the sense that more than 2,000 of you, of the Hexagon community, and a few people who were not Hexagons per se, but nevertheless, donated money to Sense Research Foundation in order to get Pulse. And also, of course, in order to get Pulse as well as supporting this research. And the total amount that came into Sense Research Foundation during the sacrifice phase in the middle of July of 2021 was $27.5 million. Now, let me put that in perspective. Our budget over the previous decade, over the previous few years certainly, had been around $4 million per year. So we're talking here 6 or 7 times that. We're talking completely transformational amounts of money that had the likelihood of absolutely transforming the research that we would do and saving very large numbers of lives simply by hastening the medical defeat of aging. And 1 month later, that all went tits up, as we say in the UK, when the board of directors of Sense Research Foundation found some way to get rid of me and to follow their own instincts as to how to spend your money, which I'll come to in a moment. Now, the good news is that in parallel with you guys, I had also been able to attract a very respectable amount of money, especially from Vitalik Buterin. I know that there are there's a spectrum of opinion in terms of the mutual admiration between the Hexagon community and the Ethereum community, but the fact is, when it comes to longevity, Vitalik is an absolute hero, unequivocally. He has donated a very large amount of money to my work over these years. And in particular, he donated a lot in 2021, which tided me over. It allowed me to get a lot done during the period after I had been ousted from Sense Research Foundation, including starting the Less Death Retreat series, including seed funding, the Alliance for Longevity Initiatives, which is the main lobbying group in this in this field, things like that. So that was all wonderful. But at the end of the day, the reason why I have been able over these years to accumulate so much goodwill and trust among donors is because I pay it back. I reciprocate. I show donors that I respect their wishes. And so I knew that the most important thing for me to do after I was ousted was to fight back. So in March of 2022, Matty ALLin was kind enough to invite me to speak in person, not online, in person in Las Vegas at a Hex conference. And I explained the situation. And well, to cut a long story short, in a matter of weeks, a lawsuit was filed against Sense Research Foundation for fraud to extract money from them on account of the fact that the ousting of me that happened a month after the airdrop was already very, very much a plan of the board of directors at the time the airdrop happened. In other words, it was a bait and switch. And so that lawsuit was filed. And what do you know? SRF caved in very quickly after only a couple of months. And there was a settlement. Now, it might just be that a large part of the incentive that SRF felt to settle was that they didn't want the case to go to discovery, because Even though it already looked pretty bad, it might have looked even worse. But I'm just speculating there. The main thing was, though, the settlement happened very rapidly. And SRF, the Sense Research Foundation board, insisted that the terms of the settlement must be kept confidential. So all I can say is that the settlement was very much to the satisfaction of the plaintiffs, who were 3 of the biggest donors to the airdrop. And the result of the settlement was that I was able to launch my current organization, LEV Foundation, in September of 2022, which is, pretty short order. I was pretty pleased about how rapidly all of that happened. The result was not very long after that, only 5 months later, after a lot of, very hard work by my team, we were able to start a really important study that is, first of its kind, very much not the last of its kind, needs to be the main focus of the field going forward. So I'm going to talk about that study a little bit. What we're doing here is we are taking things that are beneficial to mice, that have been shown, whether by us or by other groups, to be beneficial, and to give them to mice in combination, to see whether we can get much more benefit from multiple interventions being done to the same mice at the same time than what we can get when we just do one of them. In this first experiment, we're doing 4 of them. Each of these 4 has good published information showing benefit, and so we started doing this. Now, another key thing about this experiment is that we are not starting when the mice are young. We are starting when they're already in middle age, 1.5 years old. These are mice that normally live for about 2.5 years. And the goal is to give them an additional year of life. And of course, we measure a lot of health measures as well as simply how long they live. So this is, in some ways, a perfectly traditional mouse lifespan experiment. But the nature of the experiment is completely unprecedented and unique. We're starting late, we're combining a lot of things, and above all, we're doing damage repair. We are doing things that actually eliminate various types of damage. And that means we have to inject a bunch of things, whether it's cells, whether it's gene therapy, and nobody else is doing that. A lot of people understand the value of it, but nobody's actually doing it. So we're measuring, as I say, a lot of things, including about health. I won't go through this in too much detail, but we have a bunch of measures. Some of them are just visual. You can look at the mice and see that they're, for example, losing hair, or their spine is getting curved. You can measure their memory. You can measure their muscle function. And we're doing all of those things. But of course, the headline is how long they live. And this is where the study stands as of now. We've been going for about 15 months. And I won't go into all the details here because there are 10 treatment groups. Just look at the thick lines, the thick blue line and the thick red line. The blue line is the mice that are not getting any of the treatments, and the red line is the one that the mice that are getting all the treatments. And as you can see, the mice that are getting all the treatments are doing a lot better. The effect size is defined as the ratio starting from the point where the experiment began, which is when they were already 18 months old, as I mentioned, actually 19 months. The ratio of how long it takes for them to get down to a particular survival level, if they're treated, relative divided by how long it takes when they're not treated. So you can see the little dotted lines that I've drawn on these graphs that show that. But bottom line is, without working it out, it's more than 30%, up to 65% in some, depending on exactly when we draw the lines. So we're very happy about this. It's not as much as we think we can get. We think we can get to 100%, but it's a damn good start. So the question then is, okay, it's a start. What are we going to do next? Well, honestly, I could be doing 10 or 20 of these experiments right now if I had the money. I am absolutely certain that these are the most important experiments to be done in the field right now. And when I say important, what I mean is cost effective. I mean, in terms of the amount of information learned per dollar spent. These are experiments that, time has come. They've got to be done, and nobody else is doing them. Here, and again, I'm not going to go through this for, in the interest of time, although you can read about it in detail at levf.org at our website. This is the design of our second experiment that we'd like to do for completely different interventions, slight differences in how we treat the mice, we're giving them exercise wheels, things like that. But again, we should be doing 20 of these. Some of them will be with the same interventions, just in different doses, for example. So, as I say, it's the single most important thing to do right now, the single most cost-effective thing. But they're damned expensive, these experiments, because they involve 1,000 mice. And they just have to involve 1,000 mice. You cannot do it with fewer mice. So that means it costs, a few $1 million. And I don't need to remind you that you guys donated $27.5 million to Sense Research Foundation only a few years ago. So with that money, I could be doing half a dozen of these experiments now. I probably wouldn't do half a dozen. I'd probably do like 3 and spend the rest of the money making more money and trying to get more money. But the fact is, I'd certainly be doing a lot. And that would be saving lives. That would be hastening the defeat of aging. And let's remember, aging kills 110,000 people every fucking day. 30 World Trade Centers every day. So delaying the use of money that's already been donated by you is killing people. It's just like there's no other word for it. It's killing people. But that's what's happening. Sense Research Foundation is hoarding your money. They are focusing on the longevity of Sense Research Foundation, not on the longevity of people. And the way they're doing it is by simply stretching out the runway, eking out your money, frittering it away. They have even stopped funding 3 of the projects that I was overseeing when I was there. The ones that they are continuing with are being very poorly led because they don't have any scientific visionary leadership. And they're spending far too much on admin, as you can see if you go to the site which lists their staff. Now, the key point, of course, here is that this is illegal because the directors of any nonprofit have a legal duty to respect donor intent. And donor intent is very, very, very clearly to spend money on research and not to hoard it. And that's not what's happening. The fiscal strategy that was followed when I was at Sense Research Foundation was to maintain a runway of only about a year. We aimed for a runway of a year. And SRF have shifted to a policy of maintaining a runway of multiple years. They say, of course, that this is more responsible. But what it actually is, it's a shift. It's not spending money to save lives. We lived hand to mouth when I was there because that was the best way to save lives. And that was what my donors wanted. So, in case there was any doubt that that's what my donors wanted, I invite you to think about this. Since the board of SRF ousted me, 3 years have gone by, and 2 annual reports have been published, including, of course, legal documents like the 990s. So it is public knowledge that there is no income anymore. There is virtually no money coming into Sense Research Foundation. Now, you may ask, well, duh. Obviously, they weren't going to get any money if they got rid of their one rainmaker. And of course, that's what I think too. But they had a rationale. They wanted to mainstream the organization. They wanted to make it more normal, more mature, as they would have called it. They wanted to catch the wave. Well, they now know that they were extremely misguided in that view, because they're getting way less than 10% income of the income that they were getting when I was there. So if you're a director of Sense Research Foundation, what are you going to be thinking? You know, these people don't get paid to be directors of Sense Research Foundation. They have day jobs. Some of them have very lucrative day jobs that depend on having a reputation not to be a fucking idiot when it comes to business decisions, and certainly not to break the law in the process of implementing your idiotic policy. So the board of directors of Sense Research Foundation are in a real bind. They need a way to save face. They need a way to get out of this, get this albatross off their backs in a manner that does not do more harm than good to their reputation. And what do you know? They have found one. This was announced very recently. So some of you may know that I spoke at Matty Allen's most recent Hex conference, and I talked a little bit about what was going on in terms of the anger of Hexagon airdrop donors. I have a feeling that may have, resonated a little bit with the decision makers at Sense Research Foundation, because quite recently, only a few weeks ago, they announced plans to merge with another nonprofit in the US named Lifespan.io. Now, Lifespan is an organization that does really good work in advocacy and journalism in the longevity space. I mentioned earlier on that during the immediate period after I was ousted, I was able to get quite a bit done that was courtesy of donations from Vitalik Buterin. One of the biggest things that I'm very happy I did was to support Lifespan.io. I gave them $400K. And they have been living off that ever since, because just like Sense Research Foundation, they have been unable to bring in money from elsewhere to speak of. So sure enough, they're running out of money. They were broke when I gave them the 400K, so they're broke again. So there's no mystery in terms of the incentive for Lifespan to merge with Sense Research Foundation. But we must ask the question, what's the incentive the other way around? What's in it for SRF? Now, I've written 3 hypotheses down here. These people are pretty damn delusional. They have definitely got no grip on reality. So it's conceivable that they actually think that taking 2 organizations, neither of which can raise money, and forming one organization out of them will suddenly create money. I wouldn't put it past them to be thinking that. But I think it's probably more likely that they're thinking other things. One of the things they could be thinking is that you guys will suddenly say, oh, well, that's Max. So this is now the people who have committed this crime against donor intent are suddenly going to be diluted out by directors coming in from Lifespan. So it's okay, we won't sue you after all, kind of thing. They might be thinking that, I wouldn't put it past them. And then, of course, there's also the possibility that they might feel that they can quietly resign having done this merger and nobody will really notice. That's another possibility. I'm not even going to speculate as to which of these is going on. Maybe it's different ones for different directors. Nevertheless, there is a reason why it's important for me to be giving this talk today. At this point, your donations, most of which are still sitting in the bank in Sense Research Foundation and not yet been spent, those donations could be saving lives that they are not saving. There is some research going on at Sense Research Foundation, don't get me wrong, and the research that is going on is good research. It's being poorly led, but it's good. It's better than nothing. but it's far less than it could be if the appropriate the appropriate burn rate were happening, and that's not happening. So lives are being lost right now that your donations could be saving. So this brings me to April Okita, who was a donor to the airdrop. She was in the top 5% of donors, in fact, and she has very courageously stepped forward as the representative pioneering plaintiff for a new lawsuit. Now, the lawsuit that happened in 2022 had plaintiffs that were also, of course, airdrop donors. I am not a plaintiff. I am not a donor, right? So nobody defrauded me by causing me to spend money that I would not have otherwise spent. But that complaint of fraud, which was made in 2022, applies equally to April. So April has retained counsel, and the lawyer has sent the director of the Sense Research Foundation a letter describing the various possibilities for how to resolve the situation and thus to avert the litigation that will otherwise occur. The key point is that April is absolutely, very courageously again, she's taking the view that she is representing all of you. Of course, she is not yet legally representing all of you, but that may very well happen quite soon if SRF does not engage in negotiation, because there is this thing called a class action, and that would cripple Sense Research Foundation overnight. At this point, April has chosen to not go that far, but she can choose to escalate to a class action anytime. And the key thing that I've written in red there is that April's terms, in terms of what she will accept as a settlement, revolve around restoring control over all of the remaining airdrop money, rather than simply being paid off. Furthermore, we have to remember that I have a bit of a track record of success in bringing in income, philanthropic income, into this movement. And nobody else does. Nobody at Sense Research Foundation, nobody at Lifespan.io. And Lifespan.io are probably thinking already that it would be quite nice if they had some income, not just the capital that would be, spent down, such that they would go bust anyway. Now, in 2022, SRF decided to be very aggressive at first during the litigation. They tried to grandstand their way out of the thing and intimidate the plaintiffs. They said things like this. And they're probably going to say the same things again. Oh, this is just Aubrey being vengeful, and we were entirely justified in ousting him because he did bad things. You know the answers to these things. You know that these things are not true. But I, of course, want to point to the top one. There is a genuine delusion among the decision makers at Sense Research Foundation that the donors are actually pretty happy with the way that their money is being spent. April is standing up and saying that's not true. And every single other airdrop donor, and there's 2,000 of you, who stands with April, refutes that. Matty ALLin, who is certainly someone who stands with April, put out a little survey monkey thing, I think it was yesterday he did it, about 24 hours ago, asking for airdrop donors from 2021 to express their support in a couple of alternative different ways. That is the thing to do now, to stand with April and to support the campaign to get your money spent the way you expected it to be spent. So that's the call to action. April is leading from the front. That's my style. So perhaps that's how I've inspired her to do so. But SRF may not currently believe that she is representative of the views of the airdrop donors. I want you to remember that in 2022, when 3 out of the 2,000 airdrop donors decided to sue, they got a very satisfactory result indeed that has saved a huge number of lives already by enabling some key work. And now it's your turn. I'm delighted to say that April will be joining me right now on the panel that we're about to have. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Aubrey, Maddie, Toby, Pulse Domains.
Hello, guys. Hello, Aubrey.
Hey,
Well,
hey.
I donated with the idea that Aubrey de Grey was at the helm of this research. And I don't think what happened was right. And I've been consulting with an attorney, and we're looking at our options. And I'm in full support of Aubrey de Grey. And I don't necessarily know what questions I'm able to answer at this point, but that is my stance. I'm in full support of Aubrey de Grey and his research.
Yeah, I think from my side, every individual I interacted with that has also donated, it was an investment into you, Aubrey, not into cents. It was investing into your belief system, into your life story, into your personal journey that you've been conquering over the past years, and then also the willingness of you to take on moonshot ideas, given they take a long time. And that has been also explained very thoroughly by you, that you're not looking for commercializing anything anytime soon, but you're really going for moonshot ideas. And I think every individual I interacted with that has also donated has that belief, and we continue to have that belief. And that's why we're in full support of you, regardless where you end up, regardless what you do. And with that, we all stand with April and in support of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Obi-Wan, your mic's a little bit
Your
low.
mic's low.
My mic's low. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try.
There we go. That's better.
Yeah. So yeah, I just to parrot what everyone else has said. I'm absolutely, my intention by donating through Staker app to the Sense Foundation was in support of Aubrey's work, and was very disheartened to see how things had played out and to hear that money has lain dormant all of these years, when obviously it could be utilized for what we had all intended. So I'm hoping that with April's efforts and continued pressure from the broader community, that these things will be remedied in short order.
Yeah, April Hodprol is a hero here in this story already. And yeah, we need everybody to go fill out this survey to show your support, because it seems unanimous, and now we just need to show that on paper. Whether whether you want to like be a part of the class action lawsuit or not, supporting Aubrey, it starts with just filling out the survey, and you're not required to do anything legally.
A couple of things, Matty. Just first of all, perhaps you could put the link to the survey in the chat. Secondly, I just want to say, and this is something I already said, but I want to emphasize it. The ideal goal is emphatically to avoid litigation. We want to, I want, and I know April wants, to move forward in a manner that minimizes the amount spent on lawyers, whether spent on April's side or on SRF's side, in order to reach a resolution. And that's why what April did first was to instruct her attorney to write a letter, not to just serve a suit, but to write a letter encouraging and being constructive, encouraging negotiation. However, I do want to emphasize that the content of this, and I know April, I'm speaking for April here, but the content of this is very much focused on an alteration of control over this money rather than simply a payoff.
Well, and the tweet where I announced the full support of the Hex conference and the PulseChain conference, it's like already gone viral within the Twitter community. There's 10,000 views in one day. Over 200 people have liked it. Over 50 people have retweeted it. You don't see that kind of support for just anything. This is something that this community really cares about. And I believe that the people who donated, they had one intent in mind, and it was to support Aubrey's work.
Yeah, one offer that I can make here in this case, because I know there were over, as you guys mentioned, 2,000 wallets that were involved in sending out those funds. I also know that there were also wire transfers that happened. Obviously, those are a little bit harder to track. But we're happy to provide any resources on building out an application that pretty much allows anyone to sign a letter that explicitly stated to support Aubrey and basically the violation of donor intent. So we're happy to build up the site or anything. So happy to do that and support it.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Sounds
like privacy can be maintained to some extent in that case. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we could, I'm just spitting out ideas here. We could have a website that if someone connects to the website with via their wallet, we can see if they're part of the 2,000 individuals that donated and allow them to sign on the blockchain a letter that will be displayed to the user. So we could talk about the details offline, but that was just kind of like something that goes through my head, especially since we have 2,000 wallets, and everyone in that case has the ability to make it known in an anonymous way, fully on chain, having control of their keys. I don't think there's any better way to show support.
Let me say a few words about anonymity here, because back in 2022, as I mentioned, there were 3 plaintiffs. There were 3 of the 4 biggest donors to the airdrop on the Sense airdrop, and the biggest one of all, who donated 10 million out of the 27.5 million, chose to be anonymous. And I mean really anonymous, as in we don't know who it is, right?
Respect.
Right. Now, he or she did exactly what you're describing there. He or she did a basically wrote a document expressing support and confirming that they were the same person who had, because from the same wallet and everything. So yeah, anonymity is really not a problem. There's all manner of ways to link one's support to one's donation. In other words, to verify that one is the same person who made such and such a donation.
Yep. So if we know the address of that individual that was sending out 10 million, we can put them into the whitelist, and they will be able to make a signature on the blockchain with that.
Sure. So in fact, the easiest way for you to do that would be actually to go back to the talk I gave in 2022 at the Hex conference in Vegas, because I put it all up on my slides. I put the actual, the address.
Yep.
So yeah, it's all there.
Even better.
But
I know
now
exactly
we need people who were not in the top 3 to show their support. And
exactly.
Yeah. So, and that's what we've got. So yeah, it's really exciting to see this community come together yet again. It's like this is what we do best. Even just tonight, you're hearing Pulse.domains talking about making it easier for people to maintain their privacy while proving something to a court of law using cryptography. I mean, what more could you ask for? We're standing up for what we believe in. We're supporting Aubrey, and we're bringing justice to the situation.
That's right. Aubrey's the real deal. And thank you for everything you do. I want your work to continue.
Well,
That's
thank
why I
you.
donated
April.
it. So
Thank you, April, for standing up, not only by making a substantial donation 3 years ago, but also for what you're doing now.
yeah, you're welcome.
Exactly. I just want to echo that. First of all, for Aubrey for continue fighting, and then also for April really to putting up your face and leading this initiative. A lot of us in the
My name's April, so in case anyone didn't know or not.
It's public now.
Oh, Lord mercy.
Start the Googling. Start the Googling.
Oh, God, no.
So, but also really like pushing on this from a legal standpoint, other than Aubrey or Maddie. So I just can only say thank you to you. And this is also something that a lot of people in the community feel, but thank you for standing up and putting your face out there and speaking on our behalf.
It could be saving lives, right? That's the way I see it. So thank you very much for your words.
Absolutely.
One time is of the essence, as Aubrey indicated. It's like, with the
Yeah.
with the death rates and just the incredible numbers of people that could be helped by this type of technology, and such a ridiculous way that this has all been delayed. It's incredibly frustrating. So knowing that we have such a great resource in the longevity community in Aubrey, and that he has been stifled in his efforts because of this. I can only hope that this is something that everyone will see the benefit of resolving quickly and not making it a prolonged, protracted legal battle where typically in those situations, the lawyers come out ahead and everyone else suffers. So, hopefully logic will prevail.
Let me say a word or two about that, because one thing that SRF have been trying to say over the past few months is that the approach of essentially holding onto and hoarding money and spending it slowly is basically improving the way that the foundation is being run. In other words, it's like more fiscally responsible. And I have had to spell out that it's no accident that for the 10 years when I was there, I deliberately chose a much more high risk, seat of the pants strategy that would spend money, from hand to mouth, just in order to get more done, even though I was knowingly endangering the survival of the foundation, right? I was saying, well, if I don't get money in the door to keep the lights on, so be it. At least while the lights were on, I got a ton of stuff done. And so this is what it's all about for me. It's all about saving lives rather than saving the organization. And this is something that probably doesn't make sense for most nonprofits, or indeed for most donors to other nonprofits. But it was an absolutely steadfast, consistent policy on my part. And as such, it's something that donors were entitled to expect to continue. And I certainly am continuing it now at ALLin Foundation, and I believe that it's what needs to be the attitude with the money that you guys donated 3 years ago.
By the way, Vitalik's awesome.
Yeah, we're speaking positively about Vitalik these days.
Oh yeah, we are. I always have.
For lots of reasons.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I'm also looking forward to have this solved, and I hope during the next bull run there could be another opportunity to essentially help your research in various ways. So I'm personally looking forward to that, and I think so are many other Hexicans and PulseChans and crypto folks.
And there are always whales lurking in the chat, and I shouldn't even say lurking because one of them is coming on stream for the first time tomorrow. But we know that incredibly wealthy individuals in crypto watch this stream, watch the conferences, and so anybody who's prepared to make a donation can donate to Aubrey directly through levf.org.
Yeah, we take all kinds of crypto, of course.
Maddie, could you drop that in the chat?
Just did.
Awesome.
There you go. There it
There
is.
you go. Cool.
Well, with that, should we talk a little bit longevity?
Let's go.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you guys had any questions, but I had one in particular to Aubrey that I'm really curious about, because I see you are also incorporating NMN and rapamycin in your research, and especially when it comes to mimicking caloric restrictions in that case. And I was just wondering, and this might be anecdotal, but can you achieve the same with just actually fasting, like intermittent fasting and doing the hard thing? Or do you see that being more superior by taking, NMN?
Yeah, great question. So honestly, the inclusion of rapamycin in the current study was a little bit like counterintuitive, because as you say, rapamycin basically works by being a calorie restriction mimetic. And if you're going to have any calorie restriction mimetic, then rapamycin is probably the one to have. It's the one that's got the most reproducible results and everything. But the thing is, it's not damage repair. It's triggering the same genetic pathways that calorie restriction itself would trigger, though it's easier to do, especially in a scenario where the mice are not individually housed, and therefore they compete with each other for food if they want to, if they need to. So I mean, our view is that rapamycin is pretty good at generating pretty much the same level of life extension that you would expect to get from doing calorie restriction in the same way. In other words, starting at the same age in the same strain. And we wanted to make sure that we had some kind of baseline in this study that would, that would compare that with past studies, while at the same time, of course, combining rapamycin with other interventions, other damage repair, rejuvenation interventions. And so that has worked out. But essentially, because we didn't get any bad surprises, it's nothing crazy came out of the study so far. We are now pretty much decided that in future studies where we're testing other interventions, we're not going to use rapamycin or any other calorie restriction mimetic as one of the interventions that we're testing. We're just going to give it to everybody as a baseline. So that our baseline is better, and therefore we get, if you like, more signal to noise ratio for the things that we are experimenting with.
Got it. Interesting to see.
Rapamycin. Okay.
Toby, do you have a question?
Well, I was curious. It's like, is NAD, how is NAD related to NMN? Is it a precursor, or is it the other way around? Or
it's the other way around, yeah. So NMN is a precursor of NAD. So so the reason people are interested in NMN is because NMN is absorbed through the gut, and then it gets transported into cells, and there's an enzyme already present in the body that converts it into NAD. The same is true for NR, nicotinamide ribosome. That's the other one that's popular in this world. But still, the big question, of course, is, so what? Why would you want to increase the amount of NAD in the cell? And there's still a bunch of questions around that. My personal belief is that the main mechanism of action, the main benefit of increasing the amount of NAD in cells in older individuals is, again, it's a kind of calorie restriction mimetic. It would probably be a little too technical to go into the details of why it would be, but essentially it's the way that the cell detects the extent to which the total amount of NAD is being used by as a kind of reservoir for electrons, essentially.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got another one if you guys don't mind. I'm just curious how gene editing or potentially also AI can play into the research, or if there's the ability to have open source data where people could essentially use it for various cases and pushing the research forward.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to give a very different answer regarding gene editing to what I'm going to say to AI.
Yeah.
So gene editing is an enormously important area, and over the years it has become much, much safer. Originally, when CRISPR was first identified as a way of manipulating mammalian cells, it had a huge off-target effect. In fact, George Church was one of the pioneers in this area. He used to call it genomic vandalism. So it wasn't really very good. But people have made huge progress year on year in fixing that, in making it much, much safer. So now we have this new tool. It's a bit like having a tool to de-differentiate cells, like IPS, induced pluripotency, or for that matter, just having like the human genome. That has sped up a huge number of things. So it's an enabling technology, and it can be used in all manner of ways, absolutely, including the manipulation of aspects of aging. But AI, we're in a completely different situation. So let's say 10 years ago, people started getting pretty interested in the use of AI to identify, drugs that, for example, might be able to be repurposed for additional functions. That was quite successful, and some of my friends ended up being able to, put together very successful companies around that kind of thing. But over the past couple of years, and especially I would say this year, last year, we have moved, I believe, into a whole new realm there, because now, with the way that people are putting things together, putting the technology of LLMs together with the technology that created, for example, AlphaFold, and combining the various different strands of AI research, we're in a situation where we might be, well, I won't say necessarily getting close to AGI, artificial general intelligence, but perhaps close enough that the insights into how to go forward with aging, just so long as we give these systems enough data to work with, could genuinely speed up the path to the defeat of aging in ways that we can't imagine in advance. I will say this, though. That may happen, but it may not happen. And the reason I want to emphasize that is because right now, we've got quite a lot of people, especially people in the crypto space, and the blockchain space, wealthy people, who are putting all their eggs in that basket. Indeed, people in the wider world, Sam Altman, for example, is reputed to have basically given up on wet stuff. He put a lot of money into this one company, Retro Biosciences, which is led by a great friend of mine and is doing great work, but he seems to have lost interest now, and he's not the only one. So this is really dangerous. I'm always all about keeping our options open, because the nature of pioneering technology is you have no idea what's going to work soonest, which things are going to be quicker than others, which things are going to have more unforeseen obstacles than others. So you've got to keep the diversification going, and we are at the moment in some danger of moving to a scenario in which everyone's so focused on AI that the wet work gets neglected, and we might end up suffering from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this field is still so unknown. So taking multiple approaches is the best what we can have, given time is at essence at this moment. Yeah.
I always say, don't sell your plow.
Yep.
Right. I saw a comment in the chat in regard to carnivore diet. Did you have any thoughts on that, Aubrey, as far as diet in general, whether it's carnivore or vegetarian or vegan or any of those types of changes that have proven?
My introduction to the crypto world essentially arose from being invited to speak at crypto conferences in the late 2000s. And it was wonderful. I was constantly finding that I was the only non-crypto speaker, and I was only there because of the family. It was great. But there was a crypto conference in Tahoe, I believe it was, where I met Zuko, the guy who created Zcash. And he's one of the carnivore types. He doesn't eat anything, but he likes his whiskey, so we got on well. And he's not dead yet. I bumped into him a long ago. But honestly,
it's whiskey.
Yeah. Well, it could be the whiskey is compensating for the lack of vegetables. That's right. You never know. But no, my point is here, it's impossible to generalize. Diet is the most insane thing. Different people have such different responses to different intake. You've got to get your micronutrients one way or another, but in terms of which macronutrients you should have, different people respond so differently to different things. So my take is always, don't generalize, don't form strong opinions about what's good to eat and what's not good to eat, unless and until you pay really close attention to your own body, get properly measured.
Awesome.
Thank you. Awesome.
Well, yeah, this has been great, Aubrey. I really appreciate you coming and talking with us. I really appreciate HodPro, Toby1, and Pulse Domains for standing up for what we all believe in.
Absolutely. And I just received an email from an airdrop donor who I emailed this morning, expressing strong support. So, let's keep it up. Let's keep the momentum going.
Right on.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And great. So we're loading up our next panel now. We really appreciate Aubrey and all the speakers. Thank you so much for coming back to the conference again this year, and looking forward to what we achieve together.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Matty and April and everybody who is helping with this effort. We need this money spent well, spent soon, and you're the guys who can make it happen. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we're going to have 45 seconds of music, and then we'll have the next panel up.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term. So you can keep your shirt on. So you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
What's up, guys?
What's up to you?
Good morning.
Hey.
We lost Toby. Toby is gone.
He's here. Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Well,
Toby's like a dog that's walking around the entire community, like just whittling on everything. He's got to mark every
the rules. I was following you go to the green room first, and then you go to the next thing. So I went
Great
back
job.
to the green room.
Perfect.
So, anyhow,
well, look,
so.
we've improvised something here. Before I let you guys take it away for your panel, I want to let everybody know you can vote twice, once on the YouTube live stream and once on the PulseChain conference Twitter. There's 1 hour left to vote for whether you want to see a bonus PDI video or not at the end of this conference day. So, the crowd is going to decide. I'm whinging at the idea, but there you go.
Is it a PDI panel, or is it you're doing a PDI thing, or what is it? What's the deal? What are we getting when we
some vote? Dark corner of the internet has recorded a 30-minute video, and so
bonus content.
Then it's a must see. Yes. Unvetted. You haven't watched it yourself. It's just freedom of speech.
It passed the YouTube audit, so it doesn't have any copyrighted music.
Do it. Yes, just stop the poll and give the people what they want.
But we're gonna let you guys take it away here for 40 minutes, and shout out to all of you for coming on and speaking. Sticker Guy, of course, has been helping me run the entire conference. This is one of the panels where he'll be on. So shout out to you, my friend.
Yes. Thank you.
And Maddie, before you go,
all right.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Wait,
Maddie, I want to say before you go, of all of the PulseChain online conferences that are happening right now in May, this one's the best.
This is the best one.
Hey, thanks.
You're number one. This is beautiful. Look at all these ones. We got 5. All right, get out of here,
guys.
Everybody hydrate, because you never know when Toby's going to shut up and give you the microphone again.
Yes.
There's a subreddit. It's called r/hydrohomies, and it's just a bunch of dudes on the internet that post pictures of water and remind themselves to drink water. It's perfect for me. Yeah.
Sounds great. Sounds like something that a Zoomer needs to remember how to drink a glass of water every once now and then. Excellent. Well, can you send me the link? I don't remember how to drink water.
Well, shout out to everybody that's still watching. It's like
Yeah.
the last hour, this late in the day, we still got 1,500 people live. How about that?
Did we have people bail out on the social? I thought Elmeyer and Markable and Peter.
Okay, wait, hold on a second.
And where did you get the number? Because
Elmeyer's got a young, like a 2-month-old child who's mewing and puking and waking up at
Hey.
exactly now. He was
Mewing.
touch and go. And speaking of mewing and puking, a Markable is a dirty hippie that can't wake up on time. And he pinged me like 4 hours and said, "How many more hours until we go on? Okay, good night." And he fell asleep with a bong in his hand and a brownie in the other. And then who else are we missing?
Das Bomb.
Das Bomb. Okay, so he's gone. And then D-Raj has his
Peter and
golden
D-Raj.
mic is out of batteries. So
I was so hoping for the golden mic moment.
I know. So here we are. We whittled it down.
Is
What's
Peter
about
our Peter?
Where's Peter?
Oh,
Yeah,
and
is
Peter
this-
petered out. Yes.
Peter petered out.
Peter
again.
petered out.
Okay. Well, I guess it's
But
us.
anyway, look, we're now.
So there you have it.
We're dense. We've got we got some things to say. And Sticker Guy's here, who's kind of rounds out the cast of. I'm most importantly, we're getting exposure to a great guy who's been around. How many conferences is this for you for managing these things? 7?
Maybe, maybe
7
maybe
or 8, right? Because we had like a.
There was one, like the first Hex conference. I didn't even know Hex existed. And
But you were at the conference.
No, but the third or fifth, I was busy doing something else. I don't remember what. Probably I had exams, because usually when there's a conference, I'm either right inside the exam or the exam is the next week. And this time it is not like this. So it's for me high life. I feel better than ever.
It's good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know in some previous ones, it's like you were cramming for exams and stuff and still trying to do this at the same time. And it was like, oh man, that poor kid.
Well,
So,
it worked
glad-
out. But
glad
this
you can
time
enjoy
it's
this
like,
one.
Yeah, I can enjoy it. Pretty good. Damn, boys, I have so much to talk. Like, what happened?
Well,
Is there really?
get it
why
off
is-
your
why-
chest.
why does I went to Zurich again to meet the
To see if Richard
developer
is
of
still there?
Atropa. We
Yeah.
tried, but we didn't find him. So
Ah.
we met another guy, and it's the Atropa dev who is kind of entangled with the PDI thing and stuff. It's very interesting. Everybody that's watching should go to not now, but later should go to ksb.tv on their YouTube channel, and we have a very long interview with him. There's a very long interview with Jack Levin, also. So what? This is PulseChain, Papa Bono. We're not on the Hex conference. We can even if
He's
even if it
hiring.
is
He's
only
totally fine.
10 treasure, it is still
He comes
part
in and
of
clogs.
the chain.
No. Welcome to the. If you want to talk about this, then you don't come into a PulseChain conference and say, "Hey, the guy that's like poking fun at Richard and criticizing the founder of the PulseChain, and then he's making his own chain, but he's not really coming up with the chain, but saying that he's going to give people a whole lot of token copies on his chain, but then his chain doesn't come out, and then fuck that." Let's get on to PulseChain.
PulseChain. How has this experience been for you guys? We had 2 years of 2 more weeks, literally, and then eventually it launched, and now we have the 1 year anniversary. Flawless uptime. Nobody's stopping this chain on a whim like the Solana thing. How has this first year of being actually live on PulseChain been for you guys? Toby.
I've loved it, man. It's like I got in like right away and started validating. So that's been it's kind of amazing to me that it's been almost a year that I've been validating. And you know, and that was a really interesting process. Thank you to David Feeder for, you know, walking me through. You know, I've got actually, I think I got the #1 unit of his hardware kit that he's
hand-signed.
hand signed, yeah. And I got a couple more. I got a backup one, and I got 2 running. And he was great at making it digestible for me because I'm not a Linux guy by any stretch. So, you know, I got to
Who
learn,
is?
and then and then working with other validators, you know, talking about how all this works has been a really interesting process. And plus, it just makes me feel good that I'm like supporting the operation of the chain. Yield ain't too bad either, so that's been pretty nice to increase my pulse bag that way. And you know, although I haven't liquidated any of my pulse, it's like definitely paid for itself, like as far as the equipment expense. So highly recommended if you've got solid internet and energy, stable energy. Like I've got a whole house generator, so I don't have to worry about power outages. But there's other ways to mitigate that. Definitely recommend people looking into validating if you're on the
Have you
fence.
had any slashing? Because that was the bit concern. Like
I did have 2. I had
connection is
2.
not up to par, then you might, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't a
penalized.
connection. It wasn't a connection issue. It's like I'm not sure exactly what happened. There was just some sort of bug in how like I don't know if like some data got corrupted or something happened where basically and what was tricky is I had 2 units running. So if I'm just glancing every day and I see my pulse bag growing, then I'm thinking like, oh, I'm good. But what was happening is one was down and one was running. So it was kind of one was eating the yield of the other. And it's interesting too, the way that it works is because it's not like you're losing pulse necessarily. It's coming off of your pulse deposits. So, you know, for each validator that you're running, what is it, 32 million pulse or something? You know, it comes off of that balance. And then as you get everything back online again, then it replenishes that. So it's not as, you'll see that your yield has dropped if you're only running one machine very easily. If you're running multiple machines, then it's a little trickier. You got to kind of pay closer attention. You know, I use Beacon Chain to look and see that all of my validators are active and operating properly. But I've only had that happen twice. I think the worst case situation was I was down for about 3.5 days. Took about a day and a half. I've got a really fast connection, so I was able to get everything, you know, back and earning again. So yeah, no issues there. It's been great. And then PulseX farming has been really cool. It's like I've really enjoyed participating in that and building an ink bag. And especially since, you know, I'm retired now, so I don't have the income that I had previously to like just continuously replenish my dry powder bags and be buying, you know, dips at every turn. This has been a great way for me to like, you know, build up RH tokens with what I already have, right? So it's like DCAing without, you know, adding additional capital, much like hex staking, right? If you're staking hex, you're getting more hex every day in your yield without putting more capital up. So all of those things I'm really happy to
but that's one of the key parts I really like is that PulseChain is like fully decentralized. People like you, Papa B is running a validator. Anybody can really do it. There is support from David Feeder. There are videos. Also worth mentioning is that the founder of PulseChain, Richard Hart, he of course had an initial, we believe he had an initial set of a range of validators, which he then took completely off the chain after a few months, I think it was. And he was showing that like the Amazon you know, the service bill, oh, this is expensive to run and stuff like that. So we know he did that, but then he took them down, and we still have 50,000 validators ish all around the planet running right now. So it's totally decentralized. There is not one major entity really in charge of the chain. So that is pretty remarkable.
You know what really is cool about validating is you're closer to the whole, we're a fork of Ethereum, but we get all the benefits of their upgrades and the rollouts, and you're really kind of in touch with that. When you're running your node or nodes, you know, you're actually inquiring within the community and sharing information, figuring out what the amount of time to let it kind of bake in, and how it's been going on Ethereum side and how it's been going on ours, what the improvements are. And then there's a real kind of, there's a sub system or sub community of validators that are very supportive of each other and very sharing information. There's none of this competition, even though our validators are effectively competing for blocks. I feel that there is a real camaraderie, and just like matter of fact, if you need any help, I call Toby up and I'm saying, like, I'm seeing this kind of anomaly, or I'm seeing this drop off, or would you restart with Linux about now, or would you go for this upgrade later? What do you hear about this? So there's this kind of like comic book clutch type of mentality that's actually kind of fun. It's been positive to pass the time, and like Toby says, while you're doing this, you're also contributing to the security and consistency of our this thing of ours that everybody's riding on. So it's awesome.
Yeah, and you've got multiple resources. You've got Gamma DevOps, you've got RH Max. They have their scripts for helping people get up and running with their validators, and are really top notch as well. So it's and there's none of this like factions. It doesn't feel like there's any kind of competition between like those three, which I see as kind of like the big three as far as supporting validation out there. They really work together well, and it's great that we have that level of support, because I mean that would be an issue, right? Like if we had one guy, if it was only David Feeder that was kind of like out there giving people information, that's a point of failure. But we have multiple people that know how to do this stuff and are willing to help. And so that's really encouraging for the strength of the community and the validation community in particular.
The code is out there to be vetted by each other. There's like some different sets of eyeballs on it. There's like I said, the sharing of knowledge. So it's very healthy. Sticker guy, are you you said for a while ago you were kind of on the fence as to whether or not you wanted to start a single validator to try it out. Did you ever do that, or what do you think of this whole crazy thing?
It is, for my current position, way too expensive. Like, first of all, I'm from Germany, so we have really high energy costs, and I would need to buy extra hardware. I also live in Germany, so we don't only have very high energy costs, but we also have one of the worst internet conditions on the whole planet. So I would not be able to have. I cannot guarantee that the validator would be online all the time.
Shout out to Vodafone.
Shout out to German providers.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for trying, though.
Yeah, Sticker guy, did you hear about David Feeder, and I think others are proposing kind of tokenizing the validation. So if you don't have 32 million, or you've got an overhead like you've got for power or for bad internet connectivity, you can actually contribute to a pool.
I've heard of that. Yeah. And I think that is really cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I think the last years in crypto, it's like some of the problems are weird because stuff is designed for people that have a lot of capital, but people that are new into crypto, they either don't have a lot of capital because they're wrecked, or they don't have a lot of capital because they're scared. So I'm beginning to see that more and more people in my private area who are not crypto people, that they start to get into crypto, which is I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, but I'm happy that it's finally happening. Like a friend of mine, she's like, I've bought those coins. I'm like, cool, where do you have them? On what chain? She's like, I'm storing them on the exchange. That's safe. I'm like, no, it is not. So it is taking time. And now she's like, got a step further, and she's like, oh yeah, she now understood that the exchange might not be so good. So she's like, okay, I'm doing like a couple of $100 on chain because she feels more safe on the exchange. Sure. And especially the validator stuff, it's very, very complicated. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of knowledge and understanding. So if some kind of tokenization comes where you can say, hey, that's how the process works. It is, if you're interested, you can surely go down the rabbit hole, but you can also just delegate some of your pulls. I think that's a cool idea, and it sounds kind of safe, right? Because and it's also good. You're supporting the network. You're being part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah. There's
I actually think it is pretty affordable. Like, set aside the machine, the expense to purchase the server, but the 32 million pulls that you must have, unfortunately, right now, that's not that big of an investment. Things might change though with the price, but right now, I think many people still have a chance to attain that. I remember starting in crypto back in the day, where you had, to spend like a six-figure amount on a dash a node, or like a super node or Ethereum. If you want to validate Ethereum, we must have tons of ETH at the ready to be staked away. So I think
So you're
it's
saying it is already a lot better, but I don't remember how it was because I wasn't there.
yeah.
Right.
I know Germany is like this
Okay.
third world country, but
Still Neuland.
no, it's still pretty affordable, I would say.
Okay.
From comparing it to how crypto was back in the day, or running
Yeah, because with
miners.
Hex you don't need any kind of hardware. You don't need any kind of extra software because it's already finished. There's multiple front ends that are also decentralized and working, so you can just buy the Hex and start at the
And
same
stake
day.
it. That's a
Yes,
smart
stake
way
it.
of accumulating.
You know, it was. I just saw on one of the other talks today. I forgot who it was, and please forgive me. They opined that perhaps, this staking is going to make a lot more sense over time. I think it was Crispy Man that said that, when you look at it on average over time, Hex could be not the dark horse, but it could come right back in and be very, very profitable in comparison to all the other chicanery that's being manipulated there. In fact, this is a funny thing. I don't mean to shift the subject too much, but I was talking to a hedge fund manager friend of mine, and this is funny because it really has come to pass that so much time crypto has been going on and we've been in this community for like 6 years now, that naturally your friends develop their own in real life, TradFi type of things, and then you can go and bring them back into crypto. Well, this hedge fund manager guy said, hey, I've been looking at all the stuff that's been going on with PulseChain and X, and I want you to maybe help me out to figure out how I can take advantage of that volatility for my sub $1 billion portfolio for my people. I'm not gonna maybe put 2% in. I'm like, the old adage was that if 1% of Wall Street were to come into crypto, we'd be in gravy, right? And now we got these sub $1 billion hedge funds, a lot of these little ones that you can actually reach out to. They say, hey, what about 2 to 3%? So what I told him is, let's take a look at your stupid strategy of swing trading on Hex or Pulse, and maybe look at a guaranteed yield, which is inherent into the actual framework of the system, with staking contract, right? Why don't you do that? Because look over time, if you would have done this, if you would have missed any number of these like 30 trades that you would have been looking at for the month. And Toby, I was showing him your beautiful, chart that you shared one time with us on What the Heck Show every Thursday. Tune in. But
shameless plug.
Shameless show. Basically, I said, look, overall, you could have sat back and staked it even on a rolling monthly stake and had your guaranteed yield of the average of about 1.2%. And he's like, what? I said, yeah, you don't have a charter that can actually touch this stuff yet, but it's coming. And then on PulseChain side, how about validating? Validating, you get, X amount, it's less than 1% per month, but it's, again, if you don't screw it up, there's guaranteed yield to be had. So I'm of the mind of, start with a sizable amount, push it into something that's guaranteed yield, and then play around with the smaller amount and do your swinging and your degenning, right? That's always been my philosophy. And I'm trying to share that with people that really count. And maybe that's the next message out there of how we onboard in greater dollar value.
Well, and that's the thing too with the yield that you're looking at in validating. You're looking at about a 10% APY, which doesn't sound like a lot, But if you break that down, within 10 months, you're going to recoup the expense of your of the principal, right, of what your deposit, your 32 million hex, or 32 million pulse, excuse me. And then another 10 months would, if your equipment is say $2,000, then you're about the same spot. Now, the question is, do you think that pulse is going to be significantly more valuable over that course of time? I think it is. I mean, we're on the cusp of the bull, so it stands to reason that you would be able to recoup your costs pretty quickly. But to Sticker Guy's point, a $4,000 outlay to start off and only run one validator, that can be a little daunting for someone to come up with that amount of capital. And it could be argued that maybe you would be better off, much like Richard said about Bitcoin mining, to maybe just buy Pulse and hold it, right? So so there's levels to it, and it's a matter of what you your comfort level, your financial capabilities, and then I saw Will Stevenson here in the chat had mentioned degenprotocol.io, where they're making NFT validators for 500,000 Pulse, and that's something that David Feeder has been working on with them, so that might be worth a look. And he has a link in the chat, so I'll definitely be looking into that myself, just for my
Degen
education.
Protocol is a great name for a project.
Right? Yeah, I like it. I like it.
If it's stupid but it works, it ain't stupid.
Yeah, right. There you go. Exactly. But yeah, definitely layers to it, and it's like, back to your question, DJ, about how the last year has been. I think the yield farms have been phenomenal. I mean, I really think that that's been a great opportunity for people to not only accumulate ink, but just get familiar with LP providing, to kind of, I think if you spend any time with it, you can get rid of the boogeyman of impermanent loss, if you do the math and think it through, and there's huge opportunity there. And so those two things alone, and it's like, plus it's like, I feel like we've been a little, I think as soon as the cloud of the SEC stuff starts to lift, I think we're going to see some incredible improvements with PulseX in particular, going forward, that I'm really excited to see what RH and his devs have up their sleeves, because he likes to win, right? I mean, he's a guy that likes to win, and there's a lot of cool dexes out there that are doing some really cool things in the ecosystem. 9mm, 9-inch, Fux. Now there's this 2Fux thing that I was listening about earlier today. So there's some interesting opportunities out there. Pateus is a great DEX aggregator. So there's a lot of those things that are available to us, which is, lends itself to the whole DeFi, the decentralized nature of DeFi and crypto. But I have the sneaking suspicion that he is going to do some things with PulseX that are going to turn heads. And people are going to be like, oh, wow. It's like, okay, not only is the majority of the LP already over there, now he's got all the bells and whistles that these other guys have had time to kind of work the kinks out on, and he can watch that. It seems prudent to me. And the circumstances are such that it kind of lends to his success, because he doesn't have to be the guinea pig to do these things first. He's letting these other
he's watching and observing in the back, I'm pretty sure, on
sure, absolutely,
these other platforms.
Yes.
What do you guys actually what do you guys think about this the biggest airdrop ever narrative, which Richard spun out there pretty strongly all the time before the launch, that all the Ethereum guys and all the projects who were like stuck in the mud because of the high fees, and that were dealing with micro transactions. You had these real estate like Mana and all these kind of guys who were not able to function properly at the heights of the bull market with the crazy gas fees on Ethereum, and they have a copy of all their stuff over here, but they're not yet really flocking to us to actually make use of that copy, or that world's biggest airdrop. How do you guys think, for people like us who are, anyone that's speaking on this conference, it's really us doing the promotion of the PulseChain. How can we improve this? How can we get the word out better that this is actually a thing?
Point to the success stories. Point to the fact that there are some projects right now that have parity. value on both sides. That was reported.
Which one?
Icosa.
Yep. Icosa. Well, Icosa is going to be a very interesting issue as well, right? It'll show that you can actually combine. This is going to be a huge. I think it's going to be bigger than we think. Is if Alex comes out with this amazing way that you can combine to a group burn and then have it be a single token on a much more cost-effective chain. Maybe that's the missing piece that we didn't have before. But I think there are. But Toby, Sticker Guy, do you know the projects that have just reached parity on PulseChain? Because I think that there were a couple mentioned today.
Was Crow one of them? I know that
Crow,
Too
yeah.
Spooky. I think
Yeah.
Crow
Crow
is
is
doing pretty well. It's
Did it reach
moving a lot. I
parity
don't know.
or did the price pump?
Price pumped, but I don't know about parity on anything in particular.
Because
But it's
I
like
don't know.
P-Link has done pretty well. It's like there's a lot that have had significant
Yeah.
movement from the original airdrop.
And
I
all
think
the
it's just
the
gonna
P
take time.
stables, all
Yep.
the P stables are performing really well.
Right, right.
And for the P stables, I think the rabbit hole is going very deep, and there's much information, and the most important part is the information that is on chain, I think, because that is information we can trust. But crypto is not only on chain, because like stuff like all the contracts were copied, so technically the contracts work, even the contracts with admin keys, which we don't like, but yet they work. So imagine a P stable pumping in price, and imagine the price going near or over $1. That would mean that whoever is holding the admin key is now also holding whatever they had before. So I think it is a similar question to the wrapped Bitcoin. Yes, they have admin keys. Will they use it? Well, that's a risk that you have to decide. But there's also a probability where they just activate their contracts with their keys. And
That's a great point. But wasn't there also an addition that Richard was kind of talking about before the launch? He said, wouldn't it be great if you took your tokens on one side that you actually own, in this case the admin that has those keys, right, enforce, and then take it over to PulseChain and then pair it in the liquidity pool and bond them. Then on one half of the equation you get
Hex.
0, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we didn't do it with Hex. It didn't do it with Hex effectively, right?
Yeah.
Decided that there was a different way because Hex had a different community.
So hexicans decided that one hex is not one hex. Otherwise, we would be at one hex. So
that's true. So
even though both contracts are exactly the same contract, even though I can understand that the Ethereum side, that the Ethereum chain has issues, but I would not have bought eHex if I was never if I was never thinking that Ethereum wouldn't get their gas fees fixed. Their gas fees in the 2021 bull market, it was stupid. You were paying $300 to start a stake, and it was obvious that couldn't sustain, and I bought it because I'm still confident that the Ethereum guys will fix this issue one way or the other, because otherwise they would go down, and I don't feel like that's an option for the crypto guys. So why, you sell your eHex now, but in long term, I see both coins having the same value. So the more users are going to be on PulseChain, and the higher the price goes, the more expensive are our gas fees going to be. So long term, we are going to suffer the same problem as Ethereum, and the only thing that we can do is either wait for Vitalik to have a good idea, or make more chains, which then take loads of the other chains. But either way, the problem has to be solved, because and if the problem is going to be solved, then it's stupid to sell.
But with the added benefit that the money that is being spent on these fees are kept within our own community. That's
Yeah.
the difference to Ethereum.
There's many differences to Ethereum, which
Yeah, but that's a big one.
Yeah, the economic energy not being wasted on expensive gas
Yeah.
over on the Ethereum side. I mean, that's definitely like, you know, a major
Yes.
major point in that debate of you know, what's the most effective place to deploy capital, right? But to Sticker Guy's point, it's like I'm of the same belief that those are issues that are going to be resolved over time on the Ethereum side. And I think, you know, that both hexes have a place going forward. I mean, it's immutable code, no admin keys, delayed gratification, truth engine, all the things that we've known since the beginning. You know, I think that people will be surprised, and it's, I mean, and look at the ratios, right? There was a ratio between ehex and phex, you know, not to belabor this point because we've been over it a lot, you know, where it was about 2 to 1. And it bounced around 1.5 to 1 to 2.5 to 1, and it kind of stayed in that range for months, like 4 or 5 months. And then obviously we had the big watershed moment when, you know, Richard kind of put his elbow on the scale a little bit to you know, reintroduce people to the idea of like, hey, Pulse is really where the greater upside is because of the limited fee situation in particular, and you're supporting the overall ecosystem by engaging over there, and you can get liquid ehex on PulseChain, right? So you're not paying those ETH fees, except, you know, when you're trying to bridge back and forth. But yeah, so I mean, I think there's tremendous upside on both. I think Vitalik is most definitely realizes that, you know, these are issues that need to be solved with sharding or, you know, whatever else is up his sleeve for the roadmap in the future. You know, and we found a new ratio, right? The ratio now is anywhere from 5 to 4 to 1. You know, and so it'll find its level. The market will decide, as they say. You know, much like with the Icosa and Hedron stuff. It's like, once Alex makes his changes, the market will decide if there's still value to be had over on the Ethereum side for those assets or not. And I'm a believer in the market typically getting it right. So you know, I'm happy to have bags of both. Happy to be staked on both chains. And I think the opportunities are huge for all the RH tokens going forward. And there's so much new stuff that's coming into the Pulse chain all the time, you know, that keeps eyeballs on it. And I think that circles back to DJ's point about the narrative of the biggest airdrop in history. I don't think it played out with the rapidity we all would have liked, which is people would have flooded over to see what their free coins were. You know, so I think it's going to be more of a slow burn. You know, people in dribs and drabs are going to find out, like, hey, oh wait, I've got tokens over here. Well, what's going on with them? Oh, they're a fraction of what they are over here. Or, you know, ones that I remember talking about at the very beginning, you know, ones that had become, it was untenable to trade them. Like they were just dead because the fees were so egregious that it wasn't viable to continue with particular projects on the ETH anymore. And now they have an opportunity for a second life. Have those developers, have those communities, do they even know that they've got an option now over here? I think over time,
Yes.
as more eyeballs get on it, then they're gonna find out that, hey, it's like we can have another go at this because now we don't have those punitive fees that we were dealing with on the Ethereum side, and we can reboot what we were trying to do. Because I'm sure there were plenty of communities and plenty of tokens that are disappointed, you know, that things didn't play out the way that they had hoped on Ethereum, and they might not even know that they have a second chance. So I think, you know, as more people become familiar with PulseChain and we continue to, because like some people were like, well, we need to abandon the airdrop, you know, narrative, right? Because it's like it didn't play out like we thought. I don't think that's true. I think we still need to continue to have that out there to let people continuously know, like, hey, if you had at the time of the fork any ERC20s, you got them over here too. So, you know,
NFTs, all of that. Yeah.
NFTs, all of it, right? All of it.
Yeah.
I think that the higher the price of the copies, the more people are going to get onboarded. And
sure,
you know, like if you got $10 and they're now worth nothing, why would you care? okay,
Right.
it's cool tech. Yeah, we like the tech, but if the $10 is worth $10, then also the other stuff is worth what it was worth, and I think that could over time bring in more people. But until
I
then,
think the bull run with the price of ETH going up is going to contribute to people taking a second look. I think right now with like 6 Gwei, people are like, oh, whatever. But the minute it goes up to 150 Gwei and Ethereum is at 12K, it's going to mean a lot. And people are going to say, I can't do this. And it's the bull run and it's passing me by and I can't get rid of this stuff. I can't do anything with it. They may turn on to whatever they have over in PulseChain and look deeper into it. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think there's opportunities there for sure. It's like, I mean, we said this early on too. Like, there are lottery tickets. Like, there are plays that make more sense than others to go ahead and get when they're fractions of a dollar, right? Like pennies, below a penny on some. And you've seen like P-Link. You know, there's some following with that. There's the P rep Bitcoin. You know, there's other tokens where people have absolutely gone ahead and taken a chance on those, and time will tell if those were good gambles or not. And
Speaking of time will tell, the hippie.
Well. What's the smell all of a sudden in here?
Yeah, I got my flea powder ready for this guy.
Smells like weird.
Jeez,
guys, if you start being dicks, I'll kick you.
Oh, wow.
No more blame on Mike. The only dick here is Markable. Markable, did I or did I not confirm with you on DM exactly what time to show up?
Yes.
Now, is this you just coming just to do the outro? Is that the deal?
Well, yes. I swear I put my alarm clock on, but it didn't work.
Didn't work.
The chat says, Markable, let's go. There you are.
Come on, Markable. The mic is yours. Go ahead.
1 year PulseChain anniversary. How has this first year of PulseChain been for you, Markable?
Sleepy. And
Nice.
yeah, very good. I'm very happy that I can keep my Wake Up Hex character alive.
Yeah.
By coming in the last seconds. So yeah, that's I'm happy I can do that. It kind of, yeah. I don't know what you guys have talked about, but
it's okay.
I'm sure it was really good. You guys.
The world's biggest airdrop was our last topic. And I remember this event when there was the Pepe farm where you could farm your Ethereum Pepe versus the PulseChain Pepe. And that copy, the price of the copy went through the roof when that had launched. But then there were a couple of, value extractors and shenanigans going on, so that was shut down again. But that showed us as an example that that's actually a thing, with those community luring them over. So I think going forward, I think that narrative is not dead, and we, as you said, Toby, we should keep beating that horse, because that's an easy win for adoption, I would think, instead of trying to do everything from scratch, all brand new by ourselves.
I mean, liquidity is basically zero on all those pairs, right?
Yeah.
So
pretty much, yeah.
On most.
It's probably the
But
best
only-
marketing dollars.
Yeah, I mean,
it is little, but it's not zero.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
obviously.
low.
It's
very low, very low.
it's an important technical difference.
Well, that's what she said.
You are correct. But it only takes, one or two to to kind of blast off, and then all of a sudden people are talking about it, and then they get curious of like how they did it, right? How did they get their copy to be so valuable? And then that will light a fire under others to look at the same. So yeah, I think it's just going to be more of a slow burn than we anticipated, but it's a valuable narrative going forward, I believe.
What about the 52-week shakeout narrative? That's over by now. The one
Dude,
year
there was
narrative
always
is
just
now.
a story that people just latched onto. But it's a funny story.
No, it's not. It's a you can
But-
go to Hex.
Yeah, I know he said it at one time.
He said that. Did he actually say that?
I know he said it.
Tough to
but, like,
believe it.
that was even before PulseChain launched. So
Yeah, it was like 3 years ago he said that.
yeah, but it
So
was fun.
what? So
But,
what?
but even if you
No.
okay, but if you even if you do that,
It's not only the 2 weeks for PulseChain. It's also that he said first he called the top multiple times. Then he said multiple times that the bear market is going to last 365 days, which is not a year, but it's exactly a year. So
yeah,
52
okay.
weeks is also exactly a year, and now it is exactly a year. So there's no
But
coincidence.
okay, so if
Well-
you are a market maker, or if you have a lot of money, or if you have your own project that you really want to succeed, you're gonna say, "Hey, in 52 weeks, it's gonna be amazing." Are you really like if you would even do anything to force the market's hand, are you really going to do that exactly at 52 weeks? No, of course not, dude. You want
No,
to
I
get
wouldn't
all those
also
losers out that are
launch it
waiting for
mid-May if
52
I
weeks.
said mid-May, and I wouldn't also no, I think I would. I think I would. That's exactly what I would do. I would make it so that isn't that what the
You would
degens
make
are
it that
talking
obvious.
about? You're making it so obvious that it is that only a degen can understand it. It's 52, right? Please don't listen to me. I
It's okay. We'll edit all that out. It's okay. Don't worry.
He just makes the stickers.
I'm not editing anything.
It's all on
You know,
chain.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming
So
soon.
Maddie, I
on-chain
guess you're
stickers.
get us out of here because Markable usually comes here. He's the harbinger of the end credits of all of our shows.
That's right.
He's
That's
shown up,
right.
so that means the time's up.
Well, you're not off the hook yet because I have to thank the sponsors of the conference. Thank you to liquidloans.io for sponsoring yesterday, timepays.me for today. We have gopulse.com for tomorrow and 9inch.io for the fourth day. We also had contributions from love.io and pateus.io. They created a special fund for all the speakers, and looking forward to distributing that here soon. So
wow.
For right now, we have hundreds of people who have voted to show the P dive video, which I am not endorsing at all. I have no idea what kind of lies have been spun up into here, but you know, this is a conference and we believe in freedom of speech. So hey, why not? Also, we're gonna have in this bonus segment of the conference, we have an update from 0x Coast that we're really
Oh.
excited about because
Wow,
they
okay.
are onboarding people. They have a fiat on ramp directly into PulseChain, and so we're going to hear from them whatever they submitted as well. It's passed the audio inspection at least, so I haven't heard it, but it doesn't have any copyrighted music in it anymore. So with that being said, hey, I really appreciate Sticker Guy, Win, Toby1 Hexobi, Papa Boehner, DJ Cryptomatic, and The Beard. I really appreciate you guys keeping it real for the last hour. You guys rock.
It was my
Thanks,
pleasure.
Maddie. Do we
for the last hour,
get to
man.
hang with you in the green room while these other videos are playing? These
I hope
mailing
so.
things? Okay,
Yeah.
well we'll see you there.
Come
Okay.
backstage.
Great. Well, we're gonna play what do we got here? We're gonna play a song and then we'll get started with this bonus content. Thanks, guys.
All right. Bro.
Thank you.
Go PulseChain.
Bye everyone.
Bye.
Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hit restart. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the Hex, he is mooning. Looking at why they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. Pull chains out, now get me a check. He's gas up and got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex, I been eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo.
Hey there everyone, it's Resolute from Coast and it's awesome to be chatting to you guys again. This is just 2 minutes for the PulseChain conference talking about the what, the how and the why of our platform. For those wanting to get users on PulseChain, your options are the bridge from Ethereum, and a lot of users have taken advantage of our fiat on-ramp. Now that's a service where you have your own digital bank account controlling your own on-chain assets, because we believe self-custody is super important. A quick reminder, you create a digital bank account, you're able to move your money into the CST collateral account and mint $1 coins in your self-custodial address. That allows you to go on chain and buy the PulseChain assets you desire. Quickly, there's 3 steps. Again, move money into your digital bank account. 2, mint CST stablecoins. And 3, buy PulseChain assets. Now we actually have inbuilt functions that take this into 2 steps and allow people to buy Pulse, Hex, and PulseX directly, but you have the freedom to buy any of the on-chain assets you like, and there's millions in TVL on-chain across the various decentralized exchanges. If you want to redeem your CST stablecoins for $1, you do that by burning them at our platform, and that allows you to off-ramp fiat for the goods and services that drive everything.
DAI on PulseChain. The on-chain evidence that proves PDAI is a Richard Hart project. Firstly, I just want to say a big thank you to Matty for hosting another amazing conference. You and all those speaking are an asset to the community, and it's been great to listen along. Thank you so much as well for assigning time to play this video. I hope it provides members of our community real insight into Richard's plans and helps to enthuse and unite, because there's a lot to be excited about. DAI on PulseChain, or PDAI, has been a controversial topic, and rightly so, as it's the only coin that claims to be a Richard Hart project, but hasn't been publicly acknowledged by Richard as being his. However, Richard has begun posting about the price performance of PDAI recently, and we do have clear confirmation on-chain that it's Richard who is making changes to make a DAO on PulseChain, which is the protocol that governs DAI. And sentiment is beginning to soften. More and more people are being open to the idea and are enjoying exploring all the mechanics behind how the peg can be achieved and getting excited by what this actually means for PulseChain. Now, for most watching this video, it will be the first time you've been confronted with this evidence. For those previously against PDAI, this video is going to be challenging. It's going to be a test of both your humility and intelligence. Are you able to assess the facts objectively and make new conclusions? Let's find out. In this video, I'm going to address a number of common misconceptions about DAI on PulseChain, or PDAI. The first is that it isn't a Richard Hart project. This has actually been proven on-chain for months, but many have struggled to understand the data as it hasn't been presented in a particularly easy to follow manner. No offense to 99 Capital, who has conducted all this research and who has partnered with me on this video. The second is that early adopters of PDAI have billions of the supply. This isn't true. You can see the wallet distribution on PulseScan Live. 0.006% of wallets hold 100 million or more, and many of those wallets are liquidity providers, and some of those directly proven to be Richard. One of the most common concerns is that PDAI has missing functionality, and the conclusion drawn from this is therefore it can never peg. But the functionality that is missing is logical to come later if Richard is to first launch PDAI as a volatile asset to later then establish the peg. And this concern is linked to PDAI being unable to maintain its peg. Many point to the existing state of PDAI, which currently does not have a complete and working MakerDAO on PulseChain that is controlling its price. So currently, it acts as a volatile crypto asset whose price isn't governed by MakerDAO, but instead buys and sells on the market. And finally, that PRC20 copies, this includes P stables as well as the Pulse versions of Bitcoin, Chainlink, Aave, Pepe, etc., that they aren't part of Richard's plans. But he spoke about his plans for PRC20s at length in many streams for years in the build-up to launch, and since launch has conducted a number of actions, both on-chain and his words on Twitter, that suggest, unsurprisingly, that he is still going to carry out the plans that he spent years sharing with us. So this video is split into 5 sections. I take you through how Richard took over MakerDAO on PulseChain, how he increased the PDAI supply, his plans to bring PRC20s to parity, and what stage they're at now. I show you what he has done to begin collateralizing the PMaker vaults. Yes, wallets directly linked to Richard have been collateralizing the vaults. And finally, what Richard is actually creating for himself when he pegs PDAI, and what that means for all of us. First though, I have to inform you that whilst I work in financial technology, I am not a financial advisor. Even if I were a financial advisor, this isn't how I'd go about giving you advice on your finances, because this is a pre-recorded video and I have no view of your finances. Therefore, I don't know your financial situation and I can't provide advice on it. So, what is DAI on PulseChain, or PDAI? Well, there's 2 DAI on PulseChain. There's a wrapped DAI and a PulseChain DAI. Wrapped DAI is DAI from Ethereum that has been bridged across and put into a wrapper or skin. This wrapper allows DAI from Ethereum to exist in the PulseChain environment. That means, at its core, it is the same as the DAI that exists on Ethereum, which means that the price is the same as the DAI on Ethereum. PulseChain DAI is the copied over version of DAI that is native to the PulseChain environment, meaning that it's PulseChain to its core. Its price is currently, at the time of this recording, around half a cent. If it were to exist in the Ethereum environment, it would need an Ethereum wrapper, and the price would still be the same as what it is over on PulseChain. I'll come back to this view in a moment, but first, how is the price of DAI on Ethereum kept at $1? Well, its price is governed by a protocol called MakerDAO. MakerDAO uses a number of different mechanisms to affect demand and supply. The point at which demand and supply meet is called the price equilibrium. On screen is the visual representation of the mathematics behind price discovery, the way demand and supply interact to determine price. Let's run through the most fundamental mechanism of MakerDAO. And now many claim to understand how this works, but if they believe the peg is unachievable, it illustrates the fact that they don't understand the underlying economics of what this mechanism is actually doing. So if you do think you know how MakerDAO works and believe the peg is unachievable, please do pay attention to this. Let's say you want to take out 100 DAI. MakerDAO has an over-collateralization ratio that you need to meet, meaning you need to put in $150 worth of crypto assets into a vault. In this example, I'm depositing $150 worth of Ethereum. Now, the act of me depositing Ethereum into a vault is increasing the demand for DAI. This shifts the demand curve right. And if the supply were to remain fixed, the demand curve would move along the supply curve and result in an increase in the price of DAI. But as we know, I've deposited $150 worth of Ethereum to get 100 DAI, and MakerDAO at this point mints 100 DAI into existence, thereby increasing the supply of DAI, which also shifts our supply to the right creating a new price equilibrium back down at $1. This all obviously happens instantaneously, but that's what's happening to keep the price to a soft peg to the dollar. So remember, demand and supply determine price, and both the demand and the supply of DAI is dictated by the MakerDAO protocol. Okay, so why is the price of PDAI different from that of DAI on Ethereum and wrapped DAI? Well, there's a MakerDAO over on Ethereum that has been operational for years. And as wrapped DAI, at its core, is the same as DAI on Ethereum, it just has a wrapper around it that allows it to exist in PulseChain. Its price is the same as the DAI that doesn't have the PulseChain wrapper around it and is existing over on Ethereum. But what about PDAI? Does that have a copied over MakerDAO that governs it? Yes and no. Yes, there is a MakerDAO copy over on PulseChain. No, currently Pulse MakerDAO is incomplete. It doesn't have all the functionality in place to be able to change the demand and supply of DAI to keep the price at $1. But we can see it's being worked on, and that it's Richard who is in control of MakerDAO on PulseChain. This is where we are today. There's around $9 million in the MakerDAO vaults over on PulseChain, and 22 billion PDAI in supply. The supply of DAI on Ethereum is 5 billion, so 5 billion of that was copied over, and the rest was increased over on PulseChain. And we have on-chain confirmation that wallets identifiable as Richard's are responsible for both increasing the supply of PDAI and beginning to put collateral in its vaults. To peg PDAI, Richard will need to over-collateralize the vaults to a minimum of $33 billion worth of crypto assets, then complete key functionality such as the installation of an oracle, which lets MakerDAO know what the value of the contents in its vaults are, which then kicks MakerDAO's mechanisms into action, which sets the price to $1. Then, just like how MakerDAO has worked on Ethereum for years, people are able to take their DAI and swap it for other crypto assets. Does that result in a decrease in the price of DAI? No, because the price of DAI is governed by MakerDAO. The swapping of DAI into another asset doesn't change the demand for DAI, and neither does it change the supply of DAI. That process, as we've discussed, is governed by the mechanisms ran by the MakerDAO protocol. Now, many at this point will be asking, $33 billion is too high a number for Richard to be able to collateralize the vaults. And even if he could, why would he want to do that and just give all of that money away? Don't worry, I will answer those questions in this video. It will become clear. But need to provide you with the context of what Richard has been doing on chain. So first, Richard took control of MakerDAO and PulseChain. There were 4 wallets involved in the takeover of Pulse MakerDAO. They all work together, and the wallet identifiable as Richard's is the 2822. The 2822 had 6.3 and 6.7 trillion Pulse and PulseX airdrop to it at the time of launch. Now, the majority of people talk about the sacrifice phase as having played out like this. The total amount raised being 1 billion for PulseX and around 660 million for Pulse, with the top sacrifices having put in 29 and 42 million. But it actually looked like this. Around 14 billion was sacrificed for PulseChain and over 50 billion for PulseX. Someone sacrificed around 13 billion and $49 billion late on in the sacrifice phase, when the price had moved from 3 zeros and a 1 to 2 zeros and a 1 And at the time, this was not debated in the community. It was obviously Richard, as who else would sacrifice that much and at the worst possible price? It only makes sense if you are in fact sending yourself the money. So Richard kept his $62 billion sacrificed and illustrated one of the most bizarre concepts of crypto that people find hard to wrap their head around. You can create money that previously didn't exist. Those OA bags of Pulse and PulseX are worth tens of billions of dollars today. Tens of billions of dollars that has come out of thin air. And what does that mean for our 2822 wallet? It means that at the time of the sacrifice, at the best price, the amount sacrificed had to be 270 million and 254 million. But we know the top sacrifices at these prices were 29 and 42 million. So to get this amount of coins, that money had to be sacrificed at the worst possible price of 2 zeros and a 1. Meaning this wallet had to sacrifice a total of $5.2 billion to get this much Pulse and PulseX. So yes, the 2822 is Richard's wallet. So how did these wallets work together to take over MakerDAO on PulseChain? MakerDAO is governed by a voting system whereby someone creates a proposal to make changes to its code, and the community then votes to either reject or approve the change. And that's ultimately what these wallets did. They worked together to get enough PMaker tokens to pass through its own proposal within MakerDAO. This proposal paused the ability for proposals to be created and voted on, and we can see a number of changes were then made to MakerDAO. So Richard took control, secured MakerDAO on PulseChain, and has made a series of changes to it. Let's follow how it happened so you can see the role of the wallet identifiable as Richard's. And you may have noticed, when there's a wallet in the top right of the screen with the date in English format, day, month, year, this is verifiable on-chain data that you can find links to all the transaction hashes and wallets on 99 Capital's Twitter profile. To begin, the 96F wallet bought 320,000 PRV. It then created a proposal within Aave and passed its own proposal using the PRV votes it had just bought. Then it drained the vaults of Aave, WrapBTC, Link, Uni, all the P versions, and PMaker, the governance token that acts as a vote in the MakerDAO protocol. When it took these coins, it sent it to its own wallet, and this was performed like a wallet-to-wallet token transfer. But for it to be able to move these coins into anything else, it needed to use an exchange. And to swap coins on an exchange, you need liquidity in those coins. And that's where the wallet that's identifiable as Richard's stepped in. 2 days prior to the takeover of PRV, Richard provided liquidity on PulseX for the exact tokens that the 96F would then go on to take from the vaults. This is huge. The wallet identifiable as Richard's demonstrates prior knowledge of the plan to take over PRV, get enough PMaker tokens to then ultimately take over MakerDAO on PulseChain. This fact proves that, at the very least, Richard is supporting the efforts to gain control of MakerDAO. But he did even more than that. Let's follow what he did with P-wrapped BTC as an example. First, he added around 2,000 pulse-wrapped BTC, almost identical to the amount taken from the PRV vaults 2 days later. He then added a whopping 41,000 wrapped BTC. Why add so much more liquidity than is required? Well, he told us. Price moves based on PulseX liquidity, and it moves as a square, meaning if you double the amount of liquidity on one side of a liquidity pool, the PulseX algorithm, which is based on the Uniswap algorithm, rebalances the pool to increase the price by 4x. And look at that spike in price back in July. It was exactly at this time that the 9E6F wallet unloaded its PWrap BTC into Pulse through the liquidity pools we know to be provided by Richard. Richard maximising the gains from the raid. And he bookended the entire process. 2 days before the raid of PRV, he provided liquidity for the exact tokens that were then taken from the vaults. Then a day after the B22F wallet was transferred the governance rights to PMaker, and the 17F7 wallet given rights likely to complete its IOUs created in testnet after testing the minting and burning functions of the PMaker tokens themselves, which is critical to MakerDAO's operations. The day after that happened, Richard removed the liquidity for those tokens. Job complete. It's also proven that Richard increased the supply of DAI on PulseChain. The total supply is 22 billion. 5 billion PDAI is DAI from Ethereum, copied over at the time of the fork. Then my educated guess is that there's around 5 billion in circulation for the community to speculate on, and around 12 billion in Richard's hands. Why do we think this? The ABD5 wallet is the AMM fixer bot that ran at launch and completed a series of functions, including airdropping sacrifices their coins. It also minted 4.6 billion PDAI. The AMM then sent 500 million PDAI to the wallet we know to be Richard's. So of our educated guess, we've confirmed roughly 60% of where the supply resides, and that should actually be on the lower side. The AMM fixer bot we know to be Richard, and that minted 4.6 billion PDAI. And our discrepancy most likely lies here because there are millions of transactions in the AMM fixer bot wallet that 99 Capital has trawled through, but hasn't yet gone through all of them. 4 billion is sat predominantly within dead addresses and some in liquidity providers. The top holder of PDAI has 3 billion in one wallet, and that wallet is a dead address. We know that EDAI was forked over at 5 billion. Then we know there's a portion of the 8.4 billion that is in circulation, and some is unconfirmed. And I haven't included that in the roughly 60% confirmed number, meaning really it's a minimum of 60% of where supply resides as being confirmed. So that is why the 12 billion sat with Richard, 5 billion copied over, and 5 billion in circulation is my educated guess. Richard is bringing PRC20s to parity with their Ethereum counterparts.
The first transaction, or one of the first transactions to occur when the new chain exists, is that a contract will go through and execute a trade on all of the automated market maker pairs to harvest PRC20s and then reward those liquidity providers with Pulse.
And that's what he did. Look at his 2822 wallet. It was airdropped over 3,500 PRC20s at the time of launch.
So those LPs will have more Pulse and they'll have less PRC20. And then you take all those harvested PRC20s, you put them in a Uniswap fork, and now none of those coins can stop playing the game unless they use admin keys.
And that's what he's done. His 2822 wallet is the largest liquidity provider for PDAI, PUSDT, PUSDC, and PMaker, and others.
Just to recap, so I understand it. So you're going to have effectively a market between the ERC20 version of a coin and a PRC20 version of a coin that will have different values, but there'll be effectively a market between them that allows you to go from one to the other. That would say, like, my PRC20 of this token is worth, a tenth of the ERC20, so I can exchange 10 PRC20 tokens for one ERC20 token of the same name.
Yes.
So Richard was describing how liquidity is provisioned to facilitate a market between PRC20 copies and the ETH versions of tokens. Because that's what placing liquidity does. It creates a market that people can participate in. And he has done 3 things on chain that illustrate that he intends to carry out his plan. He's added liquidity to 2 protocols that would be able to facilitate such a market. And his 2822 wallet is linked with both of their activity through a contract that he used to unwrap many of his early tokens upon launch. The first is the balancer protocol, which allows for sophisticated liquidity strategies and is particularly good for hosting a variety of assets with differing weights of liquidity. In this protocol, liquidity is being added for all the P stables and a number of PRC20 copies. The second is Curve Finance, which is also linked to Richard's wallet and also has liquidity added to it. Curve Finance, much like the balancer protocol, enables liquidity strategies to be executed and is particularly good at quick swaps and is therefore ideal for assets that are similarly priced, like stablecoins. And you may have seen that Richard, or at least a member of his team, pancake swap stable swap contracts, which is an implementation of Curve Finance. And for the third,
how many people are going to spend their time being rewarded as a liquidity provider to arb the difference between ETH versions of tokens and Pulse versions of tokens? How big does that market get?
He already launched this. He is describing yield farming. Here's a post back in July where he talks of the Pepe farms that were live. He's since removed the farms, and the crowd assumed that this was a failed experiment. Why? He spent years talking about it in the build-up to launch as being key to his plans. Why would he abandon it after doing a short test in a live environment?
There's an advantage to the PulseChain network to kind of limit the bridging so that the majority of value getting out and into the Pulse network makes the Pulse coin itself more valuable. Because so basically, we already have a higher throughput, cheaper chain, and then you would prefer kind of all the arbing and value discovery happen on that cheaper chain. And then once the value discovery has occurred, if some arbing to mainnet needs to occur, you'd kind of want it to choke point through the Pulse pair just to add more value to Pulse.
And this is interesting. Richard is saying that we can get PRC20s to parity by activity over on PulseChain. What would make him so confident that he can do this? Well, we already know how price moves based on PulseX liquidity. If you double one side of the liquidity pool, you 4x the price. In his post on the 19th of March, he later goes on to claim it really doesn't take many millions to cause quite large movements up. So let's test that claim with an example. Wrap BTC is around $300 on PulseChain, and let's say it's $70,000 on Ethereum. That's a 233x difference. And there's currently around 300,000 in liquidity for P-Wrap BTC on PulseX. So when you're at 600k, you get to $1,200. 1.2 million gets to 4.8k. 2.4, and we're over $19,000. And at only $4.8 million added in liquidity, we surpass our goal of $70,000 for the price of Wrap Bitcoin on PulseChain. Richard has an obvious, measurable, and mathematically defined way of increasing prices through liquidity provision. Is Richard preparing to facilitate a market between P stables, PRC20s, and their Ethereum counterparts? Release farms to increase liquidity? Will he pump PRC20s to parity over on PulseChain and then use them to collateralize the PMaker vaults? If his words and actions on chain are anything to go by, then yes. And we'll cover the PMaker vaults now, because Richard is collateralizing the MakerDAO vaults over on PulseChain. One of the PulseX sacrifice treasury wallets, the 16F4, clearly linked to Richard or his team, put 4 million USDC into MakerDAO on PulseChain in March of 2023 during the early days of testnet. Yes, a sacrifice wallet added collateral to the MakerDAO vault on PulseChain. Not only that, at the time, that action minted 4 million PDAI, meaning that at the time it did it, PDAI was worth $1. And this is the MakerDAO vault on PulseChain today. Around 9 million in value is in there, predominantly made up of over 2 billion USDC and a small amount of DAI. And look at this. On the left, we have the MakerDAO vault, and on the right is the wallet we know to be Richard's, the 2822. They look very similar. Thousands of tiny transactions in and out of Richard's wallet and into the PMaker vault. One of the many transactions used to collateralize the vaults is particularly interesting, as only a few months ago, Wrap BTC and USDC was added, and they minted PDAI. The PDAI minting function being tested. It has since been switched off, and as we know, Richard is in control of MakerDAO. It's Richard who tested the minting function of PDAI and switched their function back off. Will Richard use PRC20s like Wrap BTC to collateralize the vaults? Well, he is the largest holder of most of them, including Wrap BTC, which would be worth around $2 billion alone at parity. So why should you care? What does pegging PDAI mean for PulseChain? Let's say Richard collateralizes the vaults using his OA bags of Hex, Pulse and PulseX, and also a number of PRC20s. And the combined value is $43 billion. He then switches on the minting and burning functions of PDAI. And as he's completed the requirements for the collateral held in the vaults, he installs an oracle. MakerDAO kicks into action, and its mechanisms begin to work to control the price at $1. At the point PDAI is now at $1, all the PDAI holders who have speculated on the peg swap into PulseChain, sending its price soaring. Let's say the billions of PDAI coming in increases PulseChain by a 10x. The value of the contents in the vaults in this example would increase to 430 billion. Richard then increases his loan size, minting more PDAI. He then buys more PulseChain, or more likely adds more liquidity to PulseChain. The price of PulseChain goes up another 10x. His 430 billion becomes worth 4.3 trillion. And he can repeat this process, continually creating more value, which he can then use to pump his ecosystem. As bizarre as this sounds, I don't think Hexaco is a joke to Richard. Because by pegging PDAI, Richard is creating himself the ability to conduct his own quantitative easing, to print money. It's time to stop forming conclusions on assumptions derived from interpretations of Richard's words. Instead, let's take Richard's words literally and pay attention to his actions on chain. That's what gives you a solid idea of what's going on. And as Richard has been so direct in his communications and even decided to put a wallet easily identifiable as his at the center of the efforts behind pegging PDAI, perhaps he wants more of us to start figuring this stuff out. After all, as you can see, DAI on PulseChain in particular is the key to PulseChain's success. I'll end with a few clips of Richard. Listen to him.
Somebody says that they're building a MakerDAO replacement so that we have like DAI on PulseChain. If you look at a stablecoin backed by crypto, like You know, I'm probably going to release a stablecoin at some point, so I don't want to give away all the tricks. So smart. You know, you're going to have a derivative value play due to Hart's law on all the bridged in ERC20s that have been paired with their PRC20s, which are the free ones. And people are going to be yield farming it, and I think it's going to be amazing. Like, I think it'll be the most successful yield farming project in history. So, hey, you know, OpenSea's making a killing. Let's go make that better. Hey, MetaMask's making a killing. Let's go make that better. Hey, there's 1,000 new trading pairs that need listed. Oh, let's go make that better. Oh, we could have encapsulated stakes on other chains. All right, let's go do that. Hey, you know, stablecoins have too much counterparty risk. Let's go fix that. So, you know, I'm rewarding people that have political beliefs that align with my own. And as time goes on, we have other things on the roadmap, like nation state. I think you can make a better nation. It's going to be god-awful hard. So maybe the time frame is like 5 or 6 years from now. But why not? You know, why not carve out a special economic zone? That's how Shenzhen started. That's how Hong Kong started. Get a special economic zone somewhere and bang it out, you know, do something miraculous there. So that's on the roadmap too. But stablecoin and wallet and OpenSea replacement, things like that will come before that.
Tell all your true friends, sacrifice some coins to this new sense. Stake it till you make it 55.55, but don't cry, dry your eyes when your old coins die. PulseChain will be insane and the gains will reign truly. Snack on blockchains like my name is Scooby. ETH got a strap down with gas now, but Rick's about to burn the fees up just like a joint getting passed around. My whole Hex fam be all bros with Lambos. Worst nightmare to this crypto like Rambo. It's going up like a ship to the stars. It's always giving the creator, he must have a rich heart. PulseChain gang got me all covered in bling. They're covered in rings. Ricky keeps doing his thing.